have a situation where there's a coronavirus out there and the survival rate is slightly below 100%, and I'm not willing to accept that the government's willing to shut down businesses, destroy people's lives, and to enforce abusive policy that is carried out by you guys.
We can agree to disagree all day, alright? We're not here to ruin your day, sir. We're just here to ask you to move on.
I don't need you.
I've got every right to be here. I was born in Melbourne. This is my city. You've got no right to enforce tyranny.
You're committing an offence under the Chief.
I'm not committing any offence. I'm not committing any.
Tell him why he's under arrest.
Yeah, you should probably tell me why before you grab me.
You're under.
I'm doing this?
You're under.
Dogs! Dogs! Tyranny enforcing! Huh? You feel proud of yourselves? Huh?
Stay still, sir.
What's the survival rate of COVID? Answer me that. Where's COVID caused excess mortality? They're destroying people's lives for this?
A pregnant woman has been charged with incitement after police raided her Ballarat home. The 28-year-old live-streamed her arrest on Facebook after allegedly encouraging friends to attend a lockdown protest.
At 3 o'clock this afternoon, 4 detectives storm into a home.
Now, you're under arrest in relation to incitement.
Incitement?
A young mother, still in her pyjamas, is cuffed.
What on earth? Excuse me, what on earth?
Slapped with a search warrant in front of her partner and young children.
What's this?
Ultrasound in an hour?
Yeah, she's pregnant.
But Ballarat detectives were determined to question Zoe Bueller after the 28-year-old allegedly created this Freedom Day Facebook event, asking her friends to remember the 5th of September.
I wasn't breaking any laws by doing that.
You are breaking law. That's why I'm arresting you in relation to incitement.
How can you arrest her? That's
my 2 children.
The former cleaner turned candle maker has posted that COVID is a hoax, and police allege she was behind an anti-lockdown demonstration similar to those planned in major cities across the world this Saturday.
Any device in this house we're taking.
This is ridiculous.
You're not taking my phone.
Well,
I'm taking any device, mate. That's
device.
my phone. It's nothing to do with her. It's my phone.
Get off of me!
Grabbed around the neck by police, a woman who wasn't wearing a mask.
Choking me!
The forceful manoeuvre during a scuffle yesterday in Collingwood as her boyfriend watched.
It's a man on a girl and you choked her. For what? For a mask? For not having a mask?
Here's a man in Melbourne this Sunday who made the mistake of walking a block from his house.
He lives a block away.
Yeah, but he has no
what do you mean?
He has no reason to be here. He doesn't have a valid reason to be out today. He wasn't wearing a face mask.
Hold on, he has a face mask in his pocket. He was just smoking a cigarette. He just came to get lunch with me.
And the reason I didn't have a mask on because I was having a cigarette. I've got 2 masks in my pocket. Like, what else do you want me to do?
Thank you to all South Australians for playing your part to stop the spread. Please stop the spread. We all need to keep playing our part to get on top of this. Staying home, wearing a mask and getting tested with symptoms. The next couple of weeks are crucial for us here in our fight against COVID-19. Masks protect you, your family and the community. Masks should be worn at the following places: shopping centres, supermarkets and any other place where you're in close contact with people you don't know. Wearing a mask is a small thing we can all do to help stop the spread. Please stay calm and keep playing your part.
Do you have any communication circling around between people about the planned any protests coming up?
But
Put that down. Produce some identification.
yeah, I'm happy to.
Move your car! Put that down.
Move
your car! Put that down. Yep.
And the government has fired rubber bullets and tear gas at anti-lockdown protesters, including children.
Oh!
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! On the ground!
All right, get the eye gouts in there.
First of all, from 6 p.m. tonight, I am declaring a state of disaster across Victoria. This will be in addition to the state of emergency that has operated throughout. This means that police and others have additional powers. We can suspend various acts of the Parliament. We can make sure that we get the job done, and there's no question about the enforceability and the way in which new rules will operate. You will no longer be able to leave home or go any further away from your home than a 5-kilometre radius. Only one person will be able to go shopping once per day, and they will need to secure the goods and services that are what you need within a 5-kilometre radius.
I've just been pulled over by the cops, probably because I'm outside of my 5Ks, but we'll see what happens. So I just thought I'd put the live stream on just in case.
Just from the Springvale Police Station.
Sure.
At the moment, we need to have a chat to you about a matter of incitement, so I need to place you under arrest for that, okay?
Pardon?
At the moment, you're under arrest for incitement.
Have you guys been following me?
You do not have to say I do only, but anything you say to you may record and give evidence. Do you understand that? Do you understand that, Monica?
No comment.
Okay.
Please share this video as much as possible. Monica Smith has just been arrested for incitement.
Off for me, please. The phone, we're seizing that car off.
In terms of exercise, recreational activity is now no longer allowed. You will be allowed to have 1 hour of exercise no further than 5 kilometres from your home.
I've only used up 2 minutes and 45 seconds of my of exercise today.
So there will be a curfew across metropolitan Melbourne from 8 p.m. this evening, and it will run from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. each and every day.
A state of disaster. Never in Australia's history has there been a lockdown as extreme as this. Melbourne, now a ghost town, as nearly 5 million of the city's residents wake up to a situation which will become their new norm.
The Lord Mayor says never before in Melbourne's history have we had a curfew, but we have one now.
We need everyone to stay hunkered down this weekend, stay within your household.
Today is the first full day of the New World Order. Outdoor gatherings are limited to 2 people. Exercise is allowed, but no further than a 10-kilometre radius from your home. Browsing in shops is not permitted. Only 1 person per household may leave to do essential shopping. And from tomorrow, funerals are limited to 10 people.
In 2010, the deep state had the Rockefeller Foundation script a plan to introduce martial law and a permanent method for total control of the citizenry. The prison state that they need to keep their grip on power. As usual, the fascists disguise their crimes as helping us, and as is typical of this new type of fascism, they always make the claim that we the people are begging them to have more and more control over us. As you watch this video, remember that the deep state concocted this scheme in 2010 as a quote-unquote simulation of what is to come. The only thing you have to remember is if they can do it, they will do it.
The ruling establishment has a lot of, they will stop at nothing to complete their toolkit of control, right? So one of the things that has been missing from the toolkit of total control has been quarantines and curfews, right? Here's a document from the Rockefeller Foundation. It's called Scenarios for the Future International Development, the Rockefeller Foundation, all right? It's called Lockstep. They call it a scenario. These are scenario narratives, and they speak about it in the past tense. So they put out this scenario, Lockstep. A world of tighter, top-down government control and more authoritarian leadership with limited innovation and growing citizen pushback. Okay, I'll read a little bit of it. In 2012, the pandemic that the world had been anticipating for years, nobody was anticipating a pandemic, finally hit. Unlike 2009's H1N1, this new influenza strain originating from wild geese, even the most pandemic-prepared nations were quickly overwhelmed when the virus streaked around the world, infecting nearly 20% of the global population and killing 8 million in just 7 months, the majority of them healthy young adults. The pandemic also had a deadly effect on economies. You can see that agenda. Just naked, raw, naked control agenda written down. International mobility of both people and goods screeched to a halt. which is what they want. They want a completely isolated world, right? Debilitating industries like tourism and breaking global supply chain. And they want you at home in your house in front of the TV, then they got you. Even locally, normally bustling shops and offices sat empty for months, okay? So I love how they talk about it in the past tense in 2010. Right? The pandemic blanketed the planet, but even in developed countries, containment was a challenge. Now here's this one, I love this one. The United States' initial policy of strongly discouraging, in quotation marks, strongly discouraging citizens from flying proved deadly in its leniency. So they should have been tougher, right? Accelerating the spread of the virus, not just within the United States, but across borders. However, a few countries did fare better. China in particular. The Chinese government's quick imposition and enforcement of mandatory quarantine for all citizens, as well as its instant and near hermetic sealing off of all borders, saved millions of lives, stopping the spread of virus far earlier than in other countries. So the message is here is we have to look towards the Chinese, the oppressive totalitarian. Yeah, Chinese regime as an example of what we need to be doing here.
China took the situation in Wuhan, and by extreme interventions in terms of reducing movement, they were able to crush that epidemic.
China's government was not the only one that took extreme measures to protect its citizens from risk and exposure. During the pandemic, national leaders around the world flexed their muscles, flexed their authority, and imposed airtight rules and restrictions, from the mandatory wearing of face masks to body temperature checks at the entries to communal spaces and even supermarkets. They want body checks at supermarkets, okay? So basically what they're saying is they're building a system where every move you make, you gotta go through them. Even after the pandemic faded, this more authoritarian control and oversight of citizens and their activities stuck and even intensified.
To disobey a public health
I walked
order.
out of the shop, what did you ask? Where's my mask? I said I had an exemption, yeah? You said, oh, okay, that's fine. And I walked off and I said I know my rights. As soon as I said I know my rights, what did you do?
As I said,
you followed me out. You followed me out of the shop. This one's just standing here not saying anything.
Breaching a public health order. As part of that, I'm going to search your bag.
No, you're not searching my bag.
Refusal to comply is an offence in of itself.
You cannot search a person unless they're committing a crime.
We breathe oxygen. We need oxygen. We breathe out carbon dioxide. How long would an animal or a human last by just breathing carbon dioxide? Not very long. We need oxygen within a minute and a half, 2 minutes, things start to shut off. When you're wearing a mask, you are inducing a hypoxic injury, a pseudo-hypoxia. There are studies have been done. The point being that when you wear a mask, you are restricting airflow. You are also breathing in more carbon dioxide, so you're creating a pseudo-hypoxic state. But more than that, you're also creating stress because your body is now having to suck oxygen through something that's obstructing the airway. When you're wearing a mask, you're reducing your ability to oxygenate. You're also, because you're throwing your body into that chronic stress, because you're sucking oxygen, you have to suck oxygen through this mask, you're increasing your cortisol levels, which is your stress hormone. Cortisol going up suppresses your immune system. You get into what they call a sympathetomimetic drive. You're driving it further and faster. This is a flight-fight response. This is like having your car in park and stepping on the accelerator. That's what you're doing to your body. So you are throwing your body into an overdrive situation of stress that is now going to create a cascade, a domino effect. Because when your body is stressed, guess what else happens? You need more oxygen. And now you've got something covering your mouth. You think that that's going to create a problem with you to breathe? Wearing masks has never been established to prevent disease. There's no scientific literature for that.
Yeah, so the elevator pitch is test, contact trace, isolate and quarantine, and wear a mask, and role model wearing a mask. Every single person should be wearing a mask, without exception.
A short-lived COVID order from Governor Andrew Cuomo is now back. Today, a mask mandate for daycare and childcare centers was announced by Governor Kathy Hochul. Now, when Cuomo tried this back in the month of May, days later, he reversed it because of the blowback from parents and daycare operators.
The mask mandate is for everyone aged 2 and older, and it goes into effect tomorrow morning.
At a COVID briefing this morning, Hochul said that rise of childhood cases is why she made the decision to require masks in daycare and childcare facilities.
Put your mask on. No, you gotta wear it on, honey. No, you gotta keep it on. Put your mask on. There you go. Keep it right there. Yay, Mason! Yay! Keep it on, Mason. Look, we're gonna keep it right here. Peekaboo, I see you. Keep your mask on. Put your mask back on. What are you looking at? Keep it on your face. You gotta keep it on your face so we go outside. There you go. Mason.
Children rely on proper oxygen content for their brain development. And if you are impeding oxygen on a daily basis for our youth, you are disrupting the development of the front part of the brain, the rear brain, and you can look into studies by Dr. Larry Pilevsky, who's done talks on this, that talk about repetitive oxygen deprivation can impede that brain development.
One of the things about schools that I think puts it in perspective is that more children have died from suicide than from COVID.
One of the first videos to be incredibly censored, I brought my 12-year-old son into my studio on live television, and we bought a CO2 monitor. And I put that CO2 monitor up underneath his mask, and I had him wear all the different masks that we use, whether it was a surgical mask or an N95, or we even tested a shield and a bandana. But what we saw was incredibly alarming.
So now we're in a place where he could be having headaches. He can be, we're at 3,786. Look at this, we've just passed 5,000. Now we're in the toxic level. Right now we could be doing just 7,000 inside this mask of the CO2, 8,000 parts per million. And now this thing's gone off the Richter scale, folks. It can't even register how high the CO2 levels are inside. And look how many seconds that was. All right.
Can I just...
Yeah, you want to take that off? Now, CO2 is what OSHA monitors. That's our government agency that travels around making sure that the air people breathe in their offices or in their manufacturing plants is healthy. They all have CO2 monitors on the wall so that if the CO2 level gets too high, like a canary in the coal mine, luckily we have one of these monitors, we have people rush out of the room until they fix the problem. The body of science around this world shows that masks do not work, and in fact tend to cut oxygen, raise CO2 levels. I've even brought in OSHA experts on my show that said that's exactly the study we did, and we know that's true. We know it denies you oxygen.
My sister's arrested for shopping for food with no mask. When there's people walking around with no mask. Look at this. Look at this. My brother on the floor for nothing. The people spraying 12-year-olds.
We have to stop the spread of COVID. To do this, we all need to work together. We need to limit our movements. We need to consider whenever we leave our house that anyone with us, anyone we come into contact with could convey the virus. So whilst it is in human nature to engage in conversation with others, to be friendly, unfortunately, this is not the time to do that. So even if you run into your next door neighbour in the shopping centre, in the Coles, whilst you're at Coles or Woolworths or Aldi or any other grocery shop, don't start up a conversation. Now is the time for minimising your interactions with others. Even if you've got a mask, do not think that affords total protection. We want to be absolutely sure that as we go about our daily lives, we do not come into contact with anyone else that would pose a risk.
Using a battering ram, police smashed their way into the home of COVID conspiracy theorist James Bartolo.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, okay. All right, stop. I'll stop. Okay. All right.
It's just not right.
They had a warrant though.
So, how was the warrant legal?
It was issued by the court, right?
Yeah, but on what grounds?
Incitement. The 27-year-old serial pest is accused of encouraging his large social media following to attend planned anti-lockdown protests in the CBD tomorrow.
But what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be gathering just around here.
I can't stress enough, when the majority of the population is vaccinated, the cases of COVID that you see will occur more in vaccinated people because no vaccine is perfect. We will be getting vaccinated regularly. There will be new strains that emerge potentially, and we'll have boosters, a bit like seasonal flu. We've made vaccines quicker than we've ever made them before, and so some of the mRNA technology gives us hope that we'll be able to rapidly accommodate to any changes in the virus. But that's where we're going to be, and the key message is we need to get that second dose protection. So whilst I'm very pleased we are at 70% first dose, as you know, I've previously said I want to see the sky as a limit. I think Australia can be the most vaccinated country in the world because we believe in science and we believe in vaccines. But what I also need to do is get that second dose into people.
End up going to bed that night, woke up in a lot of pain. As I woke up, my partner next to me also said she was in quite a bit of pain from her chest. She actually just got a second Pfizer jab 3 days ago. I've done a bit of research. I'm like, this probably isn't normal. So took her and drove in hospital. She went in one room, I went in the other. Doctors came up to me. One of the first questions they asked was, have you been vaccinated? And I said, yes, I've only had one Pfizer shot, and it was about nearly 3 weeks ago. And they then informed me I developed pericarditis. Then been dealing with the cardiologist, she's also informed me I've got some scarring of the heart, and they've directly linked it to the vaccine. Also, my partner has developed myocarditis. We're both fit, we both train a lot, so it's very shocking. Honestly, I just want every young guy out there to know, like, if you are training and you're getting vaccinated, stop training. Because I was due for my second, and the cardiologist said it could have killed me. It was not only the cardiologist that said that. She didn't only say those numbers. She said it's happening mostly in young guys. All right. She did say she was getting some young girls. And she made it very clear, she goes, I'm not supposed to talk about this. I talked to 2 nurses and I just said, hey, like, is this more and more going on? And they both said the same. Yeah, we're getting roughly 30 to 40 people through a day with myocarditis or pericarditis. I literally rang every friend I knew, every young guy that had Pfizer, my sister included. I also rang my cousin to go and get checked. I know he'd just done his second dose of Pfizer. Pre that second dose, he was also complaining of mild heart flutters. Well, guess what? He went to hospital last night, and sure enough, got checked. He too has pericarditis. All right, so this is far more common than people are saying.
Yes, hi, my name is Dr. Mike Yeadon, and I've worked for 32 years mostly in big pharmaceutical companies and 10 years in the biotechnology sector. So my last job in Big Pharma, I was the Vice President and Chief Scientist of Allergy and Respiratory Research. I left Pfizer in 2011. So let me just say again, the variants are not different enough to represent a threat to you, so you do not need to top up vaccines, yet they are being made and the regulators have more or less waved them through. I'm very frightened of that. There's no possible benign interpretation of this. I believe that they're going to be used to damage your health and possibly kill you. Seriously. I can see no sensible interpretation other than a serious attempt at mass depopulation. Just take it from me, you don't need vaccine passports. They provide nothing whatsoever to you or anybody else in relation to safety, but it will give away to whoever controls that database and the rules complete control over everything you do. Let me give you one last example. You're owning this vaccine passport, and it pings. And in addition to advising you need to come to the health centre for your top-up vaccine, perhaps your second one in a year, it also advises you that you need to bring your small grandchild down because your daughter hasn't brought the little lad in yet. And they say if you don't bring that grandchild down, your vaccine passport will expire and that of your daughter as well. Now try resisting that. Simply think. This system is being put in place using lies, and it's being put in place using lies for some purpose, and I believe that purpose is complete totalitarian control. And I think the purpose of that is going to be mass depopulation. I can't think of a single benign interpretation for the simple creation of these top-up vaccines, let alone the lies that surround them. And I'm absolutely terrified that the combination of vaccine passports and top-up vaccines is going to lead to, mass depopulation, deliberate execution, potentially of billions of people.
So for those who personally know me, know that I was super scared of getting the vaccination and said I'll hold off for as long as I can until I have to. And I was pretty much told no jab, no job, can't compete with my horses, can't go anywhere, you're selfish if you don't get it, just get it. So I toughed it out and, did what was right to do. I was a perfectly healthy, normal 19-year-old kid and have never been to hospital whatsoever, super active. I got my second jab on the 21st, midnight that night. I woke up vomiting, fevers, my whole body was shaking, my legs were sore, my joints were sore, I had blurry vision, I had a really bad headache and just pain all over, next level. And I do have a pretty high pain tolerance, so I knew something really wasn't right. I came back positive for something called D-dimer, pretty much meaning that my lungs and body were filling up with blood clots and I had to get rushed to the emergency room. They discovered clots on my legs and all over my chest, all over my lungs on both sides. They just said pretty much to go home and if you're sick or in pain to come back. So the bad chest pains are from my blood clots on my lungs, from me breathing, so they pretty much said it's the equivalent of having broken ribs. So I'm now on a long road of recovery for 6 to 12 months, and if not some life-changing things. I also do have loads of side effects that I'm just choosing to keep personal, just because I'm struggling to come to the terms with what's been taken away from me and my new normal.
So I have busted blood vessels all over my body. So I have some here, and I have them on all my arms and my legs, and then wait till you see the inside of my mouth. It's nasty. There's like 4 on this side, and then on this side, there's and that one. So I saw 2 doctors and an NP this morning, and they have no idea what's going on. I had noticed that I had developed a rash on my arms, chest, and legs. It's called petechiae. I'll insert a picture right here for you guys. Like I peed literal black, like blood. So I got home, and then like 30 minutes later I get a phone call, and they're like, hey, just a heads up, like your platelets are less than 1. And just to put that into like perspective for you, they're supposed to be from like anywhere from 150 to 450, and mine were less than 1. So they're like, you need to get to the hospital as soon as possible. We need to do a transfusion. So I was discharged home today. It's hard to say if this is like a one-time thing or if it is gonna be something I'm gonna have to like continue to monitor for life. I don't know. A lot of people have been in the comments asking about like if I had the COVID vaccines and whatnot. I did. I had both doses of Pfizer. And it's hard to say if this is a side effect of that. Because it had never, this has never happened before. It makes me believe maybe it is.
We could lose a generation of elders if the Aboriginal people don't get the jab.
Uncle Bevan Costello is an elder from Cherbourg, northwest of Brisbane. He's protecting himself and his community.
I feel more confident now that I'm fully vaccinated.
You know, you'll find a lot of those Indigenous, those smaller communities, they will take that money. There's no doubt about that. If that's the way that they have to get those communities to sign up to it, because they cannot actually communicate and get it through to them, this is what needs to be done, and get those jabs.
As you know, last night we took an urgent action to escalate our response in these communities, immediately implementing a hard lockdown. That means residents of Binjari and Rockall no longer have the 5 reasons to leave their home. They can only leave for medical treatment in an emergency or if required by law.
But apparently they went into Robinson River in the last 48 hours and force vaccinated everyone in the community, right, against their will. We had an elder call someone yesterday. He was crying. He was crying because everybody was force vaccinated and they didn't want it.
We are a part of the original Sovereign Tribal Federation. We are part of the community. We are part of the people, and we're standing here united to make an international call for assistance. We need international attention focused on what's happening here in our communities. We have the Northern Territory government force vaccinating our people, pressuring them using military, using foreign military, foreign police officers, and local military and local police officers to pressure our people into taking this bioweapon. They are not informing the people. They are lining them up. They are pressuring them. They are telling them they can't eat in the shops. They can't leave the community. They can't go shopping elsewhere. Those who are being forced, those who are fleeing to get food or fleeing from this forced vaccination are actually being fined $5,000 for leaving the community. So this is martial law. This is a war crime. This is a crime against humanity. And everything that has been implemented against humanity has been trialled and practiced on the tribal people of this continent. We are the guinea pigs. We are the dry run for everything. What they are doing in our community right now, do not think because you live in major cities that you are void of it. This is a dry run for the rest of the country and the rest of the world.
As of today, the call has gone out to everyone in home quarantine in Victoria to take part of our pilot program. And what that means is that they will receive random phone calls and they have to answer within 5 minutes with a selfie sent to this app, which will then geo-track where that person is and to make sure that they are who they say they are as well. If they don't answer within that 5-minute period, that's when health officers come knocking.
Canadian Prepper here. So today on the channel we're going to be reviewing a movie. Okay, so everybody's in lockdown, everybody's stuck in the city in martial law. They're projecting in this movie that everybody's phone in the future is going to have a built-in scanner or thermal imager on it, which is going to be able to determine whether or not you have a virus just by you looking at it every morning. And if you don't get your scan, then the Department of Sanitation comes out and either nabs you or forces you to take the scan or takes you to the Q zone.
Good morning, Miss Garcia.
Curfew is now in effect. All unauthorized citizens must stay indoors.
Tensions rise as we enter the 213th week of lockdown.
A grim new reality emerges.
COVID-23 has mutated.
Beginning thermal scan. Thermal scan normal.
A horrifying new development
New
today.
data confirms the virus attacks the brain tissue.
Hey. Whoa, I'm immune! I'm immune!
Worldwide death toll rises to over 110 million.
All infected Americans are being forced into quarantine camps.
Sarah, what's going on?
Under a new home quarantine plan for international travelers, if you don't send the government your photo and location when it sends you a text, the police will come to your door.
Department of Sanitation.
Sarah, talk to me.
I think my neighbor has a fever.
It'll be so much easier if you just open the door. Mrs. Grant, you have visitors.
Sarah, please. Sarah, open that door.
Sarah, do not open that door.
It's highly likely that more residents will be transferred to Howard Springs today, either as positive cases or close contacts. We've already identified 38 close contacts in Binjari, and that number will go up. Those 38 are being transferred now. I contacted the Prime Minister last night. We are grateful for the support of about 20 ADF personnel as well as army trucks to assist with the transfer of positive cases and close contacts. We are doing an assessment today of what extra resources we might need from the feds, and the Prime Minister is ready to help further. I thank him and the Australian government for that.
We are absolutely going to make sure as many Territorians as possible are vaccinated. That is our best protection against this thing. And if you look at the Doherty modelling that's only come out since, that says if we double dose 80 in remote communities, 5 and up, I think you'll see our vaccine mandate is absolutely crucial to protecting lives, particularly Aboriginal life. And I will never back away from supporting vaccines, and anyone out there who comes for the mandate, you are anti-vax.
Beginning thermal scan. 3, 2, 1. Anomaly detected. Armed guards will be arriving in 4 to 6 hours. You must not attempt to leave your home, or you will be shot on sight.
Be all right. And remember, stay safe, sane, and sanitized.
Okay, because only 0.1% of people in the movie are actually immune, and everybody else is either in lockdown or in these Q zones.
Howard Springs near Darwin is held up as the gold standard of quarantine. Separate cabins, on-site testing, catering, and so far, no known breaches. But the Queensland government reckons it can do better.
This is going to be a great boost for our defence against the virus.
State Cabinet has signed off on the Wellcamp facility, first proposed 7 months ago. Businessman John Wagner will build it next door to his airport.
We will have the first 500 beds operational before Christmas.
The state government will lease it and run it. The cost to taxpayers is being kept under wraps.
We're all just waiting patiently to be fed. It's like when you shake the bag of the dog treats and the dogs come running. We're all just outside waiting. Just had the cops come around and tell this woman off staying over here as well. Because there was about 5 seconds in between her taking a sip of her cup of tea and she took her face mask down. Cops came around literally on the dot and just pulled her up for it, and she said, well, I'm drinking my tea, and they said, well, not right now, you're not, put your face mask on. So, it's a bit intense.
This is going down as a payment portion. If you're caught again, you will receive a $5,000 fine.
Today I can also announce that the Commonwealth is entering into an agreement with the Northern Territory Government to further expand our Howard Springs National Resilience Quarantine Facility to 2,000, up from 850. And that will be done over the next few months. And that is an important addition to the capacity of those quarantine facilities.
Ooh, here they come. Feeding time at the zoo. I am bloody starving.
So how did they investigate you? Were you part of a contact tracing kind of list? Or?
So what they did is how they contacted me was I have a scooter and they ran my number plate, and they ran the number plate and seen the footage that I was with the person who had tested positive, and that's how they knocked on my door and knew where I lived from running my number plates.
Okay. So then do they call you up, or did they come straight to the house, or what happens next?
Yeah, so they came straight to my house. I didn't get a call or anything. I literally walked out the front and it was 2 undercover investigators. And they said, oh, do you know so-and-so? I said, yes. They said, have you been with them? And I said, yep. I told them my whereabouts, where I'd been, everything like that. And they said, no worries. And they said, had you had a COVID test done? I said, yes, I had, when I hadn't. Just because I was so scared of in the moment, and I've been to one of these quarantine camps before, only literally a month before this, so I know what it was like. I was just really scared. It was just a horrible position to be in, and I just lied and said, look, yeah, I have, when I had. They said, you know, they drove off. About 5 minutes later, they called me and they said, we've tried to check the system and your name's nowhere. We can't find you. And I said, look, I've lied to you. I'm completely sorry. I'm so apologetic. You know, I'm scared. I don't want to, you know, this is just such a scary thing. And they said, yep, righto, stay there. Someone's going to come and test you. I said, all right. So I stayed there and I just waited for someone to come and test me. No one came to test me. The next people who rocked up at my house were 2 other police officers. They blocked my driveway.
These are actually uniformed police officers, normal police officers.
Yeah. So then the police officers blocked my driveway. I walked out and I said, what's going on? Are you guys testing me for COVID? What's happening? They said, no, you're getting taken away and you have no choice. You're going to Howard Springs. You either come with us now and we'll put you in the back of the divvy van, or you can have a choice to get a COVID cab. So, of course, I chose the COVID cab because they said, well, if we're to take you, we're going to hand you a $5,000 fine. So, of course, I didn't want that to happen. So I just said, look, I don't consent to this. I don't understand why I can't just self-isolate at home like a lot of other people are doing. And they just said, we've just been told from higher up where to take you, and that's all that there is. Obviously, I was very distressed. I was crying. I was saying, this isn't fair. You know, it was just horrible to go through. And I said, once these go negative, am I allowed to leave? And she said, no, you're here for the 14 days.
So you get taken to a room, is it? A cabin? What's life like inside these camps?
You literally get put on the back of a golf buggy with your bags. And these people are in hazmat suits and everything. They don't want to come near you because they think you're infectious. And they literally drop you to your room and they leave you. They don't come and say anything. They don't check up. They don't do anything. You know, you get delivered your meals once a day and you are just left. We're only allowed to stay in our designated areas, which is nothing, maybe 2 meters. We have a deck that we're allowed to go out and maybe get a little bit of sunlight, but that is it. If you get caught off your decking without a mask on or anything, you get a $5,000 fine.
So what's the go?
So this, I'm going to give you a warning, yeah? It's an official warning that you have to stand above and obey the rules while you get, yeah? And that's, we have to go the rules again. I don't care.
So am I allowed to go to the laundry?
You're allowed to go to the laundry, but you got to wear a mask, yeah?
Yeah, righto.
And you definitely can't go up to fencing rods, but you're allowed to go to the laundry, yeah? That's always been the case, yeah?
Right, so if I was sitting just here, which is right near the fence, why are these guys in a cabin that's right near the fence? It makes no sense, does it?
Yeah, but you can't leave your balcony to go to the fence to talk to somebody else. That's what's obvious, yeah?
So if I was at that balcony...
Have to make sense. We always say there has to be lines everywhere drawn, yeah? And one of the lines is you cannot leave your balcony and you cannot go to someone else. Yeah, can we just do that? Otherwise, the next time it's a $5,000 fine, and we don't want to do that.
It's a $5,000 fine if what?
If you breach again.
If I walk out onto that path.
Without your mask on, for no reason other than the rule.
If I cross that yellow line,
saying that you've broken the rule.
That I've broken the rule, I will be issued with a $5,000 fine.
That's correct.
Right.
We could even do that now, but we're giving the warning first. Have a chat with you because it's a big fine, the ins and outs. It's got nothing to do with me. I'm just here to make sure the rules are here. Yeah?
You feel like you're in prison. You feel like you've done something wrong. It's inhumane what they're doing. Like you are so small. They just overpower you and you're literally nothing. It's like you do what we say or you're in trouble. We'll lock you up for longer. Yeah, they were even threatening me that if I was to do this again, we will extend your time in here. So because I was so distressed and I said, can you just please let me out for a walk or a run? Like I'm in this little box and I can't move. Can I please, I'm anxious, I'm feeling not well, I need to get out. And they literally said, we've got a doctor calling you and we'll get some Valium prescribed to you that you can call us anytime you like and you can have Valium.
Just to calm you down?
Yeah. You are literally trapped in a box on your decking with fences all around you, cameras everywhere. Like it's just astounding. Like you're literally treated like a prisoner in there. I really want to get awareness out to what is going on. Like these camps are getting built all over the world I know there's another one getting built in Victoria at the moment, and as I said, it doesn't matter if you're not vaccinated. You have one dosage of the vaccination or two. It doesn't matter your vaccination status. You can get sent to these camps if you are of close contact, like I was.
At any stage of this process, did anyone tell you your rights? Have you had any contact with a lawyer? Has there been any kind of legal process?
Nothing. Oh, trust me, when I was in there, I was thinking, how do I escape? But, what are going to be the consequences if I do and if I get caught? It's an ongoing thing. Your mental health, it's just, as I said, like you're in a box, your mind's just going a million miles an hour, you feel horrible, it's just horrible what they're putting people through, because you feel like you've done something wrong when you haven't. All you were doing is going about your normal life.
So this is happening to a lot of people in Australia, and not just the powerless. An Australian senator who has been critical of COVID restrictions was recently forced into a quarantine camp despite testing negative for COVID repeatedly, and now the government of Australia, which he has criticized, just sent him a $4,000 bill while he's in detention.
Tucker, the message is real. If people want to speak out, and they can do this to me, they can do it to anyone. I've never been more concerned about the things that are going on in this country.
Things in my mandatory government quarantine which just make sense. The balcony in which we're not allowed to leave, or it's a $5,000 fine. A map of all the areas which we're not allowed to go, and a thermometer and blood pressure band so doctors can track our health.
I did ask them for more masks because, really disgusting, I've been wearing the same one since I got here and I keep asking them, and they said they'll bring it, but I don't know, we'll see if they bring it tomorrow, because that's pretty bad negligence to make me wear the same mask all the time because it's mandatory to wear one. So here we are, day 4 complete.
But I would just say this, we didn't have Mickleham at the beginning of this pandemic. We will have Mickleham at the beginning of the next one, whenever that might be. We will have Mickleham for all sorts of reasons. And we'll have Mickleham in just a few months for people who come back here and are not vaccinated. Or when another variant pops up, we will have Mickleham. So I think it is a very good investment. We'd have all been better off if we had it 2 years ago. We didn't. Can't change that other than getting on and building it now. So we stand ready to run it for whatever cohort, in whatever circumstances it needs to be used.
The proposed location is 24 kilometres from Melbourne Airport, 47 from the CBD. The Northern is the closest hospital, 18 kilometres away. Today's the first in a 4-step process. The state government committing $15 million designing the new quarantine hub. If it's approved by the Commonwealth, construction begins in September. The acting Premier says the initial $200 million project will be built in 4 months. There's an option to expand to 3,000 beds at a total cost of $700 million. The Victorian government says we'll need quarantine requirements for at least 2 to 3 years.
In that letter it says, following consideration of the analysis of the location options of the facility and in accordance with our MOU, I'm advising that we have determined that the land at Mickleham, currently owned by the Commonwealth Department of Finance, is the selected location for the facility. So there is really a hope here, Kenny, that that facility could be up sooner than we were initially told.
Well, naughty Anastasia. You just admitted on camera that you've got a plan to put the unvaccinated into quarantine camps that you're building outside Brisbane and outside major cities. Listen to this, my fellow Australians. This is what the mainstream media won't pick up on. But Palaszczuk, the Queensland Premier, just admitted on camera that she is building quarantine camps for the unvaccinated. Listen to this.
Quarantine facility that you announced that will be built, I think, in the middle of next year. Do you still need that?
I think regional quarantine facilities are going to be needed into the future. We'll also need it for unvaccinated people.
Unvaccinated people. Now you've heard that. That's her words, not my words. She admitted that it's for the unvaccinated. Now look what she says next. The same day, at a different press conferences, she actually threatens us, Australians. She says, get vaccinated before it's too late.
This is your last opportunity. This is your last chance to get vaccinated.
What do you mean too late? What, you're going to come and arrest us and put us into camps? Is that where we're headed? Is that where we're headed, Australia? Is that what's going on? If you dare raise a finger at any of us or any of my fellow Australians, well, we'll see what happens.
Damascus Barracks in Pinkenba, picked by the Commonwealth. 1,000 rooms, up to 1,450 people, initially taking 800 travellers a fortnight, and now employees.
We'd want the staff residing there.
How that would work and who would sign up is unclear.
Because if staff are leaving and going home each day, it's a similar risk to what we see in hotel quarantine. Direct access to the rooms externally, so not closed-in corridors, demountable buildings with open verandas on them and direct access to each room. So that's the sort of thing we want.
In the latest episode of Australia is Becoming a Dystopian Nightmare, we come across this page of the Victorian Quarantine Hub, which is allegedly there to protect the community from COVID-19 with a purpose-built quarantine facility. So, never mind the fact that Australia is currently using the military to enforce their COVID lockdowns. This page for the Victorian Quarantine Hub from vic.gov.au should terrify you. But if you look at their PDF they have, and it's 51 pages long, but you're looking at the maps of, let's keep on going, of what it's going to look like, where you have the main center, you have the quarantine blocks that maybe you can't go past, the kitchen, logistics, the where you're allowed to drop things off, and security offices. It doesn't seem too friendly because you're looking at the way this is set up, almost like a prison or like those Japanese internment camps that they used during World War II. But you're looking at this image with all these facilities and the way they were treated during World War II, and you're looking at the same exact way they're going to format their quarantine block. Obviously, you're going to draw parallels. Again, I'm trying to make this PG-13 YouTube friendly, but I hate the way this looks compared to this. And also, a scarier thing, I won't play the audio from this, but they have the video of them taking somebody from their home. They're talking about this guy who says, hey look, I got a negative test on my phone. It says it was negative. I think this is a mistake, but you know what? They're going to take me away. And then the newscaster says, oh, we're going to take him away indefinitely. So they're going to his home with the police and some paramedical services thing and saying, let's load you up in this van and take you away to your alternative quarantine accommodation. How terrifying is that where police are just showing up at your doorstep saying, hey look, what's the information you got is different than the information we got, so you're gonna have to come with us to be relocated for a undetermined amount of time. That should be terrifying. Seeing this map compared to what we've seen in the past and the idea that they're just grabbing some guy that says that he doesn't have it, I don't like that.
These are satellite images from the deserts of western China. Look closely and you'll see these huge complexes being built. From the sky, they sort of look like factories or even schools. But look even closer. This line is one facility's perimeter wall. And these shadows, they're cast by watchtowers along the wall. This compound isn't a school or a factory. It's an internment camp. And Xinjiang was effectively turned into a high-tech police state.
So this kind of thing is happening all over the country, but in Xinjiang, it's been just increased by orders of magnitude. We're talking about Uyghurs having to hand over their phones at checkpoints. We're even talking about QR codes being installed on the outside of their homes.
Victoria is finally set to follow New South Wales' lead and make the government QR check-in system mandatory for all venues.
QR. It stands for Quick Response, and we've responded very quickly. A big part of living with COVID about to become bigger. The check-in, soon to also check up on vaccination status. The plan is to link Medicare vaccination status to QR check-in profiles using a traffic light system, flashing green at check-in for vaccinated and red for unvaccinated.
People will be able to do everything at the one go. They'll be able to QR code, they'll be able to demonstrate they've been vaccinated.
The vaccination data will also help contact tracers if the business becomes an exposure site.
It's also important in the future that people who are unvaccinated going into particular places, that we know that they've been there.
Does everybody have to do it? Like, can you get out of it? Seems like you have to be a millionaire or famous to get out of it, because they really don't care about your personal circumstances. Letters from doctors, counsellors, Doesn't matter where you are in rural Victoria, it's really just a one-size-fits-all solution that is reminiscent of my time in China. You know, that level of bureaucracy that doesn't take personal circumstances into account. I wrote letters to ministers, appealed decisions, all these other things. Won't go into it, but essentially, they don't care. They'll just lock you up. What has it been like so far? Well, 4, maybe 5 hours just sitting in these spaced chairs as like police hover around, nurses with like hazmat suits are like taking your details and everything. Then they put like a sticker on you. And then once they've processed you, then they shuffle you onto a bus. The army are there, the cops are there, the bus then takes you to your hotel.
The top men's tennis player in the world, Novak Djokovic, fighting to stay and play to defend his title at the Australian Open. But tonight he's been confined to an immigration detention hotel, facing possible deportation. A vaccine skeptic. His COVID vaccine exemption has been denied.
But when he arrived at the Melbourne airport, he was detained and questioned for 10 hours before having his visa revoked for failing to provide appropriate standards of proof for entrance.
At Melbourne airport, as Djokovic was being held in a private room and, according to his father, being guarded by armed police.
He's not in detention, he's in prison. They took all of his stuff, even his wallet. They left him with just a phone and no change of clothes, nowhere to wash his face. He's in prison. Shame on them. The whole free world, together with Serbia, should rise. This isn't a battle for Serbia and Novak. It's a battle for 7 or something billion people.
His family say he was brought here and put into a cramped bedroom that he's sharing with insects.
Rushed into a quarantine hotel in a van, surrounded by guards in protective clothing.
You have to have a double vaccination, because that's the country's rule for entry into the country.
Novak Djokovic has lost an appeal to stay in the country ahead of day one of the Australian Open tomorrow. The Federal Court of Australia has just handed down its final decision, sealing the fate of the men's world #1 tennis player. 3 judges have unanimously upheld the government's position that Djokovic is a threat to civil order and has become an icon for anti-vaccination groups.
The Immigration Minister argues the world #1 poses a danger to Australia, claiming in the same way the Djokovic brand is used to sell and promote products, his reputation as an anti-vax poster boy could influence some in the community.
The federal court was unanimous, adding that Djokovic would be responsible for the government's legal fees, and he's subject to a possible 3-year ban.
The drama in Australia may be behind Novak Djokovic, but the tennis star's competition hopes remain clouded, with France saying he could be barred from the French Open in May. The sports ministry in Paris says, as it stands, there is no exemption from the country's vaccine pass law.
Anne and her husband want out. They're both double vaccinated and say they were promised from the 23rd of November they could quarantine from the comfort of their own home.
She and her husband, who are both double vaccinated, say they've been ushered into Tom's Court.
This is the cluttered city hotel room where Anne and her husband wake up each morning. The couple was moved because tests showed they were highly infectious.
We've got that facility to ensure that while we transition to the new normal.
We were then told at that stage that we would be collected as soon as possible to go to Tom's Court. And that is when I said, no way.
But they weren't given a choice and were hauled to the Medi Hotel by police for 2 weeks quarantine. To make matters worse, they say their stay, including the room service, has been anything but palatable.
It's uneatable.
The real price of hotel quarantine in Queensland.
This combined has cost us $54. They're either lightly toasted or incredibly stale.
According to Queensland Health, hotels must supply food for quarantine guests. For meals, adults are charged $65 per day, a child $32.50. During their 14-day stay, a family of 3 will fork out $2,275 to be fed, significantly more than the cost of their shared room. On its website, the next hotel in the city advertises breakfast for regular guests. Here it is in quarantine.
Some loose bits of melon on top of the granola and a small Danish pastry.
This one bowl shared between a husband, wife and their infant son. Here's lunch.
Watery slop running over the surface of it.
And dinner.
With a very badly wilted salad.
That's if guests get any food at all.
And we are yet to receive any breakfast. We have, however, been delivered 2 bottles of water and a juice drink.
So, where's the money going?
Well, there's fresh pain for Victorians over the state's controversial hotel quarantine program. Taxpayers could now be forced to pay tens of millions of dollars in fines imposed on the health department.
It was the community that suffered the consequences of the botched hotel quarantine program, and now it appears it will be the community left to pick up the pieces. The health department is facing fines of up to $95.1 million, and it will be taxpayers footing the bill.
Australia's lockdown has been so draconian, it's brought comparisons on social media to how Australia began, as a prison colony.
Earlier this summer, the Australian government gave a construction firm, Multiplex, a $200 million contract to build a 1,000-bed encampment. And according to Finance Minister Simon Birmingham, there are more facilities on the way.
Disturbing video, Australian COVID camp police threatened to gas COVID prisoner instead of releasing him after 14 days.
I'm not staying here.
So it sounds like they want this guy to stay here longer, which is concerning for me because he's stayed here for 14 days.
Calm down or you're going to get gas. Do it then. Alright, get back. Stop it.
I feel for these guys. This is hotel quarantine. So he's supposed to be at 12 o'clock midnight.
For how long? I'm not staying here tonight. Stay back. Close the door. Don't come out again.
Do you know what? I reckon he's been here 2 weeks. This is out of control. This is police quarantine. Poor guy. People go crazy in hotel quarantine. I relate to it big time. I think he's my next door neighbour. But I heard him say, I'll say it again, that he was supposed to be released. And this is what I get worried about. I'm supposed to be released at 11:59 on Tuesday night. And he's still here. And I reckon I'm scared that after spending 14 days here, 338 hours in one room with no air, and then they tell you can't leave, I reckon I would go off as well. People can't understand the insanity of hotel police quarantine when you can't get any air in here at all. And you have, what do you have, 7 tests in here? Like he's negative COVID. I feel for this guy.
After 14 days in hotel quarantine, this is how Jesse Thomas left his room. The unwilling guest flying into a rage when told he had 12 more hours to go. The 19-year-old initially dodged hotel quarantine, sneaking into Victoria from New South Wales. But police tracked him down in Stawell before driving him to the Element Hotel in Richmond. Today, a court heard Thomas believed he'd be getting out at midday, not midnight. Former Big Brother star Daniel Hayes was also completing his hotel quarantine on the same floor.
People go crazy in here, you know why? It's not normal to lock people in a place.
The teen will spend 3 months behind bars for the rampage and other unrelated crimes.
The 39-year-old was told to temporarily quarantine at the Great Eastern Highway Motor Lodge overnight. But early this morning, around 12:45 a.m, police say he climbed out of his 4th-storey window using this makeshift rope made out of bed sheets and fled. But his freedom in WA was short-lived.
Good morning to you. We've been told the trio scaled the fence in the early hours of this morning. Police receiving reports
reports around 4:40 a.m. Now, major police checkpoints have been set up around Howard Springs for the past several hours. As you can see in these pictures, they've been conducting thorough searches in car boots, checking vehicle registrations, cars and buses alike.
Earlier today, 3 teenagers were arrested because they climbed over the fence and they fled the camp because they were being held against their will. Now, these 3 teenagers in question, apparently they actually never tested positive for COVID themselves. Instead, they had close contact with someone who later tested positive, and they were stuck into the camp for that reason. And then after they climbed over the fence, which actually happened at 4:40 a.m. local time in Australia on Wednesday, they ran away. However, according to the police commissioner, local police officers chased them down on foot, caught them, apprehended them, and threw them back into the camp. And according to the police commissioner, these 3 teenagers, after they were apprehended, they were not only thrown back into the camp, but the police commissioner also said 2 things. One is that they're going to be increasing the CCTV coverage of the facility so that more escapes don't happen in the future, meaning that they'll install more surveillance cameras. And then second of all, these 3 teenagers, they face potential fines each of $3,586 because they escaped and tried to get back their freedom.
So, folks, we've been getting videos coming out of these quarantine camps in Australia. They've built these massive quarantine camps. By the way, you notice that all the people that you see in them, they're not sick. It's people running around, people sitting on their porch, they're talking, they're healthy. But this is just the New World Order. You're just a prisoner all the time. You're always a prisoner now.
Our exposure sites still, will they be put back in place to be listed once we are reopening? Because they're not at the moment.
We will be looking at what contact tracing looks like in the New World Order. This
is a world pandemic. It's a 1 in 100 year event. So you can expect that we will have transmission from time to time, and that's just the way it is. We've got to accept that this is the New World Order. We've got to accept that this is the New World Order.
So just one day I just had a brain snap. Just been sitting at home for 2 months. Close to 2 months, wanting to get out and work, and the only way to get out is you got to pull up your sleeves and just get jabbed. And I done it. It didn't work in my favour.
Ronnie got vaccinated on the 12th of August. 3 days later, he was completely paralysed on his left side. He spent 4 days in hospital, unable to walk and trying to gain his strength. Doctors said he had signs of a stroke, but didn't link it to the vaccine. The once healthy teen knew there was a link to the vaccine, but doctors were quick to deny that.
But with this experience, we've noticed that as soon as we mention vaccine, it's like a completely changed demeanor. Like they're all so hostile, they're so angry, they just want to, make you quiet. They're just like, no, it's not related. They were very adamant that it was unrelated to the vaccine and that it was some sort of mental health issue instead.
After being discharged from 2 hospitals, still in terrible condition, Michelle was finally transferred to an inpatient rehab where she spent the next 2 months undergoing intense therapy. She got the vaccine on the evening of May 21, went home. A few hours later, her body was completely numb.
And the morning after, I couldn't get her out of bed. She was paralysed. She couldn't even turn from one side to the other through the night.
An interview with prominent doctor Dr. Carolyn Bossack just confirms doctors are being silenced as she reads out the APRA position statement for GPs.
Any promotion of anti-vaccination statements or health advice which contradicts the best available scientific evidence or seeks to actively undermine the national immunisation campaign, including via social media, is not supported by national boards and may be in breach of the codes of conduct and subject to investigation and possible regulatory action.
So you can't say, in the middle of that statement there, you can't say anything that goes against the prescribed health advice from...
For COVID-19 and vaccination.
Yeah, but that line, that health advice is coming from a political place, it's coming from a government. It's not coming...
That's correct. That's where I'm at.
That's ridiculous.
That's where I'm at. That's where we're all at. Anyone who speaks out against this line of policy is shut down.
Doctors across the country are being paid to fast-track the vaccine rollout to the elderly. But with this push, no questions are being asked. Prior health conditions are being ignored as long as they meet the quota. Shana's 69-year-old mother, Michelle, changed completely after her first dose of the vaccine.
And from that point on, Mum's cognitive ability and physiological ability, symptoms just decreased rapidly. Struggling to be able to get sentences out. She could no longer walk around, go to the toilet, so she was having to wear nappies all of a sudden.
A once active woman also desperate to share her story, but would rather remain anonymous. She ended up in a coma for 3 weeks shortly after her AstraZeneca vaccine dose. This left her with severe brain swelling, having to learn how to walk, talk and write all over again. People have turned to Facebook to share their stories and experiences, with one group reaching almost 65,000 members. It was removed overnight for no apparent reason. Robert Garron was just 52 when he died of a massive heart attack, just 1 week after receiving the Pfizer vaccine. With no prior health conditions, the family are baffled, now wanting answers.
This time last year, Kerry Hurt was fit and well. Now she's disabled after 2 life-saving brain operations and a stroke caused by a very rare reaction to her first COVID jab back in April.
It's devastated my life. I can't do anything really. I can't even get myself to the toilet anymore. I can't walk anywhere. And I've had to learn how to talk again. I've had to learn how to eat again.
Kerry has been left paralysed and needs to wear a special helmet to protect her head when she's moving around the house.
Obviously with part of her head still missing on that side, the skull's missing on this side. It's not safe to walk on around either. We're not anti-vaccine by all means. I just keep saying I can 30 seconds change somebody's life, because that's all it takes to have a jab.
My name's John, I'm a funeral director based in Milton Keynes. I run a funeral home called Milton Keynes Family Funeral Services. And a quick search online for that will find me and verify who I am. So what we're seeing is a large number, an unnaturally large number of deaths due to heart attack, stroke, aneurysm, and these are all as a direct result of thrombosis, embolisms in the lungs, the legs, various places that's causing these deaths. And these are well documented by the local coroners. These are well documented, across the country. Nobody seems to be concerned by the alarming rise in them. I used to see a blood clot very, very rarely, and now I've seen more this year than I have in the previous 14, to give you an idea. So we're seeing those deaths. The other type of death that I'm seeing, which is more distressing for me personally, is people who are getting sick now as their immune systems finally give up. So they've had the jabs maybe 6-8 months ago, and it's been eating away at their immune system, and now they're struggling to fight off things like the common cold. So we're in winter, and as you'll be aware, there are colds and flus about in this time of the year. These people can't fight it off, and the government are very quick to label it Omicron, a new variant, and this is what we're seeing now in these jab recipients across up and down the country. They're becoming extremely ill, really, really ill. And the saddest thing is they're actually convinced that if they'd have had the jab, it would have, lessened that illness. So, for example, I've got a couple of friends, I've known them for a long time. Him and his wife have both been jabbed. She's had one, he's had both. He's bitterly desperate now. He's desperate to get the booster because he feels so terribly ill. He thinks that will make him feel better. What do you say to these people? Because they just won't believe it. They feel terribly ill. His wife is saying how she's desperate now. She's had one jab, wishes she'd had the second. She's desperate to get the second, can't get booked up quick enough. I tried to explain, this is what is killing you. This is killing you. It's damaging your immune system. These people are going to willingly walk over the cliff begging for more. I do wonder if these people will fall over and die, still convinced it's COVID, and blaming anti-vaxxers. These jabs are decimating your immune system. Please, 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 don't take any more of these jabs. It's killing you. Just look a little bit deeper than the BBC and Google are telling you. The jabs are what are making you ill. The Omicron is vaccine injury. They're nothing more than that. You will die if you keep taking these jabs.
I think, as I've said before, we are going to be in a cycle of being vaccinated for COVID into the future. And so there'll be updated recommendations. At the moment, we're trying to get first and second doses into everyone. And so our task at the moment to be focused on is getting as many jabs into the arms of people in New South Wales as quickly as we can.
Booster shots or third doses have become available to Australians most at risk of contracting COVID-19.
A frontline health worker hospitalised with blood clots days after getting his Pfizer jab. The 40-year-old police officer patrols quarantine hotels and was vaccinated as part of the rollout.
Fit and healthy Ellie Peacock, an 18-year-old student nurse who'd been working at Redcliffe Hospital, diagnosed with blood clots more than a fortnight after her AstraZeneca vaccination.
A grandmother from Sunbury is in intensive care with blood clots on her brain, just days after getting the AstraZeneca vaccine.
There was a time when I would scroll through social media and see posts about the pandemic we're going through, and the comments would just be like, "This isn't about health, this is about control." And I would always just brush those comments off as conspiracy theories. Like, of course the government has our best interest at heart. Of course the government doesn't want us to get sick, and they're trying to take care of us. And then I found out the very, very hard way that this is not about our health. You want to know how I know it's not about our health anymore? I have first-hand experience on this topic. Okay, so my husband, after his first dose, got myocarditis. He had multiple doctors say that it was likely caused by the jab. Then they went back and said it was unlikely. Then they refused to write an exemption for the next dose. Now we found a doctor who absolutely wholeheartedly believes that this was caused by the jab. He wants to help us. He really does. But you know what he said? If he writes us an exemption, he's going to get investigated and he's going to have his license threatened. How is it that when a doctor is trying to help a patient write them an exemption for something that severely harmed them the first time is going to get investigated and have their license threatened? How is it about health when those other doctors are sending people who have had severe adverse reactions back to go get a second dose? Wake up, people. When doctors are being investigated and having their license threatened for trying to help a patient avoid something that harmed them in the first place, how is that about health?
There are calls for a country GP with 25 years' experience to be investigated after more than 100 people lined up for vaccine medical exemptions. His clinic was closed today as police guarded the entry.
I received a letter from the California State Medical Board maybe 6 months ago. Went out to all physicians from the medical board saying, any physician in California who writes an inappropriate exemption for masks or other COVID-related measures will have his medical license subjected to investigation and disciplinary action. So for a physician, just to help you to understand, this kind of threat hanging over your head is worse than the threat of getting fired. If I get fired from a particular healthcare organization, I can go to another healthcare organization or go start a private practice. If I lose my medical license, I cannot practice medicine. Okay? That's how serious this is. The letter never defined what might constitute an appropriate or inappropriate mask mandate. So I have no idea if I write a mandate for a kid with a severe anxiety disorder that's worsened by the wearing of a mask, is that going to subject my medical license to disciplinary action? Physicians in California interpreted the phrase "and other COVID-related measures" to include vaccines, which had already been rolled out at that point. It has become de facto impossible to get a medical exemption for a COVID vaccine in the state of California. No physician will write them. Again, in my entire 18 years of being a licensed physician, I and my colleagues have never, ever received any kind of communication like this from the medical board. It's outlandish.
Well, in this database, you came across a chain of emails discussing fetal tissue and the COVID vaccine. Vanessa Gelman, who works in Washington, D.C., is Senior Director of Worldwide Research. The question came up as an inquiry to our MedInfo group. They're asking, quote, did Pfizer make use of a cell line from an aborted fetus?
They want you to leave out the highlighted part, which is the one or more cell lines with an origin that can be traced back
to human fetal tissue has been used in laboratory tests associated with the vaccine program.
They've used cells from aborted fetuses.
Yes,
and they don't
cells.
want the public to know that.
Yes.
That's staggering for society because of what you said, religious exemptions.
Mm-hmm. And they're denying our religious exemptions at Pfizer.
53-year-old South Australian man is tonight gravely ill in intensive care after suffering a blood clot linked to the AstraZeneca vaccine.
Good evening. We begin with breaking news on the AstraZeneca vaccine, with the Therapeutic Goods Administration linking the jab to 8 more cases of blood clots.
Mark McGowan won't open the borders until they get to 90% of people over 12 fully vaccinated.
That is forecast to take place in late January or early February.
Now, Mark McGowan has backflipped on his decision to reopen his state's borders, ruling Western Australia will remain shut indefinitely.
He blames the Omicron variant for the change.
It would be reckless and irresponsible to open up now. I can't do it. I know this decision will be unpopular with many people.
For those desperate for a family reunion, it's heartbreaking.
Like, I'm so devastated. I didn't sleep last night. I just feel so devastated. I just don't know when this going to end.
Why not reward people who are double dose vaccinated?
Because they can still transmit. Because they can still transmit.
They say now that the vaccinated are just as likely to spread the virus as those who are not vaccinated. So in other words, if you're vaccinated, you are just as likely to spread it as the person next to you who is unvaccinated.
Vaccinated or not, people in both camps can transmit it just as easily.
Just yesterday, one 14-year-old boy was admitted to hospital with inflammation of the heart following his second Pfizer dose. But the scare hasn't deterred his dad from wanting the rest of the family vaccinated.
They need to get those vaccination rates up.
I was a father of a 16-year-old son. Single parent. I raised my boy since he was a baby. After in March, April, they're announcing how it was safe for teenagers. We used to go fishing, camping, do everything. We got the Pfizer vaccine because I thought it was to protect him. I thought it was the right thing to do. It was like playing Russian roulette. My government lied to me. They said it was safe. Now I go home to an empty house. They need to quit pushing this on their children. I lost mine. Y'all need to protect yours.
The COVID vaccine could be brought to children in schools across Victoria, with students set to receive the jab in between classes.
And how this will work is that GPs who are already part of an existing program called the Doctors in Secondary Schools program, which we have here in Victoria, that operates at about 100 schools. So they have been given accreditation to essentially administer these vaccines on site at schools. So if you're a child who is over 12, you're eligible for the vaccine, you'll actually be able to get your vaccine, get your jab in between classes on site at school. So it's really removing any of those additional barriers that children could potentially face and reasons why maybe they haven't been vaccinated yet.
Now tomorrow, of course, we have our Super Saturday vaccination blitz, and we have over 100 schools now that are going to be open tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. and they are walk-ins. So not only can they vaccinate students, but they are there to vaccinate families. Make it a family day out and come and get vaccinated. Now I'm here at Marsden today and I have a very clear message for people who are living in Marsden and Crestmead. Your vaccination rates are not where I want them to be. So, Logan, this is a wake-up call. Come and get vaccinated. There is no excuse.
Tell us about who this person is.
Dr. Gonzalez is one of our emergency room doctors at Phoenix Indian Medical Center.
And she's a federal employee?
Correct.
Now you got this guy in room 4 who got his second dose of vaccine on Tuesday, has been short of breath.
He's got myocarditis.
Yes.
Oh, this is bull.
Let's see.
It's probably myocarditis due to the vaccine.
Right.
But now they're not going to blame the vaccine.
Well, and you know what? But he has an obligation to report that, doesn't he?
They are not reporting.
Right.
Because they want to shove it under the mat.
What patient was she referring to?
She was referring to that patient, that 30-something-year-old patient that had congestive heart failure.
Congestive heart failure. And in that particular patient's case, it was not reported.
No.
The problem in here, they are not doing the studies. People that had it, you know, and the people that have been vaccinated, they're not doing any antibody testing.
It's super fishy. Not that it hasn't been done, it hasn't been published.
It hasn't probably been done because the government doesn't want to show that the darn vaccine is full of.
The government doesn't want to show that the vaccine is full of. May I see your badges? You're Jody O'Malley with the Department of Health and Human Services. This is the United States government identification. I'm looking at the CDC website. It says that you're required to report adverse events following vaccinations. One of those would be congestive heart failure.
That's a huge one.
Were there other instances that they didn't report?
Oh, I've seen dozens of people come in with an adverse reaction.
Yeah, it's really sad. She had just come back from surgery, from leave.
So what are we looking at here?
You're looking at me transferring her to a higher level of care that could handle her condition.
And this is a colleague at your hospital who got sick.
She didn't want to take it because of her religious beliefs. And she was coerced into taking it.
Why are you choosing to blow the whistle? It's not what a lot of people would do. They're scared, they're afraid. Are you afraid?
I wouldn't necessarily say I'm afraid because my faith lies in God and not man. This is evil at the highest level. You have the FDA, you have the CDC that are both supposed to be protecting us.
It's a shame they're not treating people. I know, like they're supposed to, like they should, and I think they want people to die.
And how many have you seen that have gotten vaccinated here?
That got sick and side effects? A lot.
A lot?
Have you seen it too? Yeah.
Yes, and I'm like, who's writing the VAERS report?
Nobody, because it takes over a half an hour to write.
Right.
The CDC website, it says that you're required to report adverse events following vaccinations. Is there a policy at the hospital for reporting these complications? No.
There's never been any directive sent out on reporting. With this vaccine, we are in stage 3 clinical trials. Normally, stage 3 clinical trials is where you gather your data. What the responsibility on everyone is to gather that data and report it. And if we're not gathering that data and reporting it, then how are we going to say that this is safe and approved for use?
How come after 18 months we haven't had any research? Isn't that fishy to you?
It does. It is. Doesn't.
It's super fishy.
Everything that we've done so far is unscientific.
All right, I'm gonna make this video for you because I had to video it so that you'll believe me, because frankly, I didn't believe it myself. Here's a brand new, sealed, perfectly sealed, brand new box of the J&J vaccine. Break this open, and perfectly on top is this perfectly normal. It's a lot of safety and efficacy data. In fact, all of the normal information that we would find in a package insert, like the ingredients, that would all be found right here in this package insert. It's all blank, the whole thing, except for this part. That's the only thing not blank. Are you kidding me?
Hi,
That's from the Moderna vaccine.
Okay, Moderna. Is it the same for Pfizer and all of the others?
Each brand is a little different.
Okay, so may I take this with me to look at all of the safety studies, placebo safety studies on this?
Yeah, because the one that we give, because the one that's given to patients doesn't contain that information. So that.
Which one are they giving if it's not this one?
No, that's the one. That is the one we are giving.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the package insert given to patients isn't the full information.
So it's not from the manufacturer themselves.
That is from the manufacturer, but it's truncated. That's the full thing.
So why is it intentionally blank if it's all the safety studies and stuff?
They're inside.
They're inside of it?
Yeah, this folds out.
Okay.
It supposedly folds out. I've got to get online and find it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I already know that it's intentionally blank. My last question is, how is it informed consent when all of the safety studies, placebo safety studies, are not listed from the manufacturer?
That's a great question. I would talk to CVS about that because.
Okay. So if we don't know what we're injecting into ourselves, I don't understand how that's informed consent.
That you're exactly right,
okay.
and you're exactly right,
Yeah.
and you are correct. I should not be giving these vaccines at all.
Okay. Why are you giving them?
Because I am told to, and that's how. Because I am told to, and I am told.
I understand that.
And everything I have shown, including the patients that I have given it to, it is safe.
It is safe and effective. What studies are you going by that states that it's safe and effective? I know these are tough questions, but I have to ask.
I know, and I'm sorry, but
you can't answer. So I understand that.
I unfortunately cannot answer that,
Okay.
and I feel it. And right now I'm feeling totally inadequate as a pharmacist. And based on what you're saying, I can no longer advocate for these vaccines.
Okay.
We do have powers under our Public Health Act that if anyone is not complying and posing a risk to the community, we can do things called Section 62s, and police assist us by then supervising the arrangements around the security of those individuals.
Public Health Act 2010, Section 62. All right, first of all, when can they apply it? Well, if the person has a Category 4 or 5 condition, and because of the way the person behaves may, as a consequence of that condition, be a risk to public health. Or the person has been exposed to a contact order condition, which means, I suppose, if you're a close contact or a casual contact, and is at risk of developing the contact order condition, well, that puts you at risk. Because of the way the person behaves may be a risk to public health. Well, we keep getting told that just being a human being at this point makes you a risk. Be afraid of everybody. Anybody can have the virus. You have to treat anybody like they could be a vector for disease. So this covers a whole range of people. Now let's look at what a Section 62 can do. Well, it can require you to refrain from specified conduct, to undergo specified treatment. Specified treatment. So if being vaccinated, we're being told that being vaccinated, everybody needs to get vaccinated. It's our only way out of this. Does that mean that a Section 62 can essentially force somebody to undergo vaccination? Is that what that means? To undergo a specified kind of medical examination or test. This is quite authoritarian. And this is the part that concerns me. A public health order may authorise a person subject to the order to be detained at a specified place for the duration of the order. We saw China welding their people shut into their homes. Everybody was talking about how crazy that was. How was this any different? And it says to be detained at a specified place. What exactly will that lead to? Could they eventually put us in prison for refusing to be vaccinated? Or for being deemed a public health risk? Very concerning stuff.
Is a person who has been infected with COVID-19 and, because of the way that Mustafa Rawawi behaves, may be at risk to public health.
Who said that, sorry? Have they spoken to me? How can they sit there and say the way I behave? They told me to go get checked. I went and got checked straight away.
Therefore, in accordance with Section 62 of the Act, I make this public health order requiring Mustafa Rawawi to refrain from the following conduct.
You shouldn't be having people at home. Your home remains still one of the most dangerous places to be.
You don't live in this?
No.
You live next door?
Yes.
Is there any way to prove that you live next door? You haven't stated your name. What's your name?
My name's Marty.
Marty, and your surname?
But I haven't committed an offence, so...
Alright, so this is how it's going to go, Marty. Okay. Unless you provide some sort of identification or state your name and we can confirm it, you'll be arrested. Do you understand that?
Okay, and what happens if I get arrested?
Until we establish your name and your correct details, then you'll be released after that.
Oh.
So that's the way it's going to go. We're allowed to do under the health officer.
You're allowed to go and...
Turn around, put your hands behind your back.
There you go.
Guys, seriously, you guys
That's right.
How dare you do this to Aussies?
Yeah.
How dare you do this?
That's right.
Do you agree that you put some posts on Facebook? Does this look
This is
familiar?
illegal as. Yep.
Did you put this on Facebook?
Yep.
So the question that's been raised is, were you there?
Oh, yeah.
Is that you? Or
Well,
were you there?
well, does it matter?
Yeah,
You're
well,
handing me
I'm not-
paperwork saying I've sent a
I'm
photo.
not handing you anything. I'm asking you a question. on
Well,
behalf
you've got the
of-
photo, don't you? So,
That doesn't, you've to put a photo on Facebook doesn't actually confirm whether you were there or not. So I'm asking
so,
you, were you
so
there?
if I say no, you're not going to give me the paperwork. You're going to go home, are
There's
you?
no
or-
paperwork here to give you. This is my
Okay. So
information.
what are we here for? Are you here to serve me,
Okay,
or?
what part didn't? No.
Intimidation.
Yeah, I know. It's just.
What are you laughing?
It's loserish. It is like sad.
I'm doing
What is this
a job
humanity?
I've
Where are
been
we
asked
going
to
in
do.
life?
I've been
You've got the
asked to
cops
do.
coming around here to tell me that I've been in a protest
No, to ask
6
you if
months
you
ago.
have- To ask you if you have been.
Yeah,
In
well,
July.
who can- how illegal is that?
Which part?
Going to a protest. Why are you guys here? Why is the
Because you're
police
mass
on my
gathering.
doorstep about a protest?
Yeah. Because
Why?
It's illegal.
Black Lives Matter protests 2 weeks before that.
Yeah.
Yeah, was that illegal? Are you knocking on their doors?
Maybe.
No, you're not. So it's clearly so imitating. Why are you working for this corrupt government? What are you guys doing? Who are you serving? Are you serving us, or are you serving the corrupt government and health officials? They want no good for you. They're not there for you.
Were you there?
What?
Were you there?
You can answer my question, can't you?
No, that's the
Well, I won't
reason
answer
we're
that.
here. Okay.
I'll just no comment it.
All right.
Like, what are we here for?
Well, what part of when I...
What do you want from me?
What did you understand when I first told you why we're here?
Well, you asked me if I'm at a protest 6 months ago.
Yeah.
I don't recall. I do not recall.
We've been asking
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
because of crimes, anonymous
I don't
crimes
recall.
report.
I don't recall.
Well, then we'll end the conversation. Unless
Yeah.
you want to say anything else.
Go ask Andrews.
What's your reason for breaching the Cho direction?
What are you talking about? I don't recall any health directions, mate.
Is there a reason why you're recording me today?
Yes, for my protection.
You think I'm going to assault you or something?
I don't understand why you're here, and...
I haven't even spoken to you and you think I'm going to do something to you?
Well, we have seen a lot of police violence in recent times towards the public.
We're here to have a chat to you because we have instructions that you've been posting some things on social media. That you... Protest on Tuesday.
There's no protest on Tuesday. There isn't.
Okay, that's fine, but what I'm here is to remind you to ensure that you need to stay at home in relation to COVID and stay-at-home orders. And if there is or is not a protest on Tuesday, regardless, you still can't leave and go to a protest of any sort.
I understand.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, anything like that.
I want to know the grounds for why this is the case. The Police Commissioner for Victoria has gone on record to say it is not unlawful to protest. It is a human right to protest.
That is correct. You are allowed to go and protest, but at the moment we have stay-at-home orders, okay? And that means that we are not allowed to leave and go without the 5 kilometres. We're not allowed to leave, but you cannot go and attend a protest, whether it is in the city, Parramatta, I don't know where, or what is going on, but you can't go and do that right now because at the moment we have stay-at-home orders.
What are the legal grounds for the stay-at-home orders?
That's something that you can have a Google and play everywhere that you like.
You're the police.
Telling you that you need to stay at home.
You need to
leave and you don't abide by those rules. You will be either given an infringement notice or you will be arrested.
The Surveillance Legislation Amendment Identify and Disrupt Bill 2020 introduces 3 new powers for the Australian Federal Police and the Australian Crime Intelligence Commission to combat serious online crime. This new law allows the Australian Federal Police Force to access your social media accounts, edit the content they see on there, and even delete or post whatever they want to your social media accounts. And the worst thing about this is they can apply for a warrant to do this, but they can access the accounts 3 days before the warrant is approved or disproved. The police can just take control of your social media accounts for seemingly any reason. This isn't even if you've been proven to have committed a crime. I don't understand how this is allowed in Australia or any country. This is absolutely dystopian. But it's not just social media accounts. This applies to even just your home computer. Here's how the law works. An AFP or ACC officer, and this is quoting from the law, may apply to a judge or a member of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal for what is called a data disruption warrant. This means the officer can add, copy, delete, or alter data held in the computer. Now, why would a police officer need the ability to add or alter data in a computer? Why can they add things? I mean, surely this won't be misused. I mean, police officers have never been known to plant evidence on suspects. I mean, this law literally gives police the ability to add incriminating evidence or even delete evidence that proves your innocence. This is terrifying. Now you might be thinking, oh, but they need a warrant before they can do this, and a warrant is hard to get. Well, yeah, a warrant should be hard to get, but with this law, it's not. All an officer needs to do, and I'm quoting from the law here, is to show that he or she suspects on reasonable grounds that an offense is being or is likely to be committed or has been committed, and that the disruption of data held in the computer is likely to substantially assist in frustrating the commission of offenses involving that computer. But even worse than that, on the warrant note, they don't even need to be approved for the warrant to access your computer. If they can prove that they need a warrant right now, they can actually access your computer, take over your social media accounts 3 days before they even apply for the warrant. So they can be going through your accounts, adding, deleting, posing as you, doing whatever they want to your accounts, and if they find nothing, what's to stop them from just not applying from the warrant and pretending they never accessed it? Or what if the warrant comes back and says, no, you're not allowed to do it? The police have already done it, so what's the point of getting a warrant in the first place?
Now, can I stress, we will not be ever having to go back to pre-COVID levels. We're always going to have to be mindful that COVID exists. We're going to have to engage with booster shots. We're going to have to engage with advice from time to time. When we see outbreaks, we're going to have to respond. So it's not going to go back to normal. We can't deny that we're going to have to live with COVID. But having those very high vaccination levels will allow us to have more minimal restrictions or more minimal public health measures in place as we navigate the future years with COVID.
Can you please, mate, put the mask on? Can you please stop, mate?
Can you
just
put it
for
on
my
right?
safety and yours, please.
Can you put it on right?
Sorry, it's a bit tight there.
Now, hang on, it's a bit tight. Can you please do it right? Please?
Yeah,
All right.
they're rolling like this. Oh, yeah, of course, there's some traffic.
And that's why from midnight, no matter where you live in New South Wales, the government's making it mandatory to wear one of these.
The organic food business, Clean, Green and Now Me.
What has she done?
What she's accused of is telling customers not to wear masks in Barrel's organic store.
What is she guilty of?
Shoved in the police truck, then...
Mark! Oh!
He's arrested too.
Who are you acting for?
It's the ugly side of enforcing COVID restrictions.
I didn't want to wear a mask.
A shopper dragged out of Parramatta Westfield,
I actually am standing for the truth.
protesting he shouldn't have to wear a mask, but the rules say everyone must in any non-residential indoor area, particularly on trains. This video, taken by a Sydney train passenger.
I don't wear a mask ever, so I'm sorry.
Well, you can't travel on a train.
I can travel on a train, I have an exemption.
But she refuses to show it, won't give her name either.
I'm not obliged to give you my details, I know my rights. I know my rights.
I'm sure you do.
Yes.
Officers take her bag and lead her off the train, led away, liable for a $200 fine.
It's Dr. Thomas Cowan and Dr. Andrew Kaufman. And as I said, they're going to join me here in just a second. I thought they were wrong because they were saying, you know, you've heard this, that the COVID-19 virus has never been isolated from a symptomatic person, isolated, shown then to infect another person and reproduce the symptoms of the original diagnosis of the original source. And when I first heard that, as a lab scientist myself, I thought, surely they must be wrong. Surely there must be certified reference materials of this, like a dried powder of SARS-CoV-2 virus that I can order as a lab owner, that I can order and get a certified reference material, and I can conduct studies on it. So I tried to order certified reference materials, And this is when the awakening began for me, and I came to discover that so much of the field of virology is a mishmash of crazy woo goo, and they're selling basically snot stew samples to people and calling them isolates. And I had this huge awakening, so I had to get these two guys on to explain what's going on here and why COVID hasn't been, quote, isolated, and what that actually means.
Since the 1950s, they have this procedure that they call isolation, but it's actually a complete inversion of the meaning of that word. And what they do is they have the possible or the putative source of an alleged virus or a possible virus in nature that they might have a theory is causing a disease, but they can't actually find it. So what they do is they take the diseased tissue from whatever organism and they mix it in a foreign cell culture, often using the cells of monkeys. But they do some further things to make this cell culture not grow well. They're not nice to it. They add poisonous chemicals and they remove critical nutrients and create what I call a starvation diet. And then when they show there's damage to those cells in the culture, they say that that's evidence of a virus.
The reality is everybody who knows anything about virology agrees that you cannot find this uniform, identical, morphologically identical particle in the bodily fluid of any sick person. Not with chickenpox, not measles, not mumps, not the flu, not HIV, not COVID.
No, they didn't isolate the virus. That's the issue. Well,
you isolate a virus by
Clearly, logic and common sense dictate that if you have not isolated the thing you are looking for, there is no possible way to determine what the thing is made of or what it alone does.
You may be interested to know that the prize for providing the proof of isolation and genetic content for SARS-CoV-2 has jackpotted up to €1 million.
We make it clear we're not just asking for something maybe where you yourself isolated. We're saying any record of it being isolated anywhere in the world by anyone, and they have nothing.
Yet all of the listed institutions indicated the same, that they had searched their records and located none describing legitimate isolation of any SARS-CoV-2 patient sample performed by anyone, anywhere on the planet, ever. And if the virus actually existed, should this information not be at their fingertips?
This is the entire gig right here. If these are not pathogens, then why are we putting masks on? And why are we social distancing?
I come from a scientific and medical background, so I'm able to read the literature and understand what things are what. And so I started looking at the articles where they say that they've discovered a novel coronavirus. And what I uncovered is that they put forth this experimental criteria that proves the existence of a virus, but when you take a closer look, it's actually the experiment itself that gives them the proof they need, even if you don't even have any source of a virus in the experiment at all. And this was actually carried out recently by Dr. Stefan Lanka in Germany, who showed that he got the same proof of a virus by doing the experiment without any source of a virus whatsoever.
And then they're calling their dying cell tissues an isolate, which then they offer on the market for €2,000. And then they say, and in here, and this is the virus, and from that we can create a vaccine now.
My co-author, Torsten Engelbrecht, made a point of contacting those authors who had claimed to have first identified or isolated the purported virus to see if they had purified samples. We published our findings in the recently released updated version of Virus Mania, and as many of you will know, none of the study authors claimed to have obtained the virus in purified form.
So now we have over 75 letters from various institutions, governments, and universities
and asking them a very specific question. Have you identified, and for the CDC, this question was asked, and I have copies of these letters, was asked for them to come forth and show us the identification, isolation, and the morphology of the coronavirus. And of course, no one can produce anything. No one.
They can't. I've also asked the state of Massachusetts.
From any lab, from any hospital, from any university, from every government entity can show us the evidence or send us a testing sample.
Nobody is isolated it anywhere around the world.
As shocking as this may be to hear, I now ask that if you dispute this, please make available the paper or papers that successfully did these simple experiments.
So have particles that can only be seen on an electron microscope, been isolated in any context? And I would say yes. So they have found particles called bacteriophages that live in like bacterial cultures in a pure culture in laboratory conditions. And also they have found particles of that size in other lower organisms like sea algae. And I think they call those giant viruses, actually. And those particles are quite interesting. And I would encourage you, I wish I had thought of this before, to find some photographs of the microscopic images of these particles, because they have very, very distinctive geometric forms. They don't just look like a round blob like the pictures of the alleged viruses that cause disease. A casual reader, like a typical doctor who would see articles and curated by some organization like WebMD, they would just see the titles of the article, and they would think that the virus really was separated and isolated according to the definition of the word isolate that they know. However, that's been completely obfuscated in these papers by coming up with this false definition of isolation, which really means to grow a toxic cell culture and then show cell damage.
I'll read you what Pfizer says about their mRNA vaccine. Quote, "The DNA template used does not come directly from an isolated virus from an infected person." So if this is a hoax, that Pfizer doesn't have the virus as their template, then apparently Pfizer is in on the hoax.
Have you taken the vaccine, sir?
No, I haven't taken it yet. And
a question for you. I've heard you have not yet had your shot. When do you plan to get it?
Sooner I can, I will. The only sensitivity here, Meg, is that I don't want to have an example that I'm cutting the line. That I am 59 years old, in good health. I'm not working in the front line, so my type is not recommended to get vaccination now.
There was some fake news during this period of time about the vaccines, all sorts of conspiracy theories. How did you deal with that, and how did you navigate that, and where do you feel the primary source of this sort of fake news was? How damaging was this to us?
I'm afraid it was quite a lot damaging. We were getting a lot of briefings from CIA, from FBI about attacks that may happen to us, cyber attacks I mean, but also about the spread of misinformation. But there is a very small part of professionals which they circulate on purpose misinformation so that they will mislead those that they have concern. Those people are criminals. They're not bad people, they're criminals.
And should be treated as criminals as well, those who have done that.
I did make a projection months ago that the most likely scenario it is that we will need, after the third dose, annual revaccinations against COVID for multiple reasons, because of the immunity that will be waning, because of the virus that I'm sure will be maintained around the world for the years to come, and also because of the need of variants that will emerge. I'm more confident right now that this will be the case than I was when I made the projection. I think we are going to have an annual revaccination. I don't know how we're going to call it, but it will be an annual revaccination. We know that the two doses of the vaccine offer very limited protection, if any.
people that want to make money, some of them, are creating conspiracy theory, and they are basically to benefit and profit. And this is who are the criminals. The people that are circulating all this misinformation, they are criminals.
It shouldn't be surprising that news outlets are suppressing these stories while endorsing nearly any government mandate. Here's why. The government completely waived the commercial broadcasting tax for a full year as relief for the media industry.
That policy shouldn't be locked down. Businesses should be open, and the government's using this as an excuse to destroy them. And they know that.
Do you think that the Premier of New South Wales wants to destroy business?
I do.
Why would she do that?
Because
it's her economy.
Because she, as I tried to explain to you, that she's being directed by a lobbyist in Sydney who's being paid by AstraZeneca and by Pfizer tens of millions of dollars to get these policies through to make sure the vaccine is pushed. That's why. You asked a question, I gave you the answer, and that's my personal knowledge.
President of Fox News was a guy called Roger Ailes.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
A very famous guy.
And he's dead, huh?
He died, and he had a child who had been, that he suspected was vaccine injured. He was very sympathetic to this movie, and he saw it, he watched it, he believed it, but he said, I cannot let you go onto my network to talk about it. And he said, if any of my hosts allowed you onto their show, I would have to fire them. And if I didn't, I would hear from Rupert, meaning Rupert Murdoch, within 10 minutes. And he said to me, during non-election years, we get Fox News for its evening news. That's up to 70% of its revenues from pharmaceutical companies. Oh, and if you look, and he said,
that's the banker.
Typically, there's 22 ads on an evening news show, and typically about 17 of those are pharmaceutical ads. So those companies are not just using that as a platform to promote their products. They are dictating content on that news show, and that's why Anderson Cooper makes $12 million a year. $10 million of that is coming from Pfizer. Typically.
Yeah.
So he knows who he's working for. Right. And that's why, he's always promoting flu shots and vaccines and medications and all of this and telling you need to lock down, you need to do what the pharma tells you to do. And meanwhile, they locked us all down. They put us, they induced this condition called Stockholm Syndrome, where Americans are living in terror. They become grateful to their captors, and they believe that the only way to return to normal and to survive is total compliance to their captors. And that's what we're kind of dealing with now in our country.
Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer. CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Good Morning America is brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This Week with George Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer.
This weather report brought to you by Pfizer.
Today's countdown to the royal wedding is brought to you by Pfizer.
And now a CBS Sports Update brought to you by Pfizer.
Meet the Press Data Download. Brought to you by Pfizer. This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
On how to find the hidden sugars in the American family diet. Sponsored by Pfizer.
CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer.
Bill Gates' advice on how to combat mistrust in science at 60minutesovertime.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
There are companies like Pfizer which are bullying governments. Pfizer asked to be compensated for the cost of any future lawsuits. Pfizer wanted Argentina to put, and listen to this, put its bank reserves, its military bases, and its embassy buildings at stake as collateral. These are Pfizer's demands. Look at this. Number one, Brazil waives the sovereignty of its assets abroad in favor of Pfizer. That the rules of the land be not applied on Pfizer. And number five, in case of any side effects, Pfizer be exempted from all civil liability. 8 months have passed since we reported this. Pfizer has not changed. It is still putting profits above public health. It is still forcing governments to bend to its will. An advocacy group has thrown up more details of what Pfizer does. It has accessed some confidential contracts of Pfizer. And we have a copy. And the details are shocking. Desperate countries are being forced to make humiliating concessions to Pfizer. Number one, Pfizer has the right to silence governments. It has forced countries to not talk about the deals they strike for shots. Number two, Pfizer controls the donations of its shots, not the country that buys them. Pfizer will decide where the shots go. Number three, Pfizer has secured an intellectual property waiver for itself, and this clause is particularly disturbing. If Pfizer is accused of intellectual property theft, governments will pay, not the company. Number four, if there are disputes, private arbitrators and not public courts will decide on them. Number five, Pfizer can go after state assets to secure its compensation. And number six, Pfizer calls the shots on all key decisions. It decides delivery timelines and more. What happens if someone accuses Pfizer of stealing its vaccine technology, of intellectual property theft? The government will be forced to defend Pfizer. It's unbelievable. We had to read this twice to let it sink in. And guess what? At least 4 countries have been forced to protect Pfizer's patent. Meaning these governments are defending Pfizer for intellectual property theft, while the company is free to use anyone's intellectual property as it pleases. Pfizer can ask a government to shift control of state assets to compensate for losses. What kind of assets are we talking about here? Practically anything that a sovereign government owns. Foreign bank accounts, foreign investments, commercial property, state-owned airlines, even oil companies. Pfizer can take over any or all of these from a government. Basically, everything happens on Pfizer terms once a country decides to buy its vaccine. Even the delivery of shots is decided by the company. In Brazil, in Albania, in Colombia, Pfizer gets to decide the delivery timetable for vaccines, and the countries will have to agree to whatever they're given, whenever they're given. Pfizer, of course, gets to decide the price. It sets the delivery timelines. It accepts accountability for nothing, and in case someone sues the company, it's the government that foots the bill for the damages, not Pfizer. There is no other way to describe Pfizer's business practices. This is vaccine terrorism.
I wanted to go over some very important information on the SARS-CoV-2 drug vaccines by taking a microscopic examination of really what the Pfizer vaccine does when it comes into contact with red blood cells or a person's blood. The problem for all of us is that we've been depending upon the FDA. The Food and Drug Administration has reviewed these vaccines and issued emergency use authorization documents. And while there's a lot of material here under this mission statement, the key point is that the FDA is responsible for protecting the public health and ensuring the safety of these medical products. If you also look, unfortunately, at what happens with many people in the FDA, you can see that Scott Gottlieb and Stephen Hand have actually now acquired jobs at Pfizer and Moderna, and they were former FDA heads. This is Dr. McCarran and myself and Professor Luc Montagnier. So here's what we tested. We looked at Dr. McCarran's blood under the microscope so that you can see what blood looks like, just by itself with nothing else happening. Then we looked to see what happened when we added sterile. That means there's nothing in it, no growth, no garbage, normal saline, to see what that did to the blood. We then followed that up by checking to see what happens to the blood when we injected some of the Pfizer BioNTech drug vaccine. We then looked to see what the vaccine looked like just by itself under the microscope. And then we looked to see what normal saline looked like by itself under the microscope to do a comparison of all of this so that we could then report honestly and transparently to you what we saw and show you what's really happening with these vaccines. And we repeated this several times over many days. You can see the, as we come into focus here, you can see the Pfizer vaccine causing some movement of the red blood cells, and we're scanning around here to show you other areas where the vaccine's not. You can see how thick and rich the blood is, but as we get over into the area where the Pfizer vaccine has been added, you can see the cells not only are thinning out, but they're losing some of the red color. Now, again, that red color is because of oxygen and hemoglobin, and you can see now cells beginning to float together, and they are beginning to clump. as you see them floating through the bloodstream, so not, or through the Pfizer vaccine. And this shows the loss of either the oxygen or the hemoglobin being pulled out, and the clumping now, this inflammation and blood clotting that's occurring with red blood cells just simply with the addition of the vaccine. And this only took a minute or two to really be seen. You can see here a much more pronounced area. This is an area that you can see the complete loss of red color after another minute, and you can see the movement of the red blood cells there, but they're not so red anymore. They have lost their oxygen carrying capacity, so that this blood floating through a human being after the injection of the Pfizer vaccine will have a significant reduced ability to carry the life-saving oxygen, and just the sheer lack of red showing that the cells have lost their oxygen, either the oxygen or the hemoglobin has been damaged simply by dropping the Pfizer vaccine on the slide of red blood cells. And again, the contrast is very clear. The area of the red blood cells affected by the Pfizer vaccine shows a marked discoloration. There's a loss of the oxygen, which means either the oxygen itself has been pulled out or the hemoglobin that carries the oxygen has been damaged, which means the oxygen is no longer in the cell. And this is the consequence of Pfizer vaccine being added to human blood. It's very clear from these videos, and we have more, and we did this multiple times, that the red blood cells, once the Pfizer vaccine is added, become paler. That means that the oxygen has been lost, they're desaturated, and the videos show that those red blood cells were beginning to clump, and this was in a matter of minutes of just simply being exposed to the Pfizer vaccine. So you can see here a tremendous amount of garbage material in the Pfizer vaccine. There's no little creatures, there's no graphene showing up, there's lots of lipid nanoparticles, but there's other crystals, and there's fibers, and there's garbage that simply would not pass quality control. And for the FDA to say that they are happy with the end product of this, and that it meets manufacturing specifications, this is not what you would approve to inject inside of a human being. It's never been acceptable to inject this type of garbage inside of a human being. But it does appear, it is very obvious, and we had 5 different vials of the Pfizer vaccine that we analyzed, that there's considerable degree in garbage, all of which violates accepted standards for product liability. And certainly it's not in keeping with the expected safety that the FDA is responsible for guaranteeing, either in an improved product to inject into people, independent upon whether that product is fully approved or authorized for use under the emergency use authorization. These products, what we've seen here from the videos and the still shots, show that the Pfizer vaccine itself causes a desaturation of the blood, removing the oxygen from the red blood cells, which is the function of the red blood cells, to get oxygen around the body. We've seen it on the left half of this with the loss of vibrant color from the red blood cells, showing the oxygen has been pulled out. And the Pfizer vaccine themselves, in the 2/3 to the right, of garbage in the materials, of fiber strands, of other crystalline products, of just junk and garbage in these vaccines, none of which follows FDA standards or required standards for a product to be injected into a human being. Anybody with a microscope, recording equipment, normal saline, Pfizer vaccine, Moderna vaccine, any of these drug vaccines, and blood can repeat this experiment. You don't take my word for it or Dr. McCarran's word for it. This is video, this is evidence now being presented to the world, and it can be repeated by any reputable scientist who has that equipment.
So this patient's blood was drawn 3 minutes ago. Already clotting in the tube. Not normal.
What I will share with you today on GB News is a few days ago, after this was published, somebody from a very prestigious British institution, cardiology department, researcher, a whistleblower, if you like, contacted me to say that the researchers in this department had found something similar within the coronary arteries linked to the vaccine, inflammation from imaging studies around the coronary arteries. And they had a meeting, and these researchers at the moment have decided they're not going to publish their findings because they are concerned about losing research money from the drug industry. Now, this person was very upset about it, and I wanted to obviously share this on GB News today. What I would say is that we then, knowing this information, which is very concerning, Stephen Gundry's paper in circulation, and also anecdotal evidence. I mean, I have a lot of interaction with the cardiology community across the UK, and anecdotally, I've been getting told by colleagues that they are seeing younger and younger people coming in with heart attacks.
The world is engaged in the largest clinical trial, the largest global vaccination trial ever, and we will have enormous amounts of data. But what's the message for the public? It's safe.
But we're never going to learn about how safe the vaccine is unless you start giving it. That's just the way it goes.
The TGA has finally approved vaccinations for kids as young as 5.
Primary schools could soon be transformed into pop-up COVID vaccination clinics. The state government believes it will be the quickest way to vaccinate children aged 5 to 11.
You have the chance to go to that stadium next week and actually land some gold by getting your first vaccination, your first Pfizer vaccination. We have about 24,000 of you who can get along to the Kudos Bank Arena next week. But what you are required to do is just keep safe, basically. Get along to the Kudos Bank Arena. You can get there by your own car or by public transport. Maybe mum and dad can drop you. If mum or dad or one of your family drop you, make sure they stay outside the arena. You're getting an opportunity that so many others haven't yet managed to achieve, and it's there for you, and it's there for you to really light up your future. We've got about 24,000 students we're aiming to get through next week.
And at the moment, in most parts of the world, due to lockdown, most of the transmission that's actually happening in many countries now is happening in the household, at family level. In some senses, transmission has been taken off the streets and pushed back into family units. Now we need to go and look in families to find those people who may be sick and remove them and isolate them.
In 2010, Forbes magazine accurately reported on the WHO's fraudulent response to the swine flu. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe declared the false pandemic is one of the greatest medicine scandals of the century. By their own rules, a pandemic requires simultaneous epidemics worldwide with enormous numbers of deaths and illness. 11 weeks into the outbreak, only 144 people died worldwide, and the WHO declared a pandemic. Just 1 month before, they changed the rules. You could now have a pandemic with 0 deaths. And when questioned, they claimed the old rule never existed.
Now, there is some confusion here, and I hope to clarify. Having severe death has never been part of the WHO pandemic.
Over $18 billion was misallocated on this fake pandemic. The Flu Protection Act of 2005 required the Secretary of Health and Human Services to conduct public influenza awareness campaigns preceding every flu season. Sales of the flu vaccine began skyrocketing, bringing in billions of dollars to the manufacturers, all for something that kills, on average, less than 100 people a year. The PCR tests were never meant to detect a specific virus, and yet they are being used today to detect COVID-19. The CDC even admits that the PCR test will detect any viral infection as COVID-19, including the common cold. The current data from the CDC on COVID-19 shows the same fakery that we have seen so far. Just as the CDC falsely counted pneumonia deaths as influenza deaths in the past, they are now counting both pneumonia and influenza as COVID-19. You can see it clearly in the CDC's own data. Beginning in the end of March, right after the shutdown began in the US, Pneumonia and influenza deaths dropped to 0, just as COVID deaths began to surge. COVID-19 is a quantifiable hoax. After years of unchecked big pharma fraud, we are witnessing their greatest swindle yet. And the amount of people wearing the mask only illustrates how effective their scam is. Will the mask wearers take the experimental vaccine for fear of what amounts to be the common cold? There is no proof that vaccines are the answer. In fact, the CDC admitted in federal court that it does not have studies to support the claim that vaccines do not cause autism. A top UN scientist admitted that vaccines are killing people. It is time to do some hard thinking. Will you allow your government to impose forced vaccinations?
We've seen during Melbourne protests that the police in my home state of Victoria asked the federal civil aviation authorities to declare a no-fly zone over Melbourne so that commercial media outlets couldn't film the protesters in case people saw how big they were and went down and joined in the protest and started marching as well. That is an extraordinary step for any government to take. The police censoring the broadcast media.
Sherwood Park, move on to a breach of a public health order. The local police have been notified and are attending and will issue fines. Playing basketball, walk down in park, move on to breach of public health orders. Local police will be on their way to continue a fine.
I'm just going to quickly flip this camera around because you can still see this is like some kind of stuff that you would see in, I don't even know what to say. I've actually got a friend of mine who's a pilot in China at the moment who says it's safer to be in China. There's a police drone over there circling over.
Do you get what that does to people, though, when you say basically absolutely no way that you're going to be seeing each other for Christmas? And the way you're talking, you won't even look at setting a date until that point. So what, March might be the earliest?
Easter.
Easter?
Well, I can't be precise. We're used to this. You know, Australia's been going through this now for 19 months or so. We'll put in place more measures to get more people vaccinated as quickly as we possibly can. We encourage people every day to get vaccinated, and I just say use AZ, use Pfizer, use whatever you can that you're eligible for to get yourself vaccinated as soon as you can, because that really is the key to us getting out of this and bringing down interstate borders and ending widespread lockdowns and those sorts of things, getting people vaccinated.
If you're from New South Wales and want to visit Victoria, you'll need to apply for a permit. If you're from Victoria and want to return home, you'll also need a permit. Getting into Western Australia from a high-risk state, defined as anywhere with over just 50 cases per day, requires proof of a COVID vaccine.
Medical professionals in South Australia are calling for urgent action this morning following shocking revelations about the deaths of 4 babies. The newborns were denied life-saving heart surgery because it wasn't available in Adelaide, and they couldn't be transferred interstate because of travel restrictions. Adelaide is the only capital city in mainland Australia that doesn't have its own infant cardiac unit. As one obstetrician said yesterday, quote, "I shall leave it to you to imagine the profound effect of these deaths on the parents."
A family denied entry into Queensland because the 3-year-old son doesn't qualify as an essential worker.
This little boy is barred from Queensland. Jesse Johnson and his parents are stranded in Moree, unable to go home to their 100-acre property in Miles.
Until we reach 80% double vax, the only way into Queensland is by air.
Well, Mark, we're just 13 days away from our first so-called Freedom Day, easing restrictions only for the fully vaccinated. You'll be allowed 5 vaccinated visitors to your home. Groups of 20 will be allowed outdoors. Restaurants, pubs and other hospitality venues can reopen at 1 person per 4 square metres. Retail stores can reopen. Hairdressers and nail salons with a maximum of 5 clients. Gyms will be back, offering classes of up to 20 people. Now, weddings can have up to 50 guests and dancing is allowed. Funerals up to 50 people as well. Churches and other places of worship can open, but with no singing. Major venues like stadiums, zoos and theme parks can have 5,000 guests. Cinemas, theatres, museums and galleries will also be back. Again, only for the fully vaccinated
Hey mate, it started in Victoria. They're shutting people's bank accounts, taking their money, telling them to go and get a vax, cutting them off the dole. It's already happening today. My friend just rang up crying, saying they've taken her money, they've sent it to the doctor, booked her in for a vax, cut the unemployment benefits, gone into the bank account and given her a QR code so that she can't use it unless she gets a vax, and she can't buy anything unless she gets a vax.
From Monday, you're going to see signs like these all across the state, and you risk a $1,000 fine if you ignore them. Soon, your vaccination status will appear on the Service New South Wales app for COVID-safe check-ins, but that's weeks away. In the meantime, you'll need another form of proof, and you can get it on your phone in a matter of minutes. The easiest way is through your MyGov account.
Download the app. That is Australia's ticket.
Our screens were bombarded.
So we can get back to the things we love.
Well, I don't think there is such a divide, and it also comes down to personal choice. If you're fully vaccinated and you have the opportunity to go and get a meal outside, you don't have to if that doesn't make you feel comfortable. It'll all be about choice. But the choices will only exist at 70% double dose for those who are fully vaccinated, and also at 80%. There'll always be things you can't do unless you're fully vaccinated, but it comes down to choice. If you don't want to be fully vaccinated, that's your choice. You just won't be able to participate in things.
Last night, though, as Freedom Day turned to Freedom Night, pubs busy and bustling.
It's absolutely incredible, really good vibe. Everyone's complying with the rules, everyone's showing their IDs and their COVID vaccinations.
From Potts Point to Parramatta.
I haven't been out in over 100 days, so it was really, really nice to get out.
Bondi too, as business juggled vaccine checks at check-in.
So I'm pretty sure we probably all know someone who has been vaccinated that hasn't had any adverse effects whatsoever. Adverse events happen. They've been totally fine, no reaction to it. They're good to go. So obviously that reinforces their delusion that we're conspiracy theorists and we're crazy and this isn't really happening and that there's not a depopulation agenda taking place. And this is the thing, it would have made no sense whatsoever for them to have a jab put out that was going to kill every single person that it came in contact with immediately, because that would raise way too many questions and too many alarms. So what they did instead is called the advocate approach. The advocate approach is essentially, if you have a tray of 100 vaccine doses that, say, 70 of them are totally fine, benign, they're saline, they're saltwater, they're nothing, and the other 30 are straight poison. So those 30 people are going to die, but it's pretty likely, and we've seen it already, that the doctors and probably some of them, their family members, whatever, are going to make excuses and they're going to decide, they're going to make the ruling that it's because of something else, that it's totally unrelated to the vaccine. And then the other 70 people that got the benign placebo, essentially, doses of, on that tray of 100 doses of vaccine, they are going to advocate to people that, oh, I'm fine, I got that and I had no side effects and I'm perfectly fine. There's nothing sinister going on here, like I had no reactions. And that is the advocate approach. So there's 30 people dead, and more than twice that number are fine because they were given the placebo so that they can run around and convince more people to go get this jab. And the people that they're convincing to go get it have no idea if they're going to get a placebo or if they're going to get the poison doses. That's how that's happening.
I appreciate greatly the work done by all the premiers and chief ministers and seeing those national vaccination rates get to where they are. We've got one more state to get through that gate. As it's a bit like, getting the sheep through the gate and into the run.
This morning, the Premier was displaying his green screen too.
Now I have to ask for your vaccination passport. Wonderful, that's great.
Shops and restaurants all preparing to throw open their doors, but with the clock ticking, serious questions remain over what the reopening will look like and how the rules will be enforced.
Shaking off hospitality's 15-week shutdown, a long time between drinks. 4 square metres inside, 2 square out.
We do the double sittings and we're spacing out the bookings in 15-minute increments.
Only for patrons who are double vaxxed. Helping businesses today, new health posters and a detailed toolkit. A lot to take in. The Vax passport could be weeks away. Until then, it's a 3-stage manual check.
Checking masks, checking the QR code check into the venue, and citing a Medicare-approved vaccine proof.
Meaning a crash course for hospitality staff that has unions worried it's asking too much.
There is no clarity on when we do open up, how quickly will we be shut down again. This scares us.
But the flat cap on numbers, just 5,
regardless of the salon's size, has everyone scratching their heads.
It's so unfair. When we've spoken to the health department, they really can't give us a great explanation.
At Just Cuts Campbelltown, owner Jo knows she could fit 8 clients at a time, COVID safe, and that would mean more staff would be back at work.
Crazy. Yeah, it's, it is restrictive.
For all the changes the new Premier has made to fast-track the relaxation of restrictions, it seems this limit, regardless of the size of the salon, is unlikely to change.
The opposition has questioned, though, how you can have 10 people in a house but not in a retail store.
If you've got a hesitant friend or kids cricket coach or whatever, you go, well, you just can't mix with us unless you're vaccinated.
That's exactly right.
South Australia's QR code honeymoon is officially over, with police launching a major undercover operation to crack down on complacency. Officers posing as customers will be deployed across the city and suburbs, threatening massive fines for repeat offenders.
And a warning to employers. Yesterday alone, inspectors checked 500 workplaces for vaccine compliance.
You should expect to be challenged and to be able to demonstrate that you've got controls in place that demonstrates that your staff are appropriately vaccinated. But there is more vaccine available, whether it's Moderna, Pfizer or AstraZeneca, choose your poison.
The only way out of this pandemic is the successful rollout of the vaccine. The vaccine is our enemy. Oh, sorry, I'll start again. There we go. That'll run tonight. The virus is our enemy, and the virus doesn't sleep. The virus mutates. The virus thinks that this is a race.
Here's what we know. We know that the people who are dying from this disease.
About why it's important to get vaccinated, why these vaccines are safe, why they can still kill you even if you are under the age of 27. We need to be clear and direct about our messaging. COVID-19 and our efforts to address the global pandemic.
Pandemic.
Yes, I know you're vaccinated. You're the smart ones, but there's people out there who aren't listening to God and what God wants. You know this. You know who they are. I need you to be my apostles. I need you to go out.
Will be time very soon that we will be able to open those international borders again, and that will enable Australians who are fully vaccinated and Australians and residents of Australia who are overseas who are fully vaccinated to be able to travel again.
Young children, Tanya, should not wear masks.
Does the Prime Minister agree with you?
I don't know. You'll have to ask the Prime Minister. But I know.
Does he support you spreading this stuff?
He doesn't, immediately hauling Mr Kelly into his office. Senior sources say Scott Morrison gave Craig Kelly a good old-fashioned dressing down, demanding he stop posting material that undermines the government's vaccine strategy and a veiled threat to remove his chairmanship of Parliament's Law Enforcement Committee and the extra pay if he doesn't toe the line.
Views expressed by the member for Hughes do not align with my views. Vaccination is critical. It is our primary responsibility this year.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Mr Speaker, I can announce today that starting this Saturday, vaccine clinics are coming to Bunnings. Yeah. More than 24 sites have been identified across the state so families can get their Bunnings sausage and a dose of vaccine.
Yeah.
Because of the very mild health threat the disease poses to anyone outside those vulnerable groups.
Look, I really just find it quite surprising to be at a press conference and have somebody suggest that there are very minor consequences to COVID-19. We still have many people dying around the world, and we've also had 4 deaths here in Australia.
There's not been one community transmission that's led to death in this country all year.
I am here to provide information to the South Australian public. My kids showed me the meme of the Where's Wally because of my red and white striped jacket, and I thought actually this is quite a nice thing to put up on our Facebook site, because this is what we're dealing with at the moment. We are trying to find that virus, and you think about the photographs in the Where's Wally and everybody's stationary. I want you to all stay stationary so that my team can find the virus, i.e. the Where's Wally.
Where's the virus? Talk about infantilising the public. Remember, this is the health officer who shut down the whole state last year, claiming there was a new strain. Only it turned out not to be a new strain. Trust the experts, they say. So now they're moving hundreds of people from their homes into hotel quarantine while they search for Wally.
This is the Delta variant. It's not the Wuhan. That's the old garden variety. Yeah, sure, don't worry about that. But this is Delta. It's like a different virus.
My first name is Erica Beardsley, and I left nursing in Quebec after 11 years. I loved my job. I loved the people. And I physically seen people restraining the elderly and vaccinating against their will while they scream no. I've witnessed a lot of people dying of heart attacks shortly after the vaccine. I've witnessed miscarriages at full term, 5 days, 4 days after vaccine. And that's just a little town, a little community. Because I'm in a little hospital, a small hospital, and I worked on every floor. I worked in long-term general care, emerge, external clinic. I saw it all.
I'm a registered nurse, BSN, case manager in Baltimore. My grassroots, boots on the ground report is that there's a lot of patients being injured. I've never seen anything like this. Since January, I've experienced personally 6 deaths. And I've lost count of the injuries. And we're not talking about typical adverse events like fevers, chills, sore muscles. I'm talking about things like urinating clots of blood, paresthesias, gastroparesis, altered mental status, respiratory arrest, cardiac arrest, new onset seizures, new onset diabetes. I have patients who can't walk anymore. Patients who keep complaining that their feet and their hands are burning. They forget where they are. I've just never seen anything like this in all my years of practicing medicine. What I'm seeing now as time goes on is patients who were given the shot months ago that are now showing up in the hospital with equally strange and confusing events. Practitioners see this, their dissonance just flows, and they either ignore it or literally don't know what to do with it. Every healthcare professional working with patients across this country has to see what's going on. What else do I see on the ground? A lot of great suffering that isn't getting met with good care because we have no idea what to do with these patients who have been injured by, frankly, an experimental treatment, and there's no protocols to treat them. There's no information how to help them, and even breaking through the cognitive dissonance of physicians to accept this patient has been vaccine injured is a chasm. It's a huge chasm.
Hello everybody, this is Anne McCluskey here, and I'm making this wee video in my back room in my home here in Derry. I work as a GP locally. I've just come in from a shift in the out-of-hours GP centre. I worked until midnight last night, and I worked again from 8 o'clock this morning until 12 o'clock. And during that time, I dealt with very many sick, distressed, worried, traumatised people. Almost all of them, with the exception of small children, have been double jabbed. They've had 2 injections, and our place, the out of ours, is jammed with people who are testing positive for in the PCR test, and yet who had 2 doses of injections. The other thing I am seeing in increasing numbers, and it's so distressful to even think about it because I know that they're coming after the children next, but I'm seeing young people, healthy, previously fit young people who are damaged. God forbid that it's irreparably, but I saw a girl this week who had a clot in her upper arm, teenager. I have, in 40 years in medicine, I have never, ever seen an upper arm clot in a healthy young person. But worse, she was told by the consultant at the hospital and by her own doctor, oh, no, this is nothing to do with the fact that it happened the first week after your second injection. No, you must have hurt yourself at the gym. This girl's fit and slim and healthy and active. I saw this morning, or rather I spoke to, a young man who has been unable to get out of bed now for 2 weeks since taking his injection. Again, told by a GP whom he trusts that, oh, that's it, working, you're going to set up a really good immune response. The fact that you're absolutely floored and can't get on with your normal life is normal after an immunisation. This is a lie. We've been at this for a year now, those of us who see and look at the data, look at the real world data, not the computer models generated by people who are bought and sold by billionaires who have massive conflicts of interest in the outcomes of all of this. We who look at real world data and have been studying this from the beginning can see that this is not about health. These injections are doing real harm. I want you to understand that the only people standing between psychopathy and our beautiful children and young people are the adults. It's us who have to act. These injections are killing people, they are harming people, they are not preventing sickness, and they're not about health. Now, I haven't written the playbook for what is going on, but I know it's malevolent, and I know that it must be stopped. And if we don't stop it, who's going to?
I'm Dr. Ryan Cole. I'm a Mayo Clinic trained board certified anatomic pathologist, clinical pathologist, dermatopathologist, way too many years of school. Also did some PhD research in immunology, so immunology, virology is right up my alley. What's going on? You know, we see the headlines like Dr. Merritt mentioned, 13-year-old 3 days after a shot dies, 15-year-old dies of a heart attack. One would think in this era of a new virus and a new experimental, I don't even like calling it a vaccine, an investigational vaccine, a fake vaccine, okay, I can a clot shot, a needle rape, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so going to the VAERS data, 11,000 deaths, 12,000 deaths, 45,000 deaths. In the literature so far, about a month ago, first post-vaccine autopsy. Out of 11,000 deaths? Are you kidding me? Is this science anymore? No, medical technocracy. Fear, suffering, shot. Fear, suffering, shot. That's all you're supposed to have. Listen to us and that's all you get. No. And they keep lying to the American public by calling it a vaccine. They keep taking the word investigational off. It's what they call it in the emergency authorization. They keep not calling it what it is, investigational, an experiment on humanity. So you tell me you want to give a 12-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 13-year-old, an 18-year-old a shot, and we see about a 200 times increase in myocarditis in our society right now? That's a good idea. Let's give a kid a toxin, ruin his heart for life. Stop and think about what we're doing. Insanity, we need to stop the insanity immediately. This is over, game over. This is no longer good science. This is a poisonous attack on our population, and it needs to stop now. So what's it doing to humanity? Guess what? The answer is, we don't know, because we don't have long-term safety data yet. That's the tragedy and the crime in all of this. They're pushing it. It's an experiment. It's emergency authorized. It's not approved. Humanity is the phase 3 trial. In the laboratory, I have the tissues of a dead man on the back of my desk. I have 2 more coming next week. Guess what? Just a couple days after a shot. 50-year-old healthy triathlete. One of my favorite surgeons in town that I worked with, second shot, mountain biking gone. All right, the other concern I already brought up, we have no long-term safety data. This is what we need to emphasize to society and ask the authoritative agencies. What's the risk for cancer after the shot? We don't know. What's the risk for autoimmune disease? We don't know. What's the risk for impairing fertility for a lifetime? We don't know. So why in the world will we willy-nilly push forward at the pace and the rate that we're going without knowing these things? complete anti-science and a complete attack on us. No more mandatory forcing of employees. How in the world are these hospitals and these employers saying, you can't work for me if you don't sign up to be a subject in an experiment on humanity? Go back to the 1947 Nuremberg Code. We're absolutely violating this as a nation and a people. Where are the billions to do the autopsies? Where are the billions to prove the science? Where are the autopsies? I will go back. Crickets. They're not there. Dismissal by the collusive media of any adverse events or death. That's a problem. I have seen a 10 to 20-fold increase of uterine cancer in the last 6 months in my laboratory.
People are, like they're creating fake vaccine cards. They're also getting vaccine exemptions by telling their doctor that they're allergic to PEG, which is PEG, it's polyethylene glycol. It's a component of the mRNA vaccines. The ones that don't have PEG have polysorbate, which has cross, reaction with PEG. So people who are allergic to PEG are often allergic to polysorbate. And this is just, it's so ridiculous that people have to go to these lengths in America to avoid an experimental drug trial.
If you're not familiar with One America, we're a $100 billion life insurance and retirement company, been headquartered in Indianapolis since 1877. We have 2,400 employees. One of our businesses is that we offer group life and disability insurance to employers. And we are seeing right now the highest death rates we have ever seen in the history of this business, not just at One America. The data is consistent across every player in that business. Now, this is primarily working age people, 18 to 64, that are in employers like all the employers on the screen here. And what we saw just in third quarter, and we're seeing it continue into fourth quarter, is that death rates are up 40% over what they were pre-pandemic. Now, just to give you an idea of how bad that is, a 3 sigma or a 1 in 200 year catastrophe would be 10% increase over pre-pandemic. So 40% is just unheard of. And what the data is showing us is that the deaths that are being reported as COVID deaths greatly understate the actual death losses among working age people from the pandemic. It may not all be COVID on their death certificate, but deaths are up just a huge numbers.
We saw, for example, miscarriages increased by 300% over the 5-year average, almost. We saw almost 300% increase in cancer over the 5-year average. Cancer is not being talked about except for by Dr. Ryan Cole. Thank you, doctor. We saw, this one's amazing, neurological. So neurological issues which would affect our pilots. Over 1,000% increase. 1,000.
10 times. That's 10 times rate, and obviously that
83,000 per year. 82,000 per year to 863,000 in 1 year. Our soldiers are being experimented on, injured, and sometimes possibly killed.
If you haven't had your first dose, it really is becoming too late for you. You need to come forward now.
But can I just say, one single thing we know works, or is on the best available evidence at this point in time, is boosters. And I've seen even this morning some additional data coming in which really emphasises the urgency. So I would recommend that instead of Christmas shopping, everyone shops for a COVID booster online or reaches out and for their partner to make them an appointment to go online for a COVID shot. And that is the best, exciting gift that can be given.
4,000 healthcare workers in Queensland have been given their marching orders for missing a deadline to be vaccinated against COVID.
We know this is planned. We're not stupid. The hospitals are not full of COVID patients. The hospitals are full of vaccinated patients, okay? I've got friends that work in ICU at Flinders. 30 out of 38 patients currently are vaccinated. That is a fact. Serious adverse effects, serious. And we're talking 20-year-olds. We are talking 20-year-olds that have dropped dead. Nothing is getting on the media. Myocarditis is a rare, let me tell you, a rare cardiac condition. All of a sudden, every third 20-year-old's got myocarditis. You know what that leads to? one. I've been a nurse for 32 years. I started off as an EN, I went in to do my Bachelor of Nursing, and then I went on and did my postgraduate in mental health nursing 4 years ago. I've got 2 degrees. I'm not an idiot. What's going on? People need to start asking questions. What about the people with cancer? What about the people with cardiac illness? What about the kids with leukemia? No one cares anymore. No one cares about anything but COVID. And to lock people out who are not vaccinated, excuse me, I pay a Medicare levy, I pay private health insurance. We'll just stop paying taxes. Is that what they want?
And those anti-vaxxers out there, that 20-30%, are the ones out there are protesting on the streets and doing that sort of thing. I think you're going to find the rest of us coming at you lock, stock and barrel, and we're going to be putting the pressure on you fairly hard, because the rest of us that are trying to do the right thing by the country and our kids and get vaccinated and do the right thing, I think for you, we're going to start to get even more agitated, and we're going to start to get more hardcore, and I think that's what you're going to see, massive division out there, and it'll be us on the front foot. That's what I think is going to happen. I think the tide is going to turn on those anti-vaxxers out there, and you are really going to feel the heat.
Indeed, the Australian Immunisation Handbook spells it out very clearly that consent to being vaccinated must be given in the absence of undue pressure, coercion or manipulation. Once you start down this path of dividing any society into 2 distinct classes of people, you have abandoned liberty and democracy and replaced it with tyranny, fear and suspicion. Worse, and this is what really disturbs me, once the authorities have decreed that there are now 2 classes of Australian, the good and the bad, and that one class is superior to another and gets special privileges, while the other class is shunned, locked out, vilified, and loses their employment, you have by definition created an inferior class.
Australians have also begun turning in one another to authorities, East German style. In this tweet, an Australian mother was desperate to find a way home with her son and needed to cross a state border, violating lockdown restrictions. She was turned in to police.
You've been called, someone called the police because I wasn't wearing a mask.
Yes, correct.
And you came all the way to Bunnings to what? To arrest me for not wearing a mask?
No, I came to see what your reason was for not wearing a mask.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe Australia? Someone called the police on me at Bunnings.
You are under arrest at the moment for an alleged breach of the Public Health Act that occurred at 5:25 p.m. Monday, the 4th of October, 2021.
With this kind of behavior, you might think many thousands of Australians have died from COVID. But the death toll is under 1,200 out of a nation of 25 million people, or 0.0047% of the population. Almost 3 times that many Australians die every week from normal causes.
Vaccination passports have been rolled out in other states. In New South Wales, to have any kind of social life outside your home, you must be fully vaccinated to enter restaurants, pubs and clubs. To travel overseas, the federal government also requires proof of vaccination.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The totalitarian regimes responsible for the most heinous atrocities in the 20th century, think Stalin, Mao, Hitler, Pol Pot, they didn't get there overnight. They used fear to control, they excluded the dirty people, softly at first. They justified the exclusion, they moved to harder exclusions and eventually eliminated people, either socially or physically. In 21st century Australia, state premiers are racing down that familiar path, trying to out-tyrant each other, drunk on power, setting up their own biosecurity police states, complete with medical apartheid. Sadly, we've enabled it, refusing to rein them in, and worse, supplying the Australian immunisation register data that underpins this medical apartheid. Fear is the justification of choice for coercion and control, with non-vaccinated Australians increasingly demonised, ostracised and socially eradicated. In Queensland, the Premier tweeted that people not vaccinated raised red flags. The totalitarian path, the path that we are unquestionably on, has never ended well.
From tomorrow, you'll need to be double vaccinated to visit non-essential retail. So that's pretty much everything but the supermarkets and pharmacies. And it will be up to the retailers to check the vaccination status of customers. In this new normal, Pete, it is very clear that the unvaccinated are being locked out.
This motion is not about protecting anyone from COVID. This motion is about expelling opposition from Parliament. There are thousands of Victorians who are concerned about this vaccine and whose voices deserve to be heard. But you want to silence their voices, as you have been doing all through this state of emergency. This government has been crushing dissent. arresting people for Facebook posts, hunting down, tear gassing, beating and even opening fire on protesters with potentially lethal ammunition. And today, you turn your fire on the Parliament. This is not the first time in history we've seen members of a Parliament being expelled.
We're not cuddling up to these people. And frankly, seriously, I'm making a serious point. I don't know what half of them were protesting against.
You.
Well,
a lot of them.
Then, well, good on them. Except, it's illegal. Excuse me? Absolutely not.
If passed, and they've just passed the Victorian Lower House a couple of moments ago, these laws would vest the Premier with the power to unilaterally declare a pandemic, and they could see ordinary Victorians thrown in prison for as long as 2 years for failing to wear a face mask. Former Supreme Court Judge and current Judge Advocate General of the Armed Forces, Jack Rush QC, and others who have signed an open letter stating their deep concern about a bill that would, quote, allow the Victorian government effectively to rule the state by decree for the foreseeable future. The 60 QCs say that the ministry is, quote, effectively given plenary legislative power to detain people, to restrict movement, to regulate gatherings, to require information, and that these orders can be targeted based on, quote, political belief or activity. Hence the QCs worry that the new powers could end up targeting people, quote again, questioning or opposing government public health measures.
These extreme laws that Andrews is trying to bring in, this is modern fascism for those that haven't seen it. This is exactly what this is.
National retailers like Big W and chain stores appeared to have a streamlined process, employees checking vaccine passports upon entry.
It's just part of life now, so if it keeps us safe, that's what we want.
But some smaller businesses say they simply don't have the capacity.
I'm struggling, to tell you the truth. I'm on my own until about lunchtime, and it's been busy.
We're a small store, and I can't afford to put on more staff just to stand at the door to see that everyone's vaccinated.
This makes proving your vaccination status in South Australia much easier.
The MySAGov app, as we know it, will still exist, but this new feature will be incorporated to streamline the process of checking into places that require double vaccination, like Adelaide Oval or the Entertainment Centre, a list that's growing by the day.
That will go live as of next week.
Everyone will know if it's okay for you to be going places and stuff.
Those without a smartphone won't escape scrutiny. They'll have to carry physical proof of their vaccination status.
If there are COVID cases in your area, but a high 90% vaccination rate, you'll still need to get a test 72 hours before entering SA. If that vaccination rate is between 80 and 90%, you'll need a second test when you arrive.
When the gates do open, each visitor will need to provide a negative PCR COVID test, and they cost up to $150 each.
Tough new rules for the unvaccinated could remain well into the new year, even once Queensland hits its 90% double dose target. Some businesses are already losing bookings, others are confused.
Unvaccinated customers will be banned from hospitality and entertainment venues once borders open, a fast approaching scenario.
If we called the police on a customer, that would ruin our business.
You're going to kill little towns and little businesses.
Confusion, the theme. For example, hot air ballooning. Is it transport which the unvaccinated can go on, or outdoor entertainment which they can't?
Economists are observing an unexpected side effect of COVID-19. Millions of people are quitting their jobs. The so-called Great Resignation has already started to bite in the USA, and there are predictions it won't be long until it hits Australia too. Our Network Finance Editor Gemma Acton joins me now. This is really the Great Resignation. I haven't heard of that yet, but it's a thing.
Now is the historical moment, the time, not only to fight severe virus, but to shape the system. So what we will see now is acceleration of those trends. And of course, a unique opportunity to reset.
This pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset. This is our chance to accelerate our pre-pandemic effort.
Unprecedented opportunity to rethink and reset the ways in which we live.
The great opportunity for reset.
We need a great reset.
But how do the World Economic Forum and the United Nations intend to bring about this great reset they keep promising us? Well, they need national and state governments and other bodies to play along. And one of the key tools they are using is a 3-word slogan: Build Back Better.
We will build back better from the COVID crisis.
To come back stronger and build back better.
Build Canada back better.
Build Back Better has bizarrely been the slogan for all sorts of different political groups around the world.
How do we build back better?
To build back better than before.
Remember the terrible damage of COVID as we try to build back from this global pandemic.
Build back better.
Building back better.
To build back better.
Build it back better.
And build it back better.
Build back better.
It's about building this country back better.
Growing conspiracy following it. It is called the Great Reset. The theory even calls Mr. Biden's campaign slogan, Build Back Better, a front for the conspiracy.
Build Back Better world.
The Build Back Better bill is passed.
But this global pandemic has also created an opportunity to build back better.
To build back better.
We must build back better.
But it is undoubtedly an opportunity for us to work together and build back better.
Build back better.
As the world recovers, we have a chance to reset the clock and build back better than before.
And building back better our economy and society.
To build back better.
The second plank in Build Back Better advances racial equity by mobilizing our infrastructure. Together we can fix this. Let's build back better.
Building back better after disasters is also vital to prevent creating new risks. Together, we can build a safer world.
4 sets of priorities can guide the response to Build Back Better.
It's a big effort to, some would say, to build back better. We would say to really have a great reset.
What we are very proud of now is the young generation, like Prime Minister Trudeau, President of Argentina and so on, that we penetrate the cabinets. So yesterday I was at a reception for Prime Minister Trudeau, and I know that half of this cabinet, or even more half of this cabinet, are for our actually young global leaders of the World Economic Forum.
Like millions of us must be feeling worldwide, economist Ernest Wolf believes a hidden alliance of political and corporate leaders are exploiting the COVID-19 pandemic with the goal of crashing their economies and making way for a global digital currency. Wolf has been researching the history of Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum and has found a very fundamental piece of their criminal puzzle. The Young Global Leaders School, established and managed by Klaus Schwab. The World Economic Forum, originally called the European Management Forum, brought together 31 nations at its very first meeting in 1971 and is currently funded by 1,000 multinational corporations. Klaus Schwab hadn't really accomplished much in economics, and he trained under Henry Kissinger at the Harvard Business School, which is where he was likely tapped to be the face of the World Economic Forum. In 1992, Schwab established the Global Leaders for Tomorrow School, which was re-established as the Young Global Leaders in 2004. Attendees must officially apply for admission and be selected. Alumni of the school's very first class include Angela Merkel, Nicolas Sarkozy, and Tony Blair. Other attendees include Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos. The Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern.
So long as there's people who are eligible who haven't been vaccinated, we've got work to do.
President of France, Emmanuel Macron. Governor of California, Gavin Newsom.
That's why we recognize our responsibility to do more, and that's what we are announcing here today. A statewide requirement for in-person instruction for all of our children to add to a well-established list that currently includes 10 vaccinations and well-established rules and regulations that have been advanced by the legislature for decades, to add to that list the vaccination.
U.S. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. Other attendees of the young global leaders include Virgin's Richard Branson, the Clinton Foundation's Chelsea Clinton, and BlackRock's Larry Fink. Approximately 1,300 global leaders have attended the school from North America, Asia, Africa, and South America, most of whom are all pushing the same criminal hoax, the lockdowns, and the deadly experimental jabs. And in 2012, Klaus Schwab began the Global Shapers community, which has groomed an army of 10,000 young people to be the next group of saboteurs around the world, currently holding meetings in 400 cities worldwide.
At the rally on Saturday, I held up a document called The New International Economic Order Implications for Australia, and this was dated February 1980. And this was the result of a Senate inquiry, the Senate Committee for Foreign Affairs and Defence, into the New International Economic Order, which requires us to dismantle our manufacturing, dismantle our economy, dismantle our power, hand over our political authority to the United Nations. And so what we know for fact, and that's why I used that 1980 Australian government document, what we know for fact is that every government, every Prime Minister, every leader of the opposition, every senator has been complicit in the treasonous betrayal of Australia for decades. They've been handing everything over to foreign banks, foreign institutions like the United Nations, the World Health Organization, and even the CDC, the Centre for Disease Control, from whom we are supposed to be taking instructions. It is a private organisation, it's a private company.
It seems every single day we're seeing new video footage from Australia, aka New China. But when you're seeing video footage like this, where you have 4 police officers arresting one old woman because she doesn't want to show her documentation to be at a cafe, you're really starting to see it as what's happening over there. Daily Mail saying that it was a cafe in Hervey Bay, Queensland, where the 5 officers arrested the old lady that didn't want to provide her documentation, but also the idea that the owners of the cafe said this was excessive.
You cannot arrest her.
What are you doing? What are you pulling that bag away?
Leave her alone. You pay my tax. You pay my wages.
It's one thing that they're doing this in the first place, but the smugness about how they're doing it. Because listen to what this officer, what they're going to say to this officer.
What a country we live in now.
Yeah,
you guys are filth. Sorry. Filth. That's just filth. That is so hard. How could you do that to that lady?
And he's like, oh, we're filth? We're filth? Ha 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 ha. And just gathers them up as they move on to their next arrest. And then you had another car around the corner of a similar vehicle, meaning to say that, are they just combing the streets and that's the only thing they're doing that day? Are they actually trying to figure out there's criminals out there doing bad things? Or are they just looking for people that are being non-compliant?
Where were you guys when we got broken into 4 times? I wish there was that many people come in.
No more statewide lockdowns. What we're moving away from, Nat, is instead of locking people down, we're locking people out. If you're not double dose vaccinating, you're not going to be able to do so many of the things that people have craved and yearned for such a long period of time. You've got to get vaccinated.
2 people have tested positive to COVID-19 in the Northern Territory, forcing a 72-hour lockdown in the town of Katherine. But in Darwin, only unvaccinated residents are being ordered to isolate.
So it is simple. If your job includes interacting with members of the public, then you need to get the jab. If you work in hospitality, you need to get the jab. If you work in retail or in a supermarket, you need to get the jab. If you are behind the counter at the bank, if you're a receptionist or positions like that, you need to get the jab. If you are a barber, a hairdresser, a beauty therapist, you need to get the jab. All these workers, and many, many more, directly interact with members of the public. That means you are frontline workers in our economy. That means you must be vaccinated. Simply not wanting the vaccine is not a reason. So at least the first dose by the 12th of November and double dose by Christmas. That is the deadline to keep working in these jobs. The direction includes a provision mandating booster shots as needed for these same workers in the future. It also allows employers to request proof of vaccination and requires them to keep a register of their staff's vaccination status. I want as many people as possible to be vaccinated. I am making sure we do everything possible to get everyone vaccinated. There are only 3 reasons to leave the home now, not 5. Work is not a reason to leave the home for the unvaccinated. The Chief Health Officer has also determined that restriction of movement is critical right now and that 1 hour of exercise for the next 4 days is not essential. Remember, these restrictions only apply to those who are not fully vaccinated. Today, our relationship with China is stronger than it has ever been. In many ways, I believe our relationship with China is our gift to Australia. The Northern Territory and China are showing the rest of Australia how Chinese investment can work in Australia and how it can work well. China's One Belt, One Road will promote unprecedented growth and investment in our region. Our 2 strategies work together.
And by 2013, Xinjiang had become even more important to China. The country launched the Belt and Road Initiative, a $1 trillion investment in things like fiber optic cables, train lines, and gas pipelines, meant to boost the country's economic and political influence around the world by making it easier to trade with China.
Now, for 4 years, Victorian Premier Daniel Andrews tried to keep this secret. It's a deal that he signed in 2017 with the Chinese dictatorship. But looking at this deal, I can understand why Daniel Andrews wanted to keep a secret from Australia. In it, he promises that Australia, particularly Victoria, is going to promote projects, infrastructure and utilities to strengthen business links with China and create an information exchange to help China get infrastructure deals. And in fact, Andrews put out another document back then outlining his vision that Victoria would become China's gateway to Australia.
We are, all of us, going to end up being infected with COVID. Every single person in Queensland. But if you've been vaccinated, it's highly unlikely that you'll get sick, and you're definitely very unlikely to end up in hospital or in ICU.
If an employer allows an unvaccinated staff member on site, they can be fined more than $21,000, and the business will be hit with almost a $110,000 fine. Workers who falsely claim they've had the jab will wear a $10,000 fine.
Here we are in BP petrol station. He's not letting me pay. He's requesting that I sign in before I can pay for my petrol. Are you going to let me pay, or are you giving this to me for free?
The law states you must sign in.
That is the legal system. You're stopping me.
Excuse me.
You're stopping me.
$100 fine. I get $6,000 fine.
You are stopping me from paying right now.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
By law, you must sign in first.
West Australian parents who are unvaccinated will be banned from seeing their own sick children in the state's hospitals under the new strict laws drawn up by Premier Mark McGowan.
This code brown has been declared. These healthcare workers have been dealing with COVID for so long, and so that is why this code brown has been declared. Steve's just going to take you inside that COVID ward, of course, as far as we can go. Of course, we can see some workers in there in their full PPE. So just getting back to this code brown.
Of course, a bitter pill to swallow this morning for the unvaccinated. Queenslanders needing life-saving surgery. It's been revealed that patients will be denied that procedure unless they're fully vaccinated.
You won't be able to go to cafes, pubs, nightclubs unless you are fully vaccinated.
You know, those who don't want to be vaccinated, choose not to be, well then there are going to be limits on their freedoms for a considerable time. But I just say to anybody who's thinking, well, you know, I'll just wait this out. And if I just wait a few weeks, I'll be able to go to the pub because the double vax green tick to get into the pub won't be a thing. Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
I was on Australian TV earlier this week, and Australia has purchased 14 doses per person. That's 7 years. That's 7 years of every 6 months.
Could it be that your vaccine passport to enter venues, for example, expires at 9 months or 12 months? Is that what we're looking at if you don't get the booster?
Yes, we have to work through those details, but at the moment, the majority of people have been vaccinated in a reasonably recent time. Obviously, there will be recommendations, and we will expect an ongoing level of vaccine coverage. But also, as we get that coverage high, and I think I've talked about my aspirational dreams of us being the most vaccinated country.
Do you think you can get to 90%?
I actually think that we can.
Good evening. The new strain of the COVID-19 Delta variant has health officials hunting tonight, rushing to trace at least 8 cases already circulating across the state, only days out from Freedom Day.
It's no surprise that a potentially dangerous new variant has emerged in southern Africa. Last year, the Beta variant, which was partly vaccine resistant, appeared in South Africa. And it hung around until it was pushed out by the Delta variant earlier this year. But look at this. This is the rise in the B11529 just in the last couple of weeks.
We're already seeing an uptick in new cases in Southern Africa.
There are 2 main reasons this was no surprise. One is that the level of COVID vaccination in Africa is low, and therefore you have a large population able to be infected.
Good evening. We were told it was inevitable, and the prediction has been realised. The dangerous new strain of COVID, known as Omicron, is in Sydney. 2 international travellers with the virus are in hotel quarantine, and tonight the race is on to find the other passengers who were allowed to isolate at home.
Strict border rules have been reimposed to stop the potential spread of the Omicron variant. No local cases of the new strain have been detected.
The Telegraph reports WHO officials skipped 2 letters of the Greek alphabet, including G, to avoid stigmatising China and its leader. The WHO have kowtowed to China from the start of this pandemic, and they're not stopping now.
The Omicron variant has now been reported in 57 countries, and we expect that number to continue growing. Certain features of Omicron suggest it could have a major impact on the course of the pandemic.
Omicron represents another level. It's another dimension. It's another scale of response that we may need, and we weren't doing particularly well in the face of Delta.
With the data now coming for the Omicron variant, it is very clear our vaccine for the Omicron variant should be a 3-dose vaccine.
There are different scenarios for how the pandemic could play out. It's dangerous to assume that Omicron will be the last variant or that we are in the end game. Globally, the conditions are ideal for more variants to emerge.
The Omicron hysteria is the perfect cover story for the ADE death wave from vaccines that's unfolding. Omicron also allows media to claim this is why people's immune systems are failing. It shifts all the blame from the gene therapy experimental vaccine to the variant, right as the numbers explode worldwide of the general population of vaccinated people becoming seriously ill and dying.
Take us through the numbers coming out of some of these countries, because they're quite remarkable.
Yeah, really remarkable. Of the 3.3 million cases worldwide last week, more than 2 million, so almost 2/3, were in continental Europe. The restrictions are really being focused on continental Europe. You know, Austria has locked down for the unvaccinated, and that's causing quite a stir there. The Belgian Prime Minister said that all the alarm signals are red, and Europe's map is quickly turning red. There are lockdowns in Sweden. The Czech Republic is refusing some public services to the unvaccinated. Slovakia, the Slovak Republic, is also looking at something pretty similar. There are fears of what was being called a 5th wave in France. Wow. You know, it's
the message to the unvaccinated is that you will not achieve any further freedom unless you get vaccinated. And a further and final message to regional New South Wales. There are parts of regional New South Wales that are currently open. The 70% roadmap does apply to the whole state. So there will be individuals in regional rural New South Wales who choose not to be vaccinated who will lose their freedoms. So my message to everybody in regional and rural New South Wales is to continue to get vaccinated.
We are absolutely begging you to go out and do the one thing you can do for yourself, the one thing you can do for your family and your loved ones, and the one thing you can do for your healthcare system is to get vaccinated. Please do not wait. I know you're frustrated, I know you're scared, I know you're over it, we're all over it, but it's time.
I just say to people, go and get vaccinated. Please go and get vaccinated. The time for protest, the time for carry on, the time for reading crazy conspiracy theories is over. Go and get vaccinated, save your life, save your family's life, and do the right thing by the community.
These teams are not just knocking on doors anymore, they're actually carrying eskies and vaccinating at the door. They're seeing how many people in that household and they're vaccinating everyone who's eligible in that home while they knock on that door. And that's what we have to do now. We have to reach in and try to vaccinate people.
One of the key areas of success for our state has been the vaccine program. And New South Wales has led the way. New South Wales went out on the front line, went door to door.
Good evening, they're back. Restrictions are once again returning to New South Wales to combat surging rates of COVID-19. The changes will hit a hospitality industry already on its knees, while new rules will also see people who test positive using a rapid test having to report it themselves to health authorities.
If you've got symptoms and you've got a positive RAT test, then you're a case.
Restrictions that we are put in place last year, we will be rolling over for another month.
Masks indoors, the 2 square metre rule, QR code check-ins, no singing and dancing in pubs and clubs, all set to stay until February 28.
Today we put a face to one of those people who sadly did pass away. James Condilius is a reminder of how dangerous COVID can be. Just 23 years old, he was fully vaccinated, a champion powerlifter. He was super fit and also with no underlying health conditions that we knew of. He died with COVID at St Vincent's Hospital after suffering severe complications.
Before my vaccination, I was a healthy and active 39-year-old. In January, my life changed drastically. I had a sharp stabbing pain in my scapula area. I had these internal vibrations, and the only way I can explain the internal vibrations is it feels like you have this little electric shock running through your body. I have tremors in my hands, which has made me leery if I'll ever be able to practice as a hygienist again. I have swollen lymph nodes. Brain fog. I had brain fog so extreme that I would be having a conversation with someone and I would black out. Unexplained skin rashes. I had convulsions and nighttime seizures. I would give anything. I would give my whole life savings if I could go back to January 17th and never to have had to experience this in my life.
The PCR test is the most commonly used test for COVID-19 worldwide. Positive tests from PCR have created a statistic of rising cases globally that serves as the premise for continued lockdowns and other measures. The PCR-derived statistic has even inspired the pharmaceutical industry to produce a vaccine in record time for worldwide distribution. So it's probably worth understanding the basics of PCR technology.
Dr. Kary Mullis was awarded the Nobel Prize for his invention of the polymerase chain reaction, the PCR. The PCR is a method of analysis and wasn't designed to test for a virus. Mullis explains why.
And with PCR, if you do it well, you can find almost anything in anybody.
Mullis didn't describe his invention as a test for a disease, only as a technique to study biological material. This is where it gets interesting. Each replication of the original molecular sample is called a cycle. The more cycles used, the less accurate the test is. According to Anthony Fauci, the NIH, the CDC, and the New York Times, PCR tests for COVID have an accuracy rating of 0% when more than 35 cycles are used.
If you get a cycle threshold of 35 or more, that the chances of it being replication competent are minuscule. So that if somebody, and we have patients, and it's very frustrating for the patients as well as for the physicians. Somebody comes in and they repeat their PCR and it's like 37 cycle threshold. but you almost never can culture virus from a 37 threshold cycle. So I think if somebody does come in with 37, 38, even 36, you got to say, it's just dead nucleotides, period.
So presumably PCR tests are operating well below 35 cycles. A web search for FDA-approved PCR tests will avail to you the most widely used and widely recommended PCR test kits currently. A few sites have a convenient list of the various PCR kit manufacturers, and most of those manufacturers have links to their manual. Here are the first 5 manuals that I found. The Nomogen PCR test uses 39 cycles. The GK test uses 40 cycles. The InBIOS test uses 45 cycles, as does the Luminex Aries test. The Quest PCR test uses 50 cycles. All these test protocols are literally off the chart. The PCR tests used all over the world today are operating in the 0% accuracy range.
PCR is separate from that. It's just a process that's used to make a whole lot of something out of something. That's what it is. But it's not, it doesn't tell you that you're sick, and it doesn't tell you that the thing you ended up with really was going to hurt you or anything like that. Because if you can amplify one single molecule up to something that you can really measure, which PCR can do, then there's just very few molecules that you don't have at least one single one of them in your body, okay? So that could be thought of as a misuse of it, just to claim that it's meaningful.
The PCR test can potentially find anything you are looking for, depending on how high you turn it up. And this is exactly what has been done.
Guys like Fauci get up there and start talking, he doesn't know anything really about anything, and I'd say that to his face. Nothing. The man thinks you can take a blood sample and stick it in an electron microscope, and if it's got a virus in there, you'll know it. He doesn't understand electron microscopy, and he doesn't understand medicine, and he should not be in a position like he's in. Most of those guys up there on the top are just total administrative people, and they don't know anything about what's going on the bottom. Those guys have got an agenda, which is not what we would like them to have, being that we pay for them to take care of our health in some way. They've got a personal kind of agenda. They make up their own rules as they go. They change them when they want to, and they smugly, like Tony Fauci, does not mind going on television in front of the people that pay his salary and lie directly into the camera.
In a 1994 interview with Celia Farber for Spin magazine, Kary Mullis expressed how he really wanted to expose Anthony Fauci and Robert Gallo. Unfortunately, not many people were listening back then. And on August 7th, 2019, just about 3 months before the first utterance of COVID-19, Kary Mullis, age 74, a man who was once willing and eager to expose Anthony Fauci, quietly died of pneumonia.
One final point to consider. The SARS-CoV-2 virus was first identified as a new virus using the PCR technique. In the US, Seattle's patient 0 was diagnosed using PCR in January of 2020. In other words, they used the PCR technique to conclude that the substance they found was the cause of a new disease.
It doesn't tell you that you're sick, and it doesn't tell you that the thing you ended up with really was going to hurt you or anything like that.
I want to be very clear. Life for the unvaccinated will be very difficult indefinitely.
Every single authorised worker that is on that authorised worker list, whether they be in Melbourne or in regional Victoria, will need to have had at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine. That is, if they want to continue working.
But we have seen groups retaliate against this. Teachers are out today protesting against a mandatory vaccine. We saw construction workers. So how are you going to manage any pushback for those that...
Well, Victoria Police will take whatever steps they need to take. Protests don't work. Protests are not smart. They're not lawful. This is a decision that's been made. It's about getting us open.
It's not about the protesting, it's the messaging. I guess.
Sorry?
If there's people that don't want this mandatory vaccine, how do we manage this?
Well, then they won't be going to work.
Okay.
It's very, very simple. It's very simple. We want to open the place up. I'm not taking lectures on freedom from people who will hold all of us back. Right? We want to be free, we're going to be free, we're going to be open. And the key to that is getting these vaccination numbers up and up and up. You will need to be double vaxxed as an authorised worker. Even when after we get to 80% and the authorisations are no longer there, the mandate, the rule, the Chief Health Officer direction will stay in place because cases will still be an issue then. And I wouldn't want to say to anybody out there, well look, just hold out for a few weeks and you'll be able to go about, do everything as if you were vaccinated. No, that's not the case. We're going to have a vaccinated economy and we're going to lock some people out.
Welcome to the war game of the National Campaign Plan for the COVID vaccine rollout. We will increasingly become aware of where there may be pockets of hesitancy. I'll make sure that everybody gets a dose by Christmas. I'll make sure that we put everything in place that we can to get to 70 as fast as we can. And then once we've got to 70, we'll have a look at working to get to 80.
We've got currently serving soldiers who are reaching out to us who are saying, the generals in Australia, our leadership are forcing us, they're training us to go house to house on our training grounds in urban warfare, and we're practicing pulling people out of their houses with medical staff, force injecting them, and then we're practicing running into the bush and catching those people who are running away. We've got them training our military to attack our citizens in our own country. Are you kidding me? That they are so scared and they're like, we've got to get rid of these people. They are evil to the core.
For 245 days, once bustling city streets have been starved. A growing number forced out of business, with Melburnians locked out and locked in longer than anywhere else in the world.
COVID business as usual on the border. Police checking truckies' paperwork, turning around those without the correct passes.
I really need you to follow those instructions. I need you to get vaccinated and I need you to stay in your residence or in your truck.
Not everyone in the country is on board with this, but since Australians were completely disarmed by their government several years ago, there's precisely nothing they can do about it, so it's accelerated. Look at what's happening now. They're being crushed. COVID mandates are a far greater threat to Australia's economy and its social fabric than COVID itself. Here's the Health Minister of Queensland in Eastern Australia explaining that outdoor mask mandates are absolutely necessary because of 2 new COVID cases. That's 2, not 200,000 or 2,000, but 2. Watch.
What these 2 new cases mean is that we will be extending immediately the directive in relation to mask wearing to the Gold Coast.
This is the law.
I understand that, but
so are you prepared to give them your details of your name and your address?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Pardon?
Yes or no?
He's 17 years old.
Just need to give your details, mate. Turn around. That's all.
I'm not gonna. You don't have to put me in cuffs. I'm not gonna resist you guys.
Mate, just give them your details and you go. That's all.
17-year-old, guys.
So why are you here? What are you here for?
We're here because we are from the Department of Justice, Victoria. And the reason we're here, we're just doing a COVID compliance check of the business.
Department of Justice, okay.
Correct.
So what do you want?
So things like, look at things like, you have the COVID safe plan.
Lockdowns are over in the cities of New South Wales.
It's unclear what passage this pastor is preaching from, but it's not the public health order. His church, the Christ Embassy in Blacktown, is in lockdown. Hard lockdown. There was no QR code on the door, costing the organisation $5,000. Each of the 30 adult worshippers fined $1,000.
Whether it's a soccer match, whether it's a church service, it doesn't matter. You cannot gather as they did at Blacktown.
Melbourne pastor Paul Furlong has been arrested 3 times and placed in solitary confinement for opening his church during the lockdowns.
The prohibition order that I believe is unlawful says that there's a $20,000 fine if I open my door.
Some pastors are now concerned that the government could require a vaccine passport before entering a church.
Strikeforce Raptor is on their tail. Officers follow them inside, where security cameras capture the 2 men buying a face mask. Outside, they're accused of breaching public health orders. Police allege they became aggressive, and it was on.
They got pounded, they got belted.
One down in handcuffs, the other cops 5 knees to his ribs.
Now these knees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
A huge police presence has overpowered an anti-mask rally in the city. Dozens of protesters were fined and 7 arrested for breaching stage 4 restrictions.
I have the right to be
unmasked and under arrest.
I'm exercising. No mandatory vaccination.
Taken away, leaving his son behind.
My son. Well, you should have thought of that.
Their anti-mask rally ending in police handcuffs, 7 arrests and 27 on-the-spot fines. This man travelled from Bacchus Marsh to take part, but officers picked him up before he even made it to Spring Street.
They arrested me because I refused to give my name and address.
Black Lives Matter.
A contrast to the Black Lives Matter protest in June when 10,000 activists flooded the CBD. This time, zero tolerance from police in the air, on horseback, and on the ground.
He's not here for any purpose of reason. Putting him under arrest. But this guy here is going to be placed under arrest right now. Well, I'm under arrest. I'm media. I am media. I'm media.
A mother protesting her rights arrested and ripped from her son. The screams of her scared 4-year-old in the CBD heard near and far as the video circulated online. Renee Altacritti was fined $1,000 for not obeying social distancing measures yesterday.
Sunbathing is not an essential reason to be outside. I'm requesting your identity because I suspect you're committing an offence. You must provide that identity to me. We're acting on the public health order. You need to be outside for an essential reason. You are in a hotspot zone for the COVID virus.
You know, there's a whole bunch of people down the Ryback Beach last night who thought the best thing to do was to go and watch the sunset. I'm sure it was a beautiful sunset, but that's not in the spirit or in the letter of these rules.
I don't want to see a surge of people outdoors, but we do need to understand that people can walk the dog around the street. Don't talk to your neighbours.
You're not wearing a mask. I'm exempt. You're congregating. Stop saying that. I'm exempt. You're congregating with other people. No, I'm not. You are. For 2 seconds. Are you refusing to provide your name? How much do I need to give it to you? You refuse to provide your name, you're going to be arrested. No, I'm not. I'm exempt. Just put a mask on. I'm exempt. Why are you asking my name? What did I break? How? You're congregating. I'm not. I was walking down here to stop and chat for 2 seconds.
Why you're under arrest? Come on. He's holding his dog.
Well, all he has to do is tell us who he is, and we just.
All you guys had to do was just leave us alone.
Put your mask up above your nose while you do it, at least.
Yeah, you're going to get
Stand back from what? We're not being violent. You're arresting someone for no reason.
No mask, but your mask.
You're arresting someone for no reason. Look, knees for everything.
He's walking his dog.
He was walking his dog, and you've arrested him for no reason.
Do you feel good about this?
Yeah,
do you? Good.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm Dr. Andrew Kaufman. Now, as you'll see in the image before you, this is from the government of Luxembourg, but many other governments put out very similar material. Now, this must mean that when you breathe out these deadly virus particles, that they are trapped in the mask, so that over time there accumulates a big amount of these virus particles in the mask. That must mean that the mask is now dangerous and biohazardous. So what happens to medical waste?
About 15% of healthcare waste is considered regulated medical waste, such as sharps, waste contaminated with blood or other bodily fluids.
So that would be waste contaminated with other bodily fluids would be the mask, because each time you breathe out, of course, there is water vapor in that. And of course, if you cough or sneeze, then there is phlegm and sputum that would be in the mask.
These wastes should not be mixed with regular solid waste.
Never mixed with the regular trash. So when we have these masks contaminated with dangerous virus particles, the proper procedure is that they are not mixed in with the regular trash. They should be in special biohazard waste containers like the ones that you see at medical offices. And then they should be autoclaved under pressure at high temperatures, which basically kills, denatures, and sterilizes everything to a crisp. That is the standard procedure. Now, if you look at how do scientists protect themselves when they work with this virus, well, this is considered a biosafety level 4 precaution. So you can see this is a scientist at the CDC here, and you can see that they have full extreme hazmat suit. So everything has to be made of rubber or neoprene, a solid barrier, and this is entirely enclosed and airtight. You can see this bubble around the head, and then you see this coiled up red cord. Well, that actually is the air for breathing purposes. So this is a completely hermetically sealed biohazard safety suit. Here is another example, and you see that you have to be tethered to make sure the air circulation is intact so that you can breathe, because you can't breathe anything from the outside. It is too dangerous. Okay, now when it comes to public health policy, so they said that it's too dangerous even to meet the needs of science and public health to find out how people die from this illness, that you can't do it. However, when it comes to the waste, and what do we do though? Instead, we can't worry about the safety. We just toss these things on the ground for anyone to pick up. And we see these littering the streets all over the world. You can find lots of photographs, and it's even articles saying that it's a risk to sanitation workers to have to handle this material. So in other words, we all have to cover our faces, restrict our breathing, experience restrictions all over the place. And then when we follow the logic, that means that each and every mask is a major risk to the public safety. Yet we all know that these things are not dangerous at all, because everyone who is a sanitation worker would be getting sick if this were the case. Okay, remember, the scientists working with this material have to wear crazy biosafety level 4 hazard suits. And we take the same exact material and just discard it on the ground or wherever it's convenient. People take it off when they eat, put it right on the table next to the food that they and other people are eating, that they could ingest this extremely hazardous material. So I ask you, if you apply logic and reasoning to this situation, does it make sense? Is our health really the reason why masks are being forced upon us? Or is there another, more sinister reason?
Conspiracy theorists refusing to wear masks are being warned they will be fined if they continue to ignore the new rules.
It's probably prudent we now get used to wearing masks whenever we're indoors, because as we get the population vaccinated and as we open our borders, it's unlikely the vaccine will eliminate COVID. We now will need to learn how to live with it. And some of the practices of mask wearing may well be important going forward. You're not going to have to calibrate and respond. Your level of restrictions, what you permit, it may be that we actually have indoor mask wearing for years. And we urge the community to follow the stay-at-home rules and the public health advice to protect themselves. Sorry, I've just got something in my eye and I shouldn't be using my mask for that.
Where you cannot social distance and you are in proximity to other people, to please wear a mask.
Queensland Police at its finest. No mask. Everybody else has a mask.
Can I
Police, no, 1.5 metres, please, pal. If I didn't have a mask, you'd say something to me, wouldn't you? You would, pal.
Yeah. Just if you're enforcing COVID restrictions,
Hi.
You have a mask?
No, I don't.
I can give you one.
You can give me one?
I can give you one. I need you to wear a mask.
So you can hand me a mask?
I can hand you one, yeah.
But you can't hand me the drink without a mask?
You've got to wear a mask.
How does that make any sense?
That's what I just need you to wear a mask. Do you mind?
Well, if you can hand me a mask, why can't you just hand me the drink?
I can hand you the mask.
So he can hand me a mask, but he can't hand me my drink. Makes perfect sense, right?
Okay, so we just need to talk about this ad in New York City Transit real quick. So the first one tells you not to not wear a mask. The second one tells you to wear a mask. But then they say the best is wearing a mask but not talking to anyone at all. That's telling people to be afraid of other people. I'm sorry, but if these things are effective, I should be able to talk to people. This ad is extremely problematic. It's already telling us, be afraid of your neighbor. Don't talk to anyone. Put your face in your phone. Ignore everyone.
Across Melbourne, thousands of primary close contacts remain in isolation and police are checking they're doing the right thing. Operation Welsh was launched yesterday in a 3-day blitz. 100 police officers conducted more than 300 checks at homes and so far there's been 100% compliance.
It's really pleasing to see.
But after the ugly scenes that saw thousands converge on Melbourne last weekend, another, albeit smaller, protest is scheduled for Sunday.
It's really disappointing. The thugs will continue to identify you, will continue to lock you, to arrest you.
The government says just 53% of train passengers and 52% of tram passengers are now wearing masks. So from tomorrow, police and PSOs will begin a 2-week enforcement blitz.
Move back! Move back!
Followers screaming for his release.
Move back! You've been told! Move back!
He was one of 10 demonstrators arrested on the steps of Parliament for breaching social distancing restrictions.
Come on, the rest! You're under arrest.
Watch it. We are here to ask questions and have them answered because things don't make sense.
Thanos Panayides, one of 2 organisers arrested at the lunchtime gathering, which attracted visitors from hundreds of kilometres away.
What virus are they going to spread? There is no virus out there they're going to spread. None of this is law, so whatever fine I get is not law.
But the government disagrees. It says every person in attendance here today is in direct violation of social distancing rules and could be fined more than $1,600 each.
Guys, whoever's watching this live feed, you've got to understand, we're in some big trouble, mate. Big trouble. Big trouble.
We aren't going away anywhere. We're still going to be out there, and especially over the summer period, as people want to get out and about, and they're letting the shackles loose a little bit. We're going to be there to make sure that they still are behaving appropriately. High visibility policing, you'll see, that's a real thing I want to promote, both on the major arterial roads but also in public places and around the city. People feel safer when they see police, when they see protective services officers.
That is incredibly disappointing that some individuals do not understand that these restrictions have been put in place to keep them safe.
Brawling with police in the name of freedom. Demonstrators were picked off one by one.
They turned you into a Nazi overnight. I'm not even struggling. We're locked up, and it's all because of Dan Andrews' incompetency.
Protesting is selfish, protesting is stupid, and protesting is dangerous.
Shoved and surrounded.
Let our kids live!
The protesters were beaten back to the steps of the shrine.
This is disgraceful! We paid for you guys! But we should be in thousands.
But songs and chants failed to move the police line.
No one has defended the right to protest, regardless of the cause, more than me, but not during a global pandemic.
The riot squad had them surrounded. Jumping in the lake only delayed the inevitable, as a determined force in record numbers chased and cable-tied every protester they could, with special attention paid to those who fought back.
Get down on the ground! Move back!
The line of those caught stretched hundreds of metres. Few slipped through the fingers of police.
I told him that.
He's handcuffed. I heard him on my wrist.
Bandara, it's at Murray. Would you like to ring them? And
I'm not confident that you're going to comply with our directions, all right?
Absolutely disgraceful. Where is it, darling? Where is it?
In a shopping centre car park, police arrest Bilal Ladkhani in front of furious family. Soon he slumps over and tensions rise. More police called in and a GP comes out with a defibrillator, but for almost 4 minutes he remains handcuffed. Officers do, and the doctor starts CPR.
The footage of someone being defibrillated whilst being handcuffed is some of the most distressing footage I've ever seen.
Police claimed they'd tried to stop Ladkhani for not wearing a mask in Bass Hill Plaza. He pulled one out and started abusing officers, saying he didn't need to tell them anything, and so was arrested. Later taken to hospital where doctors couldn't find any medical reason to keep him, discharged within hours, charged with carrying a knife and not wearing a mask. 2 relatives also now facing court.
Some of these rules just don't make sense. The fact that you need to wear a mask to try on a pair of jeans, yet you can go to a nightclub and have a dance and not wear a mask.
Oh, they're crazy not to get vaccinated. Life will be miserable without being vaccinated. You won't be able to hide, you won't be able to get a doctor to sign off that you got an exclusion. You won't be able to go anywhere for any entertainment. So get vaccinated, otherwise you're going to have a very, very lonely life and you're not going to be able to maintain your employment.
But what we know is that we will end up with many more unemployed. So we will see definitively a lot of anger already now, because this crisis will be with us until we really have found a remedy.
Kill the Bill has echoed through the city as tens of thousands marched on Parliament. They were out in force protesting against pandemic laws and mandatory vaccine.
So we have to prepare for a more angry world, and how to prepare? It means to take the necessary action.
They describe giving back our freedoms as some sort of a treat, as some sort of a reward, something that can be given back to us and aren't our fundamental freedoms that were stolen from us in the first place.
Protesters coming face to face with police, tackled to the ground and forced into custody.
The dramatic arrest unfolded at a COVID-19 checkpoint on the edge of Melbourne.
As early as 9 a.m, officers formed a ring of steel around the tan, only a few breaking through.
I just came here to ask to open up churches.
Some brought signs, others wore them.
Selfish behaviour that puts many, many other people in real danger.
The Premier walking maskless not once but twice on Wednesday and again yesterday, seconds before saying,
I think all of us know people in our lives who are not necessarily following these rules as well as we'd like them to.
Daniel Andrews himself caught out. Victoria Police slapping the Premier with 2 fines totalling $400 for breaching the Chief Health Officer's directions.
The Premier unapologetic when it comes to photos of her and her partner without masks waiting for coffees near a cafe over the weekend.
I expect everybody to follow the health orders, everybody.
Around 300 military personnel have been tasked with going door to door, checking that people who have tested positive are isolating at home. They're also accompanying police officers on the hunt for rule breakers, combing neighborhoods that have emerged as hotspots as the country's largest city enters its 6th week of lockdown.
The Premier has been caught up in a new drama after going into the Parliament chamber to vote, not knowing whether she had COVID. Gladys Berejiklian has been accused of double standards, admitting she didn't self-isolate after testing, despite telling everyone else to do so.
The Premier last Tuesday,
I'm losing my voice.
revealing the next day she'd had a COVID test.
I was negative.
But only today did Gladys Berejiklian admit she didn't follow her own repeated advice.
Get tested and then stay home until you get the result and you're cleared. This is so important.
She didn't self-isolate, instead continuing to work in her parliamentary office, accepting visitors, even going into the chamber to vote, bumping elbows with colleagues, not knowing if she was COVID clear.
I did act in those 2 hours as though it was normal. I didn't take any extra precautions.
New South Wales Health's rules are clear. You must self-isolate if you have been tested for COVID-19 and are awaiting results.
Organisers were expecting more than 1,500 people to attend, with thousands boasting online about a so-called uprising. But police have well and truly outnumbered protesters here today and say it'll be the same story tomorrow and for every event after this. So why are you being arrested?
A handful of the anti-lockdown demonstrators then scrambled to Fitzroy and Carlton Gardens instead. All up, 14 people were arrested and 51 fined for breaching restrictions.
Good evening. More than 10,000 people have marched through Melbourne CBD, rallying in a peaceful show of solidarity for the Black Lives Matter movement.
More than 10,000 Victorians united and demanding change. Protesters shoulder to shoulder as they walk down Bourke Street.
Protesters putting themselves at risk of catching or spreading COVID-19. All the signs were looking grim, police in strength, showing restraint, holding back. They were called on to grab one man who tried to hijack the moment, holding up a sign that not just black but white lives mattered too. At the same time, numbers at Town Hall were swelling and spilling onto the roofs of shops. Then suddenly an announcement to the crowd. The illegal protest had turned legal after a last-minute decision by an appeal court.
We know that we've won the appeal and that this march is authorised. It's authorised.
The about face came just minutes before the official start to the protest.
But today we beat the system. Stand proud, stand together.
The demonstrators were met with no-nonsense police. They claim this is their right.
I'm in my 5Ks. I'm here exercising my legs with my flag.
While an arrest was made,
Stop complying, everyone. Stop complying. Get out of your houses.
And it's just total lies. Forget spin, it's not spin. 2 cases. 2 cases. Like, it's just beyond comprehension.
A map of Australia. Australia is still a democracy, but its COVID restrictions are severe. It's hard to enter or leave the country unless you're a politician or a celebrity. Citizens are tracked with apps and soon by facial recognition. In some states, you have to have your phone scanned before entering a church.
said you could go to your house.
What sort of gun is that?
Dude, you've had enough of this as much as you do, Chad. Just go home.
If you've had enough as much as us, why are you still enforcing it, boys?
You have to.
No, you don't have to.
This is what. Listen, we're not here to argue with you, unless go home. Otherwise, they start issuing tickets.
Bro.
We don't want to do it, but we will do it, right?
Well, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. Stand up for what you believe in rather than paycheck.
Just go home, all right? We get paid to do this, mate. I'm just as over this protest as you are. Protest, I mean lockdown, all right?
Fair enough,
unfortunately,
fair enough.
I've got to do what I've got to do.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You're choosing to do it for
I'm
a
not
paycheck.
skilled to do anything else, mate. So unfortunately, at this time of my life, that's what I have to do.
And the people of us that aren't skilled, we don't get paid. We're not getting food at the moment.
I hear you, mate. My wife's in the same position. She's out of a job at the moment as well. I understand you being pissed off about it. Look, at the end of the day, I agree with you.
Then why are you standing on this side and not with us?
Because that's what I get paid to do.
So you agree with me, but you get paid to do that, so you stand on that side.
Why I'm trying to talk to you the way I'm talking to you, as opposed
Exactly, because
to...
it's not, you're doing what you're getting paid to do, not what you stand in, and that's why I disrespect you.
That's fine, and I'm still asking you to go home, please.
Yeah, get your paycheck so you and your wife can eat. We won't, but you can eat, so...
We're not going home, we're talking.
I know, we're not going home, we're not listening to your orders anymore.
I'm just letting you know, we come back again, you're all going to be arrested.
Yeah, that's fine, mate. We don't. If you can't tell, we're not afraid anymore.
In terms of the vaccinated economy, I can recall Gladys making some announcements about maybe 5 or 6 weeks after the vaccinated economy started, you would fold it up and it wouldn't be there anymore. That doesn't make any sense to me in any event, and we won't be doing that here. Like, why would you just get the system going? Why would you have the thing up and running and then essentially pull all that down, pull all the architecture that you built, all the infrastructure that you built, the culture that you've changed? Why would you change that 4 or 5 weeks later? We will not be doing that here. I'm not going to say to someone, oh look, just wait us out, will you? Just wait 4 or 5 weeks and then you'll be able to go to the pub. No, if you make the judgment to not get vaccinated and you reckon you can wait out us or the publican or whoever you want to think you're waiting out, you won't wait out the virus, because the virus will be here for a long time. And your only protection against it is being vaccinated. This will be well into 2022, well and truly into 2022. Then we're going to get into booster issues, so it won't be your first and second dose, it'll be have you had your third. And then the other issue will be, well, who knows what variant's coming? Who knows? Like, we don't. So we've got every reason to be confident, we've got every reason to be optimistic and upbeat. The Victorians have done an amazing job, but that job includes us making some difficult decisions, and that's to keep people who are not vaccinated out of some of those venues that we've been talking about today. I cannot put a date on it, but I can tell you this, it will not be when we reach 90%. It will not be, anytime soon. That's going to function for a period of time well into 2022. Please don't play that game of let's just wait them out and then we'll be able to do everything we want to do and have not got jabbed. No, that will not be the case here. And if you make that choice, it'll be a very long wait, and you won't outwait this virus. So we're not locking people down anymore across the board. We're instead locking people out who have not got vaccinated.
So what's going on in Australia? I'll tell you. It's communism. COVID is just communism. A system of total government control that you would never vote for under normal circumstances. So they're going to make you suffer until you ask for it. They're going to make you suffer until it seems like you have no choice but to accept it. COVID is communism. The first 2 things that communists do when they take a country. Well, first they take all your stuff. They make you suffer until you can't work and you can't pay your bills. And then they say, look, they come across as the saviour, right? They say, look, we've got the solution for you for the problem that they've caused. They say, sign everything over to us, your house, your assets, your property, excess capital, everything you've worked for your entire life. They say, sign it over to us and we'll wipe all your debts. You'll be in the clear, but you have to live in a cube in the city. You have to work the factory job we tell you to work. You have to eat the food we tell you to eat, and you have to get injected with our poison a few times a year. Second thing they do is they kill off a significant percentage of the population, and they try to include in that kill bracket people who could potentially threaten their government in the future. The best of the country that they take, the most energetic, the most bold, the most courageous, people less likely to conform. So they're going to take all your stuff. They're going to try to control every aspect of your life, where you go, what you do. They're going to tell you where to work. They're going to control everything, and they're going to make you suffer so much that you're going to feel that you have no choice but to accept that lifestyle. And they're also going to kill off a significant percentage of us. They're going to try, right, with these vaccination programs. So this was always coming. Anyone who's been paying attention, this should come as no surprise. You can't let Marxists pose as professors and politicians for 2 whole generations in your country and expect to remain free and independent. Right? Our so-called conservatives have never challenged the foundational principles that these Marxists have been pushing, the philosophical, subversive, ideological principles these Marxists have been pushing on our country, whether it's feminism, transgenderism, atheism, forced immigration and unconditional equality systems. These have all contributed to preparing us for this final push, for the final imposition of this communist government now. So this is what it is. COVID is communism rebranded as a deadly virus. So be prepared.
Cabinet has decided today that vaccinations will be mandated for everyone who works in any workplace where a vaccine certificate is required for entry. In the new COVID-19 protection framework, this includes hospitality, events, gyms, and close proximity businesses such as hairdressers and barbers. That if customers must be vaccinated, then so too must the workers.
There are countries who are requiring self-isolation. We've taken it a step further. What do we do if someone refuses to be tested? Well, they can't now. If someone refuses in our facilities to be tested, they have to keep staying. So they won't be able to leave after 14 days. They have to stay on for another 14 days. So it's a pretty good incentive. You either get your tests done and make sure you're cleared, or we will keep you in a facility longer. So I think most people will look at that and say, I'll take the test.
Today I'm announcing that New Zealand will ban all military-style semi-automatic weapons. We will also ban all assault rifles.
So you basically said this is going to be like, well, it's almost like, you probably don't see it like this, the 2 different classes of people. If you're vaccinated or if you're unvaccinated, you have all these rights. If you are vaccinated...
That is what it is. So, yep. But I just want to make sure that everyone has the protection provided by that vaccine. And so that is why we are driving so hard on it. At the same time, recognising that we have to acknowledge and give movement back to the people who are vaccinated, because they have gone out and done that and now they're waiting to be able to move again.
After 4 months, it's here, freedom for Aucklanders. It coincided with all 3 Auckland DHBs reaching the 90% double vax target.
There are still checkpoints, masks, tests and vaccine passes, but finally traffic moved across the border under the traffic light system. Events, restaurants, bars, gyms, churches and hairdressers can open, and we can enjoy them as long as we have a vaccine pass.
Today the Ministry of Health added another death to its COVID-19 recording. A man named Robert Hart sustained serious gunshot injuries outside a Newland motel last week, and he died despite first aid attempts. Now, since his death, health authorities say he tested positive for COVID-19. So then you have to ask how someone who sustained these types of injuries and then died ends up as part of our COVID-19 death tally. Now, the Ministry of Health says that's because under the World Health Organization guidelines, anyone who dies while also having an acute COVID-19 infection is recorded as part of a nation's death tally, whatever the cause of death might be.
And importantly, because I know this is a question many Aucklanders have, you can now see family and friends again in their homes and use the bathroom inside.
We will share with you the most up-to-date information daily. You can trust us as a source of that information. You can also trust the Director General of Health and the Ministry of Health. Otherwise, dismiss anything else. We will continue to be your single source of truth. We will provide information frequently. We will share everything we can, everything else you see, a grain of salt. And when you see those messages, remember that unless you hear it from us, it is not the truth. And I really ask people, just visit covid19.govt.nz. It has all of the up-to-date information, and we will continue to provide everything you need to know.
Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern has announced that the country's biggest city, Auckland, will go into a 7-day lockdown from early morning on Sunday after a new case of COVID-19 was detected on Saturday. Now, this comes 2 weeks after Auckland's nearly 2 million residents were plunged into a snap 3-day lockdown when a family of 3 were diagnosed with the transmissible UK variant of the new coronavirus.
In New Zealand, after they had a single case of COVID, just one case in the entire country, they enforced a lockdown of the entire nation for several months. Again, let me just repeat that. After they had a single case of COVID throughout the entire country, they locked everything down for several months.
Level 4 restrictions are there to protect everyone and to make this lockdown as short as possible.
To keep it as short as possible, Level 4 is being supercharged. From 11:50 tonight, everyone over 12 years old must wear a mask when visiting or working in essential services. Places like supermarkets, pharmacies, petrol stations, cabs. Also public transport terminals, railway stations, bus stops. Masks are mandatory. Look at failed politician and conspiracy theorist Billy Te Kahika, one of 4 people arrested during an anti-lockdown protest in Auckland.
Another protest over the weekend. Pretty disappointing, I have to say, for Aucklanders who are continuing to do the right thing, and then they see a gathering of 5,000 people marching down the streets, most of them without wearing masks. How do you feel about seeing that?
That if every single one of those individuals went and got vaccinated, that we'd all be in a much better position and closer to lifting the restrictions that we have. And that's why I've said this, there's not going to be an endpoint to this vaccination program. It's actually really straightforward. If you've got a vaccine pass, you can do everything. Basically, that's it.
A 14-day quarantine will be mandatory.
Bottom line, full stop. No negotiating, no store, no running to the gas station. You're self-isolating, simple as that.
If you do not comply with these instructions, you could face serious fines and even prison time. This will be the new normal.
You are going to remove your hands versus now like it's pushing you. Get your hands off of me. Get your hands off of me! Get your hands off of me! They're free! You're free!
I'm down. Third day. You don't know. I don't know when my flight is to get out of here. I've never committed the crime.
No, you're not a criminal. That's not it.
Then what's going on here? I've had 3 tests. I have a right to know when my test is coming. Sir, no chance at all to say what I want. I got an ugly sandwich this afternoon that just makes me puke. Come on. Come on, you're treating me crappy. You're treating us all very poorly.
We need proof of vaccines.
I need proof of vaccination to get food in Canada.
Are you videotaping us?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. So welcome to Artscape Woodwood Barns. This is a performance and event space.
And you're preventing me from getting food in Canada. You're preventing me from getting food?
No.
How am I supposed to feed?
I'm not actually preventing you.
You are. You're saying I can't go in?
Yeah, I am saying that.
Service that's available so that you can get a...
Are you the manager?
No, the manager works Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. I'm happy to connect you with her.
Yeah, I want to connect to the manager. What's his name?
Her name.
Her name.
We are following the province of Ontario's legislation.
Where did they say you ban people from having food?
We are not saying that at all.
You are. There's food here and you're banning me from having food.
A QR code is going to be required for vaccine passports. Vaccine passports, the government had planned to drop them. They are going to keep them indefinitely.
This is the new normal.
Perfect. Do you have some idea with that?
Proof of vaccination is now required for everything from restaurants and gyms to theaters and concerts.
Next to Canada, where the country's second most populous province, Quebec, is planning to bring in new and stricter regulations for the unvaccinated.
Those who refuse to receive their first dose in the coming weeks will have to pay a new health contribution.
Today, big box stores that have a footprint of 1,500 square meters or more are going to have to ask customers to show proof of vaccination. Now, pharmacies and grocery will be exempt from this. So if you're going into a Costco or a Walmart or something like that, where you might be going in to buy groceries or visit the pharmacy, in that case, an employee will have to be with that person as they walk through the store to make sure that they do not go and buy other products or other items that might be in the store.
As a twice vaccinated person with no symptoms of COVID-19, should I feel safe or feel it's worth the risk to see a grandparent who's had 3 vaccine shots over the holidays.
I personally would advise you to avoid social contact with anyone older, even with 2 doses. If you are going to interact, I'd do it outdoors with masking and distancing in place. I hope the weather stays reasonable across Ontario to enable that.
I was trying to smell these candles here to shop at Dollarama here as I pull my mask down to smell. And now I have another guy yelling at me over here to put my mask up.
Leave. He's got a mask on. What's
He was not keeping it on.
I was trying to smell a candle.
The mask stays on at all times. You have no mask on and you're in a store where you're not supposed to be without one.
That's none of your business.
It is my business.
No, it's not.
Get 6 feet away from me, you stupid! Get away from me now! No mask, get out! Get out of my way! No mask on you.
The Public Health Agency of Canada confirmed media reports just before Christmas that it had secretly accessed location data for 33 million mobile devices to monitor the movement of Canadians during COVID-19. That number represents roughly 87% of the population who were spied on without any knowledge that the government was accessing their data. Public Health Agency of Canada officials were forced to admit this had occurred after a request for proposal was published with a call for interest in continuing a program of collecting data for up to 5 more years.
No, I don't care.
Stop it right now.
Stop shouting at me or I will
Stop
arrest
it
you. around. Keep shouting
Stop
at me and
it
I
right
will
now.
arrest you. Are you going to listen
You're
to me or not?
You're harassing me.
Right, okay, at the moment you're under arrest, okay?
Okay.
You're refusing to provide details. So, yeah, you're breaching COVID regulations. To you. Stop. Well done.
Right, you're under arrest. Come on, back.
Why do I have
Because
to
you breached the COVID regulations. The COVID laws have been broken by you travelling.
You must stay at home. If you don't follow the rules, the police will have the powers to enforce them, including through fines and dispersing gatherings.
So let's just make this very clear. My nan, my 97-year-old nan here, who we have taken from the care home because we haven't seen her for 9 months, is now being taken back by force to her care home. My mother has been arrested. My mother is in the back of a car here. She is a nurse. She is a fully qualified nurse who is wishing to care for her own mother. And here we have an incredible use of police time to take my 97-year-old grandmother back into a care home where she is deteriorating, where we haven't been able to see her for 9 months. Nan, I love you and we are going to fight for you. Yeah, because do you know why we're not going to stop filming this? Because everyone needs to see how ridiculous the situation is.
You will be going to court for criminal damage and everything. We have kept them in. Let them do it, and I'll tell you now, no, you're supposed to be here to protect us, you're here to protect us, you are here to protect us. Are you standing under your oath? Are you standing under your oath? His name's not Mark. Where's my son? He's isolated.
Step out my way.
No.
Step out
I
my
want
way.
your badge now. I want your badge. Are you? Where's your warrant? Where's your warrant? Hold on.
Martin, you're under arrest for a breach of COVID regulations. You failed to quarantine in a designated hotel when instructed to do so. You do not have to say anything that may harm your defence if you do not mention something which you later rely on court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand?
What are you, COVID cleaner? COVID cleaner? Are you for real? Sure, bruv, do you really have to wear that? Do you really have to wear that? What are you doing? Why are you taking photos? Look, you're taking photos, you're not even doing it, but listen. All you're doing is taking photos.
Not exempt. Right. I'm exempt, so I don't need a mask. You're telling me you're exempt. So mind your business, yeah? Mind your business. You don't need to ask me if I'm exempt. No, you don't need to ask me. It's not your business.
What I'm going to do with you now, yeah? I'm going to ask you why you're exempt in terms
You don't need to worry. It's my medical history. I'm not asking your medical history. So don't worry. No, you won't. No, you won't. I'll be going. No, you won't. You don't even have your mask on properly. Look at this guy. He's got his nose out and he's trying to tell me to wear a mask boarding a subway when I'm exempt for asthma. So mind your business.
Listen to me.
And let me go on my journey.
Right, stay there.
You're detaining me for not wearing a mask. You weren't even wearing a mask in the first place.
So at the minute, right, you're under arrest. For not wearing a mask.
Under arrest for wearing a mask.
So give me that.
We need everyone to keep playing their part, and that includes you. The only way to protect yourselves and others now is to stay at home.
Do you want to play a little clip from William Shakespeare?
And I guess it's been tough for you being at home and being locked down.
Yeah. I mean, just simple words there, reacting it. You're quite emotional by that.
Well, it's just, it's been such a tough year for so many people, and there's William Shakespeare putting it so simply for everybody that, we can get on with our lives. And there's still a few months to go. I've still got this worry that we can't blow it now, Piers. We've still got to get the vaccine to millions of people, and so we've got to keep sticking by the rules.
Matt Hancock, the UK Secretary for Health, the Health Secretary, the guy that's in charge of planning for all health-related matters during this pandemic, has been caught having an affair and breaching social distancing rules.
A coroner has concluded the BBC Radio Newcastle presenter Lisa Shaw died due to complications from her AstraZeneca COVID vaccination. Lisa, who was 44, died in May, 3 weeks after being given her first dose of the vaccine.
Because there's all these anti-vaxxers now, isn't it?
Well, Marina can tell you a little bit about how we...
You should not be meeting friends. If your friends ask you to meet, you should say no.
More than 10 parties are reported to have taken place here at Downing Street and in other government departments during the depths of the nation's lockdowns in 2020. On May the 15th, 2020, a cheese and wine event took place here in the Downing Street garden. Boris Johnson, his partner Carrie Johnson, Dominic Cummings and Matt Hancock are all pictured, and 20 members of staff were allegedly present. 5 days later, an email from senior civil servant Martin Reynolds was sent out, inviting over 100 staff to a Bring Your Own Booze garden party at Downing Street. Both these events were during the height of the first lockdown. At the time, people were only allowed to spend time outdoors on their own with people they lived with or with just one other person. On both these days, Cabinet Ministers Matt Hancock and Oliver Dowden held Downing Street news conferences urging people to stay at home.
This weekend, please stick with the rules, keep an eye on your family, and don't take risks.
It's the lockdown that has been overwhelmingly important in the pandemic.
First he claimed there were no parties. Then he wasn't present. Then he admitted he was at them, but he didn't know it was a party. And then, Mr. Speaker, the latest sorry excuse is really the most pathetic of them all. Nobody told me. Nobody told me. Nobody told the Prime Minister he was breaking his own rules. Absolutely pathetic.
Polizisten seit heute durch das Einkaufszentrum schlendern, dann ist nicht davon auszugehen, dass sie auf der Jagd nach Sonderangeboten sind, sondern ihnen geht es um den 2G-Nachweis. Denn nur dann dürfen sich bei Klagenfurt in einem Modegeschäft aufhalten.
Austria is ground zero for the world's toughest COVID policies. The unvaccinated have already been in lockdown for almost a month. And next year will have to pay $4,000 in fines every 3 months unless they not only get vaccinated, but get booster shots.
Not only this very high amount of money, and if you do not do this, they can take away your money at the beginning and so on. And if you do this a few times, they can even put you in prison up to a year. Up to a year. And obviously they already said the prisons, they people who are not vaccinated cannot be put into the same prisons as vaccinated people. So we also see the Australian thing coming in as well, with quarantine camps, as they, I think, call it there.
This is a man in Germany who wasn't wearing a mask in public. So this man's crime is not wearing a mask in public.
Habt ihr da die Polizei? Lassen Sie Ihre Hand los! Muss man jetzt die Handgelenk
Non ce n'è pandemia, gente! Addoveiatevi, levatevi queste mascherine!
So this guy was protesting with a loudspeaker, and you have the police here pretty much trying to get this dude taken away. But watch when these medical workers approach this man. They approach him, stick him with what looks like some kind of a sedative, and he instantly collapses. So I don't know what's going on out there, but it looks like they have given this dude some kind of a tranquilizer or something.
In Italy, the unvaccinated now must take a COVID test every 48 hours if they want to live a free life.
Il certificato, quello del Covid, ha fatto il vaccino, signore? Sì? Me lo mostra, c'ha
I just wanted to give you guys a quick update, and this is the place that I'm staying in at the moment. They actually came to me today and asked me to delete the social media post, so it's obviously proven to be a bit of an impact. And as well, they actually started to clean today for the first time since this whole thing is set up. So I say somebody big is probably want to go and come and visit this place and have a look at it. But I just want to show you guys around, just so I can prove to you what it's actually like. There's probably about 2,000 beds here. There is a few things though that they do not turn the lights off at night time, so it stays like this 24/7, and I'm being recorded 24/7. The facilities are all outside, and from the videos you should see earlier that none of the showers actually work properly, or there's no hot water. The whole reason for COVID is to keep everything clean and hygienic, but it's far from that.
The Transportation Department will ban unvaccinated people from public transportation in Metro Manila.
This comes as President Rodrigo Duterte wants the movement of unvaccinated people restricted. The no vaccination, no ride policy issued on Tuesday, January 11, covers all modes of public transportation: land, rail, sea and air, to and from Metro Manila.
In public places, all persons must show proof of vaccination for admission, for example, into national parks, game reserves, hotels, bars, restaurants, as well as use of public transport means, including domestic flights, train, and PSVs.
All those goats are masked. Look at them. Look at them. They all have masks on their noses. And we just asked the guy why they do it, and they showed us their own mask, and they said just a mask against COVID.
Colombia has launched a digital card for residents to prove they've been vaccinated against COVID-19. The announcement was made this week by the President of Colombia.
This digital certificate will not only permit us to carry this on our cell phones, it will also be able to be printed and presented to the necessary entities and private establishments that decide to require vaccination for entry.
Chile is set to become the first country in Latin America and one of the first in the world to offer a fourth shot of the COVID-19 vaccine.
It was one of the strictest lockdowns in the world. Security forces were deployed on the streets of Argentina to prevent the spread of COVID-19. But a series of videos that have just been revealed show President Alberto Fernández and his wife, Fabiola Yáñez, were not respecting it. Now a prosecutor in Argentina has accused President Fernández of breaking the quarantine and celebrating a party at the presidential residence.
The president is an expert in lying. He said there were no parties. When the picture appeared, they said it was a fake. The second picture, they admitted there was a party, and then he blamed his wife for the party. Every day he changes his version.
Alberto Fernández apologized for the incident.
I definitely realized that this shouldn't have been done, and I'm sorry it did. I'm clearly sorry.
And here's what happens. When you want to place your order on this screen over here, the way it works is like this. You click English, and now it says, in order to proceed with the order, you must confirm that you have a valid green certificate outside of your order. So let's say you don't have one, you click Don't Have. Look at that. It blanks out the screen. So basically, if you don't have a green pass, they will not give you food at McDonald's in Beit Shemesh.
Our journey through the pandemic has brought many twists and turns, and I have stood here and spoken to you on some very dark days. But today is a good day. Earlier, my government colleagues and I met to consider the latest report from the National Public Health Emergency Team. That report confirmed that we have weathered the Omicron storm. It confirmed that the rate of infection is reducing and that all of the key indicators on which we base our decisions have stabilised and are going in the right direction. It confirmed that Ireland's world-class vaccination programme and the rollout of boosters has utterly transformed our situation. It was our vaccinations and boosters that prevented the recent wave of infection translating into much more serious levels of illness and death. Based on this evidence, we've concluded that the rationale and justification for continuing most of our public health restrictions are no longer in place. Therefore, from 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, the majority of public health measures that we've had to live with will be removed. The wearing of masks where they are currently required will continue. Similarly, protective measures will remain in place in primary and secondary schools. Also, the advice for those with symptoms, positive cases and close contacts remains in place. The changes we are making will likely lead to a temporary rise in infections in the short term. It is important also to say that I can't promise you there won't be further twists in this pandemic requiring different decisions in the future.
So we really do have a problem of how the world perceives influenza, and it's going to be very difficult to change that unless you do it from within and say, I don't care what your perception is, we're going to address the problem in a disruptive way and in an iterative way, because you do need both.
But it is not too crazy to think that an outbreak of a novel avian virus could occur in China somewhere. We could get the RNA sequence from that, beam it to a number of regional centers, if not local, if not even in your home at some point, and print those vaccines on a patch and self-administer.
It's hard to misinterpret what's being said here. They're essentially outlining the pandemic. Everything we've seen from the last year and a half described right here in this video before it happened. And this isn't the first time Fauci has gone on the record to apparently broadcast his intentions about the pandemic. Back when President Trump first took office, Fauci came out with a suspiciously prescient prediction that a major viral pandemic will strike the United States during Trump's administration.
The topic today is the issue of pandemic preparedness. And if there's one message that I want to leave with you today, based on my experience, and you'll see that in a moment, is that there is no question that there will be a challenge, the coming administration, in the arena of infectious diseases, both chronic infectious diseases in the sense of already ongoing disease, and we have certainly a large burden of that, but also there will be a surprise outbreak.
3 children at Crab Orchard School were suspended on their first day of class for saying no to wearing a mask.
Joe, tell me what just happened.
I got suspended.
For what?
For not wearing a mask.
This high school student ended up in handcuffs after she refused to wear a mask.
My name is Isabella Milan. I go to New West Charter, and these are my fellow classmates who aren't vaccinated, and we're in this boxing, and I have to use the restroom, which are right there at that door, but they're not letting me use the restroom. And they offered me to go to the park that's around the corner, but the door is locked, technically, so I can't really leave. And they're right there, and they're not letting us go to the restroom.
And we're being threatened to be suspended because we don't have the COVID-19 vaccine, and we're being refused of the right to attend school.
We feel segregated and discriminated.
And we're being closed off by this caution tape-like thing. We're being segregated from the rest of the school.
Here you have Joe Biden, who has endorsed mandatory masks for small children in schools, panting on strangers without a mask. Nobody at this event has a mask, getting very close to the face of some woman right now, another woman right now.
An irate passenger hauled off a Frontier flight out of LAX in part because he refused to wear a mask. Several LAPD officers were called in to escort the man off the plane.
A photo snapped on a commercial flight is sparking quite the controversy this morning. The picture shows John Kerry, President Biden's climate czar, not wearing a mask on board that plane. He appeared to be reading, not eating or drinking. Masks are required on American flights.
We just got kicked off the flight.
She's the tearful mom who was booted from a plane after her 2-year-old daughter just would not wear a mask.
Consider the tape we played a few days ago of Biden sauntering maskless through a crowded restaurant in Washington. There he was on film, his gaping maw completely uncovered, spewing hot corona breath, panting like an obscene phone caller on innocent passersby. Diners were trapped in Biden's path. They had no choice but to inhale clouds of Joe Biden's personal aerosol mist. Did you see that? Did you see what just happened? That was a crime caught on film. First, Joe Biden coughs into his hand, filling his palm with a deadly pathogen, a bioweapon designed by the Chinese military to infect and kill civilians. And then, showing no remorse whatsoever or even hesitation, Biden walks up to unsuspecting human beings and intentionally transmits this foul stew of microorganisms that's been brewing and fermenting in his respiratory tract. He does this all with his bare hands, like an ice-cold assassin.
To make sure everyone's included on the deal. The kinds of investment
that will stimulate the economy.
Oh, no.
Do not touch me. Who do you think you are?
Quite wonderful.
Oh, back up, back up. Some old lady is getting handcuffed here. There, people. Ow! Wow. Not wearing a mask, people. This is what they do to you. Where's your mask? Where's your mask?
6 feet away from you.
Oh, well, I was 6 feet away from those people
All
in
right,
there, too.
in there. Get inside.
Come on, you guys. Let's get
inside.
real.
Where's your mask at?
What mask?
The mask that you're required to wear by city ordinance.
Oh, I don't have one.
You need to step outside until you can get one.
Really?
City ordinance, sir. You not see the sign?
Like your mask is really working.
It's still a city ordinance. Leave the property or you get a citation. Period. Don't argue with me. It's real simple.
You know what? You know what the governor's order?
I don't care what the governor order is. It is a city
wait a
ordinance
minute.
to step outside.
Did we just take the mask off?
No, I pulled it up because it was
No,
slipping.
you pulled it. It was exposed.
Dispatch, start me another unit. I'm going to have to detain one. Put your hands right here.
No, sir. I'm not going to be detained.
Yes, you are. I will tase you right now. You are in violation, and I gave you a lawful order. You have a weapon. Put your hands up now. Here. Dispatch, he's armed. Have the unit step it up. I've got him at taser point. Get your hand up now. Dude, you're just dumb. You should be listening. Don't move. You move again, I'm gonna drop you.
And the best way for me to prevent getting an infectious disease and having to have you as my doctor is what? Wearing a mask.
No.
Telling you to do that. If I can see they're ready to sneeze or cough, walk away.
You avoid all the paranoid aspects and do something positive. A, good diet. B, you don't smoke, I know. I know you don't drink, at least not very much, so that's pretty good. Get some exercise. I know that you don't get as much exercise as you should.
That's correct.
Get good sleep. I think that the normal, healthy things are the best thing that you can do.
It started with a mask.
You're not wearing your mask properly. It doesn't say properly.
A confrontation between 3 Smith's grocery store employees and a customer choosing to wear his mask in superhero fashion.
We're doing our job, what our corporation wants us to do.
Then things escalated quickly.
Doing it just to be a jerk. We all know this, and so do you.
Why you
cooperate.
The employees taking turns throwing out politically charged insults, foul language, and even threats of violence.
I'm about ready to throw you out.
This all just 2 minutes into a 7-minute clip.
You can't physically. I'm about to. You can't.
Yes, you are. Yeah, put your mask on. Who invited you to come to Don't you dare talk to me like that. Stand your ass up. Stand your ass up. Sit down, Karen.
Do you want the police to meet you on the ground?
What about him?
Mask up. Now.
Mask up.
Put your
Mask up. Tell him
You
to
got your mask down. Sir.
Did you want him?
Yes, I did. Stop.
You're going to jail.
You're going to jail.
Karen,
They spit on me. They double go to jail. Look, she punched me.
Put your mask on. Tell him to put his mask on. Put your mask on.
She scratched my face.
Put your mask on.
Put yours on.
I just need to know that now.
I'm just drinking my water, dude.
Okay.
Like this right here.
Okay.
I can have this off in order to drink water.
Right now. I just said that, but I want to know because my members asked me twice. Now you're not drinking. You're holding it in your hands, so your mask should be back on.
Don't you have to put it down so you can take a sip and then take another sip?
Okay, we're not going to get into it.
Because
the mask goes on.
If I were to take this off right here, right?
There you go.
And then every single time I take a sip to put it back on.
You got it right there. That's how it works.
It doesn't work because my hand's not free.
Okay, so then put your phone in your lap and then you can put your mask up.
It doesn't make any sense. I'm drinking water.
It doesn't have to make sense.
Say that again?
That's the policy.
It doesn't have to make sense.
That's the policy. So if you don't like the policy, we have the door right up there and it's still open and the gentleman's right there waiting. So if it's going to be an issue, then we're just going to have to leave.
The policy of not being allowed to drink water on a plane.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm asking you, it has to be in between bites and sips. That's the federal law, okay?
Sip. Now I'm biting.
Now put it back on. Now put your mask on.
Just get kicked off.
Sir, I don't know what's
I'm out of
going
here.
on.
Forget it. I'm out of here.
If you are vaccinated and boosted and are prudent when you travel, when you're in an airport, to be wearing a mask all the time, you have to be wearing a mask on a plane. Do not do things like go to gatherings where there are people who you do not know what their vaccination status is. If you do that, and some people are even going the extra step or the extra mile, of maybe even getting tested when you have people coming over the house.
No vax, no turkey.
Stop to enter, proof of vaccination required.
Dr. Eric Choi Pena and his wife Maria are telling their guests to get vaxxed or stay home. Another option, take a rapid COVID test before you come.
It's a cheap test. They are available at virtually every pharmacy in the United States right now. Anyone can do this.
I'm wondering, this is my classroom. I have a rather large classroom compared to the other classrooms in our building. When we ordered this $5 million worth of plexiglass, did we have a classroom of 28 desks set up? How I'm supposed to hear my students when they're in the back of the room wearing a mask behind all this plexiglass?
A 56-year-old man is stricken with a heart attack, but paramedics refused to enter the acute care facility where he was taken ill. The reason? Fear of COVID.
See what's happening.
The police officer's report on the incident says nurses were distraught and pleading for help. Fire personnel insisted on the patient being brought to them outside before they began life-saving efforts and made no effort to assist me, he wrote.
Right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with masks.
You're sure of it? Because people are listening really closely to this.
Right now, people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. And often, there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask and they keep touching their face.
And can you get some schmutz sort of staying inside there?
Of course. For a while, life is not going to be the way it used to be in the United States. We have to just accept that.
Would you like to see a national lockdown? Basically, people, you can't go out to restaurants, bars, you need to stay home?
Well, I would like to see a dramatic diminution of the personal interaction that we see in restaurants and in bars. Whatever it takes to do that, that's what I'd like to see. We now have the private sector, the big, heavy hitters that are involved in making sure, starting very soon, and I'm talking about days to a week, we're going to see a revving up of the availability and the implementation. Saying a test is available isn't the end game.
Have you taken a test? Are you going to take a test?
No. Well, I'm not taking a test for some reason. I have no symptoms. I'm practicing pretty good social distancing. Not everybody in the United States should take a test. I mean, I have no symptoms. There's no reason for me to take a test.
15 days to stop the spread initiative. We're telling people that we really want them to avoid gatherings of 10 or more. We want them to avoid any unnecessary travel. We want them to work from home.
The breaking news, stay at home. That is the order tonight from 4 state governors as the coronavirus pandemic spreads. New York, California, Illinois, and Connecticut all ordering non-essential employees to stay home. Those orders cover 75 million people across the United States. New York's governor today telling non-essential businesses in his state to reduce their workforce to 0.
This is serious. 6 feet matters. Your decision to not physically distance yourself may kill someone.
federal government's social distancing guidelines will stay in place for at least another month.
So I thought it was prudent and I think the right decision to extend them another 30 days.
So I think in this country, we've taken a very liberal approach to mortality. There are other countries that if you had a pre-existing condition, and let's say the virus caused you to go to the ICU and then have a heart or kidney problem, some countries are recording that as a heart issue or a kidney issue and not a COVID-19 death. The intent is right now that if someone dies with COVID-19, we are counting that as a COVID-19 death.
I just want to be clear in terms of the definition of people dying of COVID. So the case definition is very simplistic. It means at the time of death, it was a COVID positive diagnosis. So that means that if you were in hospice and had already been given a few weeks to live, and then you also were found to have COVID, that would be counted as a COVID death. It means that even if you died of a clear alternate cause, but you had COVID at the same time, it's still listed as a COVID death. So everyone who's listed as a COVID death doesn't mean that was the cause of the death, but they had COVID at the time of death.
I can't imagine if someone comes in with coronavirus, goes to an ICU, and they have an underlying heart condition and they die, they're going to say cause of death, heart attack. I cannot see that happening, so I don't think it's going to be a problem.
We all need to stay in place. The science is real. Dr. Fauci has said it over and over again. I have issued an executive order. It's not a suggestion, it's an order.
Now, the Bill of Rights, as you well know, protects Americans' right, enshrines their right to congregate together, to assemble peacefully. By what authority did you nullify the Bill of Rights in issuing this order? How do you have the power to do that?
That's above my pay grade.
Is it okay to hook up with someone you're not quarantined with? Dr. Anthony Fauci says that's a decision you have to make.
Everybody has their own tolerance for risks, and it depends on the level of the interaction that you want to have. If you're looking for a friend, sit in a room, put a mask on, and chat a bit. If you want to go a little bit more intimate, well, then that's your choice regarding a risk.
When the coronavirus hit Michigan in force last month, Whitmer had no clue what to do. So she responded with a mixture of comical ineptitude and a weird kind of arbitrary fascism. She banned the sale of carpets and paint and potted plants. She told people they couldn't fish or go to church or drive alone to their own homes. But at the same time, Whitmer kept liquor stores, weed shops, and lotto kiosks open because, and this was purely an epidemiological matter in the interest of the public health, those were essential services, quote.
It's better to be 6 feet apart right now than 6 feet under it.
You wear a mask, they wear a mask. I want to make it be a symbol for people to see that that's the kind of thing you should be doing. Of people together, and you have the lack of physical distancing as well as wearing of a mask. And when we see that not happening, there's a concern that might actually propagate further spread of infection.
And a lot of people you have unnecessarily. Now we have over 120 million dead from COVID.
But once Dr. Fauci thought he was off camera, the mask came off literally. Want to see hypocrisy in action? Look at this. Here's Dr. Fauci sitting within 6 feet of other people without wearing his mask.
Fauci, do protests increase the spread of the virus?
Do protests increase the spread of the virus? I think I can make a general statement.
Well, 500,000 protesters on June 6th alone.
Yeah.
I'm just asking, that number of people, does it increase the spread of the virus?
Crowding together, particularly when you're not wearing a mask, contributes to the spread of the virus.
Should we limit the protesting?
I don't think that's relevant to...
Well, you just said if it increases the spread of the virus, I'm just asking, should we limit it?
Well, I'm not in a position to determine what the government can do in a forceful way.
Well, you make all kinds of recommendations. You make comments on dating, on baseball, on everything you can imagine. I'm just asking you, just said that protests increase the spread. I'm just asking you, should we try to limit the protests?
No, I think I would leave that to people who have more of a position to do that. I can tell you...
Government stopping people from going to church, Dr. Fauci?
Yeah. There should be universal wearing of masks. Herd immunity is that when you have enough people who've either been infected and or vaccinated and protected, that there's enough protection in the community, that the virus doesn't have the capability of freely being transmitted from an individual to individual. You kind of have the herd protection as an umbrella. We're not there yet. That's not a fundamental strategy that we're using.
Pennsylvania governor, he's outrageously bad. Tom Wolf was caught on a hot mic with a fellow Democrat lawmaker admitting this about masks.
So Wendy, I'm going to take my mask off when I speak.
I will as well. I'm waiting so that we can do a little political theater.
Okay.
So that it's on camera.
Scientists tell us the months ahead will be historically bad unless you make a personal decision to follow the Fauci.
Each of our countries have that independent spirit, but we don't want to be told what to do. Well, I understand that, but now is the time to do what you're told. They're really quite impressive. I mean, a 94.5% efficacy.
No, I don't think it should be mandatory. I wouldn't demand to be mandatory, but I would do everything in my power. Just like I don't think masks have to be made mandatory nationwide.
So imagine getting a text message that says, stay at home. Well, that's exactly what happened to millions of people in California.
27 million residents, more than half the population, are being told to stay home. This emergency alert appeared on cell phones. COVID-19 is spreading rapidly. Stay home except for essential activity.
We'll be able to tell children what I know we'll be able to say. The vaccine is safe and effective in you, and we're anxious to get you vaccinated.
You acknowledged to the New York Times that you've moved the goalposts in terms of what it would take to reach so-called herd immunity in the United States.
70-75%. It's a range. The range is going to be somewhere between 70 and 85%. The reason I first started saying 70-75, I brought it up to 85. That's not a big leap to go from 75 to 85. So I would imagine that you would need something a little bit less than the 90%. That's where I got to the 85, but nobody really knows for sure.
I'm just saying I'm not sick. I'm not sick, and asymptomatic spread has been shown to be a myth, so why am I going to be treated like a sick person? Do you know that there have been fewer deaths overall in 2019 than there were in 2018? Look it up. Fewer deaths overall. All they've done is recategorize all the deaths. This is not what they're telling us it is. It's a lie. This is a lie, I'm telling you. It's a lie. And everyone's buying it. And it'll go on and on and on as long as they feed us this lie and we comply with it. And I am done. Tonight, I reached a breaking point. I'm done. I know I'm not reaching anyone here.
Everybody's unhappy.
I don't care. I'm not putting that on my face. I'm not. I'm not going to. I'm a healthy person. I'm not crazy. This is like psychosis. For everyone to put all this stuff on their face when they're healthy is insanity.
So this is the flu season in the year 2019 leading into 2020 right here. All right, this is the flu season. There's your flu last year. Here's your flu this year. Literally doesn't even exist. It's not even there. Look. And again, this is the CDC's numbers. CDC's numbers. The flu is magically gone. It's all COVID now.
This is a physical covering to prevent droplets and virus to get in. So if you have a physical covering with one layer, you put another layer on, it just makes common sense.
Experts say you can double up with a tight weave fabric mask for added protection. Now, Virginia Tech researchers found that doubling up these cloth masks increases the efficacy from 50 to 75%. A 3-layer mask could block up to 90% of the particles.
So getting vaccinated does not say now I have a free pass to travel, nor does it say that I have a free pass to put aside all of the public health measures that we talk about all the time. There are many people who feel, you know, if you really want to have an extra little bit of protection, maybe I should put 2 masks on. But there's no data that indicates that that is going to make a difference.
Let's talk about this mask thing, because now the CDC says, I mean, I think I've got this right. 1 mask is better than 0 masks. 2 masks is better than 1 mask.
The CDC is saying that at minimum, wear a mask, okay? This is what they're saying. Put a cloth mask over. 1 mask at least But if you want to really be sure, get a tighter fit with the second mask.
So wait a minute, are you a double masker, Dr. Fauci? It looked like you are.
Said that we'll approach normality toward the end of the year. What does normal mean? Do you think Americans will still be wearing masks, for example, in 2022?
You know, I think it is possible that that's the case. And again, it really depends on what you mean by normality. If
right,
normality
that's what I want you to define
exactly the way it...
Welcome to day 367 of 15 days to slow the spread. Proponents of the economic lockdowns promised it would be just 15 days to flatten the curve. Instead of 15 days, the lockdown has now gone on for over a year.
When the children go out into the community, you want them to continue to wear masks when they're interacting with groups from multiple households.
I'm reiterating my call for every governor, mayor, and local leader to maintain and reinstate the mask mandate.
When I first started at CDC about 2 months ago, I made a promise to you. I would tell you the truth, even if it was not the news we wanted to hear. Yesterday, we in the United States surpassed 30 million cases of COVID-19. I'm going to pause here. I'm going to lose the script, and I'm going to reflect on the recurring feeling I have of impending doom. We have so much to look forward to, so much promise and potential of where we are, and so much reason for hope. But right now, I'm scared.
We can kind of almost see the end. We're vaccinating so very fast. Our data from the CDC today suggests, that vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick.
Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person. A vaccinated person gets exposed to the virus does not infect them. The virus cannot then use that person to go anywhere else. The vaccines will get us to the end of this if we just go fast enough to get the whole population vaccinated.
It happened 4 days after he got the vaccine.
I started to break out and these half-inch itchy spots all over. I was covered in them. Then that spread into huge red patches.
This is the J&J vaccine that I'll be taking, so 1 and done.
Right now, given the guidelines that the CDC came out, they clarified that if you're vaccinated and I'm vaccinated, we can play a pickup game tomorrow. I'll probably destroy you.
The first thing you should know about Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, she takes the coronavirus very seriously. That's why she's now forcing all 2-year-olds in the state to wear masks. It's also why she went on television recently to warn the people of Michigan that they should not travel to Florida because Florida is dangerous.
Well, at the end of the day, this is going to come down to whether or not everyone does their part. That's the most important thing. Michigan and Florida are not next to each other, but this is the time of the year that snowbirds come home from Florida, where people are going on spring break, and all of these things can contribute to spread.
It's dangerous to go to Florida. Everyone has to do their part. Don't go to Florida. Well, not long after that, we learned that Gretchen Whitmer had gone to Florida earlier this year.
It's happening way too often across the country. Dogs adopted during the pandemic, now abandoned. Here, a Tesla driver takes a dog into the woods and runs away. Check out this guy tying up a dog in an empty parking lot in Houston and driving off.
If you've been fully vaccinated, you no longer need to wear a mask. Let me repeat, if you are fully vaccinated, you no longer need to wear a mask.
Additionally, we are accumulating data that our authorized vaccines are effective against the variants that are circulating in this country. Today, CDC is updating our guidance for fully vaccinated people. Anyone who is fully vaccinated can participate in indoor and outdoor activities, large or small, without wearing a mask or physical distancing. If you are fully vaccinated, you can start doing the things that you had stopped doing because of the pandemic.
But being a fully vaccinated person, the chances of my getting infected in an indoor setting is extremely low. And that's the reason why in indoor settings now, I feel comfortable about not wearing a mask. Breakthrough infections mean you have been vaccinated, but you still get infected. The fact that we know now that these vaccines are highly, highly effective, number one. Number two, they're really, really good against variants. When people are vaccinated, they can feel safe that they are not going to get infected.
Nancy Pelosi is being called out for some serious hypocrisy. New video shows her without a mask, talking and hugging people at a crowded White House event. That's after slapping Republicans, several of them, with $500 fines for violating her House floor mask mandate.
Our vaccines work. Right now they are working, and they require actually 2 doses or to be fully vaccinated to work well.
The Johnson & Johnson vaccine is a great one-and-done shot.
If you're vaccinated, you're not going to be hospitalized, you're not going to be in an ICU unit, and you're not going to die. If you're vaccinated, you shouldn't wear a mask. If you aren't vaccinated, you should be wearing a mask. You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
Yeah. I don't believe that we're going to see a central mandate for masking because there will be a lot of pushback on that. It's really quite frustrating. These vaccines work well against this virus, including the Delta variant.
The D.C. mayor, Muriel Bowser, she makes an order to say, okay, got to wear a mask when you're indoors, and it feels like 2020 all over again. And then it happens again. Another political leader decides. In a world of smartphones and social media, where anyone can be a photojournalist or a broadcast center, in this case it was a reporter from the Washington Examiner, photographs her without a mask on at a wedding, and most other people there, it looks like they didn't have masks on as well. And this was less than 24 hours after she implemented the rule.
Our vaccines are working exceptionally well. They continue to work well for Delta with regard to severe illness and death. They prevent it. But what they can't do anymore is prevent transmission. So if you're going home to somebody who has not been vaccinated, I would suggest you wear a mask in public indoor setting.
Booster shots to every fully vaccinated American 8 months after you got your second shot.
Additionally, reports from our international colleagues, including Israel, suggest increased risk of severe disease amongst those vaccinated early.
We always ask them, how do you want to be reached out to?
Meanwhile, over the weekend, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi held a fundraiser dinner in Napa, California, where people were seen eating and socializing in close proximity without masks, contrary to her directives forcing all House members, staff, and media to wear masks while inside the Capitol. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy tweeted, quote, "Speaker Pelosi wants to lock you down again while she wines and dines with her political donors. It's utter hypocrisy."
This is not about freedom or personal choice. I'm announcing that to require all employers with 100 or more employees that together employ over 80 million workers to ensure their workforces are fully vaccinated.
Can you say with some level of confidence that you think there will be that vaccine available before Halloween?
Yeah, I think there's a really good chance it will be before Halloween. Yeah.
Okay, and you're pretty confident about that?
Vaccinations increase. Thousands of women reporting a potential side effect when it comes to their menstrual cycles.
A family in Indiana claims they were accidentally given the Pfizer coronavirus vaccine when they thought they were getting flu shots. The children, 4 and 5 years old, too young for any COVID-19 vaccine, were given full adult doses. The parents say both children were showing signs of heart issues, and the younger child has been sick with a fever and a cough.
Dr. Yaroslav Fleeter is a physicist and cybersecurity expert fired by George Washington University for refusing to be vaccinated. Fleeter grew up in communist Czechoslovakia and was a student leader during Czechoslovakia's Velvet Revolution. He says the vaccine mandate is the sort of thing a communist government would do.
This is exactly what the communists of, in olden days, communists just did. That's how they ruled. And so when I saw that, I was quite surprised, like, there's no way, absolutely no way I would actually comply with this. Just, you want to fire me? Fire me. They couldn't force me to take an aspirin pill doing this way.
Fleeter also has a warning based on his experience under communism, saying that when citizens submit to government orders like the vaccine mandate, it only encourages governments to do it again.
For me, there was this message, we own you, we make you do whatever you want. I said, no, you're not going to do anything to me. And I don't care what the cost is.
So in my mind, the most important thing right now, as we work to get our cases down, as we work to get our children vaccinated, is that we continue the masking to keep our kids in school.
Now, I want to play something. The last time you were on Meet the Press, last May, this is what you had to say about lifting mask mandates.
We are asking people to be honest with themselves. If they are vaccinated and they are not wearing a mask, they are safe.
Tonight, news on a potential fourth shot, another booster. Talk about people getting a fourth dose?
Yeah, that should be our other big number, is the number 4. People are hearing this headline and they're saying 4. I thought we were just talking about 3.
Senator Cruz told the Attorney General you should be prosecuted.
Yeah. I'd have to laugh at that. I should be prosecuted. What happened on January 6th, Senator? Anybody and everybody who's coming into the country needs to get a test within 24 hours of getting on the plane to come here.
Well, what about people who don't take a plane and just these border crossers coming in huge numbers?
You know, that's a different issue.
Hey, look, who's president? Fauci.
Is there any reason not to get a booster at this point?
Not at all.
It's only a matter of time before the definition of fully vaccinated includes a COVID booster shot. That's the new today from Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Fully vaccinated sounded so reassuring and definitive and complete. And then we started talking about boosters, and now we're talking about fourth dose.
But sometimes putting yourself in the shoes of people who just say, look, I mean, you told me to get vaccinated and you told me that the virus that was going to be protective. Oh, now there's breakthrough cases. Oh, well, you didn't tell me about that, but okay, I'll get a booster shot. Oh, now you're telling me that the booster is pretty good, but I may need to get another shot again.
If it becomes necessary to get yet another boost, then we'll just have to deal with it.
Tonight, Wayne State, along with the University of Michigan and Michigan State, have all made boosters a mandate for the winter semester for all faculty, staff, and students.
Some students and faculty are already boosted.
And I'll plan on getting boosted for the rest of my life. The CEOs of the top airlines said that on an airplane, you are actually safer than you are in an ICU. The protection with the filtration system they have. They were suggesting that there really isn't much of a need for a mask on an airplane. Are we going to get to the point where we won't have to wear masks on airplanes?
I don't think so.
The unvaccinated have a significantly higher risk of ending up in a hospital. There will be positive cases in every office, even here in the White House, among the vaccinated from Omicron. Vaccinated people who get COVID may get ill. According to our doctors, even if you're fully vaccinated, you should wear a mask. People with booster shots are highly protected. Join them. Join us. Now let me tell you about the additional steps I'm ordering today to take on what is coming. So starting this week, I'll be deploying hundreds more vaccinators and more sites to help get the booster shots in people's arms. We've opened, we've opened FEMA vaccination sites in Washington State and New Mexico. Look, the unvaccinated are responsible for their own choices. But those choices have been fueled by dangerous misinformation on cable TV and social media. Next, we're preparing hospitals for what's coming. In addition, I've directed the Pentagon to mobilize an additional 1,000 troops to be deployed to help staff local hospitals and expand capacity. That's 1,000 military doctors, nurses, and medics. We've already started moving medical teams. I know vaccination requirements are unpopular for many, and this is a critical moment. We also have more tools than we've ever had before. We're ready. I've ordered 500 million of the pills. 500 million pills. 500 million test kits that are going to be available to be sent to every home in America if anybody wants them. But the answer is, yeah, I wish I had thought about ordering 500 million pills.
A vaccine requirement for a person getting on the plane is just another level of getting people to have a mechanism that would spur them to get vaccinated. Namely, you can't get on a plane unless you're vaccinated, which is just another one of the ways of getting requirements, whatever that might be. So, anything that could get people more vaccinated would be welcome. So what happens is that you're isolated for 5 days, and then if you're still asymptomatic, at the end of that 5 days, you can go out and do your job and re-enter society, hopefully getting functions of society normal.
but you have to wear a mask.
So with a negative antigen test, we'd still ask you to wear a mask. With a positive antigen test, we'd still say you could wear a mask.
Wear your K95, but then find your favorite mask and double mask. You're even safer. Look how great this looks. So you can continue to be double masked.
When we're in our surgical centers doing procedures, the doctors are wearing the mask so that we don't spit into an open wound. You see, people have this false idea that doctors wear a mask in an operating room to stop a virus from going to somewhere. Not at all.
There was a court case in Germany where I believe it was bank employees were required to wear masks for the whole shift, like 8 hours a day. And there was a doctor who testified with evidence from, I believe, EEG studies that showed actual brain damage as a result of that, and that case was successful.
The ambient air around us is only 0.04% carbon dioxide, yet our exhaled breath is 100 times greater at 4%. A carbon dioxide level of 4% is at the threshold of an immediate danger to life and health, according to OSHA. Carbon dioxide overdose causes rapid unconsciousness, followed by death, which is why carbon dioxide is commonly used to euthanize animals.
We've been clear from the beginning that getting together in groups outside of your household that is not permitted is not allowed. That is why tonight I am authorizing the city to shut off Los Angeles Department of Water and Power Service in the egregious cases in which houses, businesses, and other venues are hosting unpermitted large gatherings. We need to make sure that everybody continues to let us know where those folks are. You know the old expression about snitches? Well, in this case, snitches get rewards. We want to thank you for turning folks in.
Let's go to Michigan because they have unveiled some new rules for businesses if they don't follow contact tracing guidelines. Wait a minute. Some people to go to prison?
Yeah, 6 months behind bars on a misdemeanor charge. And on top of that, $200 fine. And that's if restaurants, barbershops, tattoo parlors, and entertainment venues, you fail to record names and then the contact info and the visit times, because that's what you need to do in contact tracing these days. She actually instituted another misdemeanor charge, and that's 6 months behind bars, and a $500 fine for anybody that wasn't wearing a mask indoors.
And we have a very narrow window to tie reopening policy to vaccination status, because otherwise, if everything is reopened, then what's the carrot going to be? How are we going to incentivize people to actually get the vaccine? So that's why I think the CDC and the Biden administration needs to come out a lot bolder and say, if you're vaccinated, you can do all these things. Here are all these freedoms that you have.
Human beings do well when they have carrot and stick. So a mandate helps people to realize it's time.
And we know these mandates work, and we know people respond. Look, human beings are pretty predictable. If you say your paycheck depends on it, or your ability to enjoy life and go do the things you want to do, people will make the practical decision overwhelmingly, and they'll go get vaccinated. But we aren't pushing hard enough. We gotta go farther.
Lotteries in many states are helping to encourage the holdouts to finally get the shot. The Ohio Vax-A-Million lottery is working, boosting vaccines by 28%. New York is now handing out lottery scratch cards to anyone 18 and older who gets vaccinated. The top prize, $5 million.
New York State raffling off 50 scholarships to 12 to 17-year-olds who get vaccinated, room and board included, to state colleges.
We've got to shake people at this point and say, come on now. The voluntary phase is over. A lot of people say, well, I don't want to be vaccinated, until you say, okay, well, there's a lot of good things in life you won't be able to participate in. Suddenly, that opens folks' mind. When you have a mandate for employees, when it's a choice between vaccination and your paycheck, vaccination suddenly looks really good.
I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this, these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this. If this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. Any city resident who wants at-home vaccination, it can be scheduled. A vaccination team comes to you. By the way, they can provide vaccination for the whole family. Many people has want it, whether people need a first dose, a second dose, or a booster, or if different people in the family are at different points in their vaccine trajectory.
The teams that come to your home have the ability to provide whatever help you need. And the $100 incentive is available for every family member. That's crucial to remember too. We in New York City have decided to use a preemptive strike to really do something bold to stop the further growth of COVID and the dangers it's causing. Our health commissioner will announce a vaccine mandate for private sector employers across the board. All private sector employers in New York City will be covered by this vaccine mandate.
New York City Mayor-elect Eric Adams finally breaking silence, vowing this: to keep de Blasio's vaccine mandate for private sector employees in place. Adams saying, quote, "Our focus is vaccine and testing, vaccine and testing, vaccine and testing."
As 2022 begins, the Great Reset rollout of predetermined COVID quarantine camps is digging its claws into the blue dictatorships of the United States. As InfoWars' Jamie White reports, the state of Washington may amend a law to allow the forcible detainment of residents into COVID internment camps for defying state vaccine mandates. The proposed revision to the COVID protocol under the Communicable and Certain Other Diseases Act would grant local health officers at his other sole discretion to issue an emergency detention order causing a person or group of persons to be immediately detained for purposes of isolation or quarantine. Additionally, the measure would allow law enforcement to assist public health officials in detaining residents who refused the COVID injection. This alarming measure comes in tandem with Governor Jay Inslee's effort to hire strike teams to run quarantine camps, outlined in the state's governmentjobs.com website, a term that has since been scrubbed from the website sometime after the bulletin was posted in September 2021. Notably, the Communicable and Certain Other Diseases Act was certified on October 25, 2019, just months before the COVID-19 pandemic began in January of 2020. Meanwhile, New York attempts to pass a similar bill. The bill, called A.416, would allow the governor or the appropriate health official to order the removal and detention of any person afflicted with a communicable disease in the event that there is a state of health emergency declared by the governor in relation to such disease. It goes on to say that any person or group removed or detained by order of the governor or his or her delegate shall be detained for as long as the department may direct.
Nancy Pelosi is under fire today after surveillance video shows her at a hair salon getting a blowout and not wearing a face mask.
Due to coronavirus regulations, salons in San Francisco are closed for indoor services. Nancy Pelosi went inside. She can do that because she is the Speaker of the House, third in line for the presidency. You cannot, because you don't have as much power as Nancy Pelosi has.
I can't make this any clearer. You absolutely must stay at home. Now, I've directed Superintendent Brown to order all police districts to give special attention to these parties. And this is how it's going to be. We will shut you down, we will cite you, and if we need to, we will arrest you and we will take you to jail. Period. If you host a party, if you promote a party, if you go to a party, we're not playing games. We mean business, and we are going to shut this down one way or the other. The time for educating people into compliance is over. Don't be stupid. Don't come out. Don't advertise on social media. We're watching you, and we are going to take decisive action.
One of the reasons people feel frustrated or skeptical is they're getting a lot of mixed messages. What do you say to those who are criticizing you, where less than a week ago you went out and stood before a massive crowd who was celebrating Joe Biden's victory, and now you're saying your city has to shut down? How do you have one and not the other?
But yes, there are times when we actually do need to have a relief and come together, and I felt like that was one of those times.
Mayor Lori Lightfoot has been adamant that people stay home and socially distance for weeks. But a social media post from the woman who cut her hair this weekend has some wondering if the mayor is saying one thing and doing another.
I'm out in the public eye and felt like I needed to have a haircut. There's got to be compliance with the executive branch. So you got to eliminate that compliance and you make it a mandate. And then you do training
and you pick the people to run those agencies and the deputies that are pledging allegiance to the New World Order.
If you're not going to stay home and you're not going to wear masks in public, we have to enforce, and we will.
Photos emerged showing the governor apparently unmasked and in close quarters with a large group at the French Laundry in Napa Valley. Newsom and other state leaders have urged Californians to be extra vigilant amid the biggest spike in infections since the pandemic began, most recently asking residents to stay home and avoid visiting extended family over Thanksgiving. Also attending that dinner, according to Politico, were two top executives for the California Medical Association.
Your governor never had the authority to say your job wasn't essential and your job wasn't essential. These scumbags don't have any legal right to treat you this way. Don't let them. If you're not vaccinated and don't want to get vaccinated, walk away. Now is the time. Now is the time, because this never ends. Oh, it's just 15 days. I said, don't do it. They don't even have the authority to do this. Don't do this. They're never going to let you go. But it was 15 days, and then 2 months, and then a vaccine, and then the booster shots. And it never ends. This never ends, ever. 5 years from now, you'll be showing your vaccine passport to go eat. You got to show little Johnny's vaccine passport too. He's only 4. Did you get your booster shot? Oh, looks like your vaccine's expired. You cannot comply your way out of this. These are terrible, evil people. You don't have any obligation to live under them. In fact, I will tell you, you have an obligation before God to stand up against these people.
It is illegal to make anybody participate in an experimental program using coercion. That is, in fact, how in U.S. law, we actually embraced in U.S. law the Nuremberg Code. So coercion is illegal, and we need to call it coercion. We don't want to call it leverage. We don't want to call it pressure. We want to call it the illegal act that it is. It's coercion. And that becomes important because under 18 U.S. Code, section 2331, and then subsection 802, inside of the definition of domestic terrorism is any time a U.S. citizen or a government in the U.S. is forced to do something that it would not otherwise do. That's also not only coercion, but domestic terrorism.
So ask yourself this: why did they not build one single cemetery in the year 2020? They didn't. I know. So you get crickets when you say that, because there was no cemetery added onto, no cemetery for the 500,000 extra dead. Did they just pull from all the other categories and call it COVID? All right. And also, they spent less money than they did in 2019 on burial. Okay, I looked into this. I did the research. I'm telling you. I know that they always pull out 1918 flu every single time they want to scare us to death. I went back because right now, what is the narrative? Okay, it is 50 to 100 million people died, okay, in 1918, and we can't have that again. And then I thought, wow, 50 to 100 million, that's a really broad number. And also, where are they getting that number from? So I started going back into the archives, and each newspaper in the country, they weren't like, mafia owned by back then. So each newspaper would print, this is how many people died of influenza. It wasn't even front page news. It wasn't. It was like second page news. I mean, it wasn't like the biggest story in the world like what we do to news right now. But what's interesting about it was the numbers were much different. One state said in the crux of it, which is just the fall of 1918, in the highest point, the entire state had 7,000 deaths. Illinois had 22,000 deaths. Okay, they were at an all-time high in that. And I'm not saying the deaths didn't happen. I'm saying the numbers have changed. So back in 1918, they were saying, oh, hey, yeah, this was really prevalent in the fall. And then it started to disappear by that winter and spring. Well, even with 46 cities reporting and counting overseas cases, in the Buckland Herald in Missouri back in the day, back in 1918 in November, they said we had, 82,000 out of all of it, okay? So I think the numbers were much, much less. And what's interesting about this is that if you jump ahead 13 years, let's go to a newspaper in 1940, 1941, right? You know, World War II. They actually cited back to this era, to 1918 flu, and they upped the number, ready, to 10 million people, okay, worldwide. So I think we were actually around 200,000 deaths here in the United States, and that would be a high number. That would be overestimating at 200,000, probably about 150,000. But they said 10 million worldwide. Then, if you jump to, let's say, 1975. In 1975, Ford is president, right? And he was on a clip saying that the number all of a sudden doubled to 20 million people that died in the 1918 flu.
This virus was the cause of a pandemic in 1918 and 1919 that resulted in over 500,000 deaths in the United States, as well as 20 million deaths around the world.
What? Yeah, 20 million. Wait a minute. How did it go from pretty low numbers, okay, each state reporting exact numbers, to a 10 million estimate in the 1940s to 1975? And President Ford is on the news with swine flu saying, or 76, on the news with swine flu saying 20 million people died in 1918. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'm sorry. All of a sudden now we're at 500,000 deaths in the United States. How did that even happen? They had exact numbers back then. And I'm talking exact. So how did they jump to 500,000 deaths? Well, Mike Leavitt, under Bush in 2005, wrote for Department of Health and Human Services. He upped the number, get this, he upped the number to 38 million total. 38 million people? Wait a minute. In 1940, it was 10 million people. In 1975, it was 20 million people. And now it's 38 million. Do you want to know what the reason was? The reason they gave was they couldn't count back then. I'm sorry, they counted just fine. Yeah, they didn't have Common Core math to screw it all up. No, they actually counted the deaths and then reported them in the individual newspapers. Yeah. So all of a sudden it was 38 million. That was in 2005. In 2010, they started promoting the number 50 to 100 million people. 50 to 100 million. That is a large, large number, right? Huge estimation.
Do you worry about what is going to kill you? Heart disease, cancer, a car accident? Most of us worry about things we can't control, like war, terrorism. But what really threatens humanity? In 1918, a new virus appeared that killed some 50 to 100 million people.
They still stick with the story. They didn't know how to count back then. And from new data, 100 years old? What? Wait, what? Yeah. So it went from probably about, in the United States, about I would say about 150,000 would be my guesstimate after looking at numerous newspapers, okay? About 150,000 people. We had about 103 million people. We had about 103 million people at the time. We had about 150,000 deaths. Let's go with that, because I would say that's pretty close to the estimate. Then it went to 10 million in the 40s. It went to 20 million in the 70s. Then it went to 38 million, and now we're at 50 to 100 million. Go look, go do some research. All you will see is that it's 50 to 100 million, and they never say how they got to that number. They never disclose it. They're lying. They're lying all the time. And you know what? Even back when it was in the newspapers, they were saying, yeah, take quinine, take all these different remedies. You'll get out of this in a heartbeat. It's no problem. But we had bad sanitation back then. Can you believe the lies? When we go back into history, we're lied to a lot, and it's really disconcerting. I don't know. It's mind-boggling, to tell you the truth, that they get away with it, that nobody is fact-checking.
In fact, let's look at a model of a virus spread through the air like the Spanish flu back in 1918. So here's what would happen. It would spread throughout the world very, very quickly. If we look at the 20th century and we look at the death chart of the 20th century, I think everybody would say, oh yeah, there must be a spike for World War I. You know, sure enough, there it is, like 25 million. And there must be a big spike for World War II, and there it is, it's like 65 million. But then you'll see this other spike that is as large as World War II right after World War I. And most people, a lot of people would say, well, what? What was that?
In October of 2019, Bill Gates sponsored Event 201, a simulation that estimated 65 million people killed by coronavirus.
On behalf of our center and our partners, the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to our audience here in New York, as well as our larger virtual audience participating online today. The Event 201 scenario is fictional. Today's scenario is going to simulate meetings of a multi-stakeholder group called the Pandemic Emergency Board.
We're at the start of what's looking like it will be a severe pandemic. And there are problems emerging that can only be solved by global business and governments working together.
There's been some conspiracy theories that are around about the potential that pharmaceutical companies or the UN have released this for their own benefit.
And maybe this is a time for us to showcase some cases where we are able to bring forward some bad actors and leave it before the courts to decide whether they have actually spread some fake news.
A new coronavirus. Infected people got a respiratory illness with symptoms ranging from mild flu-like signs to severe pneumonia.
In related news, patients are overwhelming healthcare facilities. People are avoiding public spaces out of fear of infection and in compliance with public health recommendations. Our U.S. affiliate has just released polling results on public expectations for a vaccine, and 65% of those polled are eager to take the vaccine, even if it's experimental.
I'm not optimistic about having a vaccine in time to be relevant during this pandemic.
With enough money and political will, anything is possible.
Penalties have been put in place for spreading harmful falsehoods, including arrests.
If the solution means controlling and reducing access to information, I think it's the right choice.
Some countries have banned travel from the worst affected areas.
The president has made a decision to suspend all travel to the United Kingdom and Ireland.
Dis and misinformation circulating over the internet.
Across the world, misinformation about the virus is being shared online.
A significant demand for N95 masks and gloves are on the rise.
The demand for N95 masks to prevent the deadly airborne virus has surged.
We could eventually have 52 million treatment courses per year, but it will take many months to get there.
We're still many months out from having something that we can really deploy to the public.
The world saw large-scale protests and in some places riots. This led to violent crackdowns in some countries and even martial law. The public lost trust in their respective administration. Economists say the economic turmoil caused by such a pandemic will last for years. The societal impacts, the loss of faith in government, the distrust of news, and the breakdown of social cohesion could last even longer.
There's a lot of dialogue between our foundation experts and the government now, but what does opening up look like? You know, which activities have, like schools, have such benefit and can be done in a way that the risk of transmission is very low?
Yeah.
And which activities, like mass gatherings, may be, in a certain sense, more optional. And so until you're widely vaccinated, those may not come back at all. It is fair to say things won't go back to truly normal until we have a vaccine that we've gotten out to basically the entire world. And so, you know, the best people at the foundation who are all about high volume vaccines, you know, are working with many manufacturers, not only on the safety and efficacy, but getting that billions of dose capacity. And so, like China, there'll be a partial opening up, which some jobs will resume, school will resume, but we'll have to be very, very careful not to have the rebound until the vaccine comes.
Well, I want to ask you, you mentioned side effects. The side effects for the Moderna vaccine sound concerning. We looked. After the second dose, at least 80% of participants experienced a systemic side effect, ranging from severe chills to fevers. So, are these vaccines safe?
Well, the FDA, not being pressured, will look hard at that. The FDA is the gold standard of regulators, and how you get a vaccine that making 7 billion of those is going to be an incredible challenge.
I think it's too bad in a way that we had to have these epidemics to get us to move.
Certainly by the summer, we'll be way closer to normal than we are now. But even through early 2022, unless we help other countries get rid of this disease and we get high vaccination rates in our country, the risk of reintroduction will be there. And of course, the global economy will be slowed down, which hurts America economically in a pretty dramatic way. So we'll have, starting in the summer, about 9 months where a few things like big public gatherings will still be restricted. In most countries, we want to get to over 80% vaccination. And so that's, kind of mind-blowing, particularly when we did very little to prepare in advance. Testing, treatments, and get that vaccine. Do we have some malign reason to think vaccines are important in general?
The data showed that everybody with a high dose had a side effect.
Yeah, but some of that is not dramatic, where it's just super painful. But yes, even the deaths, we don't find that totally easy to get right. But in the meantime, trillions of economic damage and hundreds of thousands of lives lost.
The economy is not going to be anything like it was. It's going to take a long time to recover. It's going to be, people are going to be surprised at how slow and how fitful this is.
But it will shrink. Global GDP is going to take, probably the biggest hit ever. Maybe the Depression was worse, or 1873. I don't know. But in my lifetime, this will be the greatest economic hit. But you don't have a choice. People act like you have a choice.
It's not like we're going to back off or anything.
When world leaders meet, like say I'm talking to African heads of state, will they keep a block of time so we can have that quick 20-minute meeting more often? Those are the changes that I'm passing it by, which are permanent changes to behavior.
And your gut is that these changes are here to stay?
Yes, sometime next year, and our foundation and a group we're part of called CEPI are funding those. The U.S. government is not yet involved in that, but a few of those, like one that uses a measles vector, those are the most likely to be single-shot interventions, but most likely, almost all the vaccines will require the 2 shots. So the discussion now is, do we just need to get a super high coverage of the current vaccines, or do we need a 3rd dose that's just the same, or do we need a modified vaccine? And all 5 of the companies that have U.S. Vaccines are looking at making that modification and adding that in so that people who've already had 2 shots might need to get a 3rd shot. I think it's reasonably likely that we will have a tuned vaccine just to make absolutely sure that as these variants hit the U.S., that they're not escaping from vaccine protection.
Where you mentioned you are funding these trials in South Africa and Brazil.
One issue that really grabbed me as urgent were issues related to population, reproductive health.
But did you come to reproductive issues?
When I was growing up, my parents were always involved in various volunteer things. My dad was head of Planned Parenthood, and it was very controversial to be involved with that.
And talk about family planning and how I got into the work of contraceptives. Again, when Bill and I started the foundation and decided we were going to get involved in global health, we were primarily interested in 2 things: vaccines, which I just talked about, and also population. Why were there so many children being born on the planet?
Well, every year we get to see a lot of things. We travel to Africa, meet with scientists. We see a lot of things that are going very well. Things like reducing childhood death and I mean, and we're taking things that are, genetically modified organisms and we're injecting them in little kids' arms. We just shoot them right into the vein. But 2000 was an important year. That was the creation of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. Gavi's purpose was pretty simple: help countries in the world, particularly the poorest, buy these vaccines and create the system to get them out to almost every child.
Recent news reports revealed Gates offered what amounted to a $10 million bribe to the Nigerian House of Representatives for a forced vaccination program. Politicians in Nigeria turned down the offer flatly. The subject of vaccine-happy Gates's particular focus on youth has not gone uncommented on either. None other than Robert F. Kennedy Jr., nephew of President John F. Kennedy, and chairman of the Children's Health Defense, is on record on the CHD website saying, quote, "Vaccines for Bill Gates are strategic philanthropy that feeds his many vaccine-related businesses, including Microsoft's ambition to control a global vaccination ID enterprise and give him dictatorial control of global health policy," closed quote. In 2000, Gates was allowed into India to direct the nation's immunization effort against polio. Under his leadership, up to 50 doses of polio vaccines were administered to enormous numbers of Indian children before they turned 5 years old. And hundreds of thousands of those children became paralyzed over the next roughly 20 years.
You could have a case where the initial research is done by a Gates-funded institution. The media reporting on how well that research is conducted is done. The media outlet is a Gates-funded outlet, and maybe a Gates-funded journalist from a media program. And then the program is implemented more widely by a Gates-funded NGO.
We started down that path on both vaccines and population, and we decided to really push forward on vaccines.
This equation has 4 factors, a little bit of multiplication. So you've got a thing on the left, CO2, that you want to get to 0, and that's going to be based on the number of people. So let's look at each one of these and see how we can get this down to 0. Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to 0. That's back from high school algebra, but let's take a look. First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%. Would also reduce some of that overpopulation. Then we thought, wow, we can go full speed. And the science, it was a great time because the ability to invent new vaccines. Here we can see a chart that looks at the total world population over the last several hundred years. And at first glance, this is a bit scary. We go from less than 1 billion in 1800, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.4 billion where we are today is happening even faster. So Melinda and I wondered whether providing new medicines and keeping children alive, would that create more of a population problem? But the good news is that the faster we improve health, the faster family size goes down. And so we can feel great.
She'd have 8 children. And what the developing world does not need is more children.
And I think that was the biggest aha to Bill and me when we got into this work, is we asked ourselves, of course, the same hard-nosed question you'd ask, which is, if you get into this work and you start to save these children, will women just keep overpopulating the world? And thank goodness the converse is absolutely true.
The problem is that the population is growing the fastest where people are less able to deal with it. When our foundation first started up, it was focused on reproductive health. That was the main thing we did because I thought, population growth in poor countries is the biggest problem they face. You've got to help mothers who want to limit family size have the tools and education to do that. And I thought that's the only thing that really counts.
Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is funding factories for each of the 7 most promising ideas for a vaccine. So if you would explain to people in general, would you tell them that we now know the coronavirus is more deadly, less deadly, more transmissible, less transmissible? How do you characterize this one?
we don't know, are we going back to say 2,000 deaths a day like we were in April? That's hard to say. It's possible that we will. But we want to bring the amount of this virus in humans down to zero if possible, so that we're not constantly having to revaccinate or having outbreaks in different areas. Ideally, the whole globe would participate in this. We'll have the global cooperation to fund this vaccine for all of humanity. So you might need a third shot this year. And then if it's still out there, we'll be looking at how your antibodies, how your protection goes down over time, and deciding how often you'll need another shot. If we would follow the rules in terms of wearing masks and not mixing, but the thing that's surprised me is that the economic impact in the US and around the world has been much greater than the forecast that I made 5 years ago. If anything kills over 10 million people in the next few decades, it's most likely to be a highly infectious virus. Yeah, so it was 2015 that I gave the TED Talk and wrote a number of papers titled "We're Not Ready for the Next Pandemic." And sadly, that was a better forecast of what would happen than anyone would have wished for. The economic damage, the deaths, it's been completely horrific. And I would expect that will lead the R&D budgets to be focused on things we didn't have today. We didn't have vaccines that block transmission. We got vaccines that help you with your health, but they only slightly reduce the transmissions. We need a new way of doing the vaccines. mRNA vaccines, which the first two are, our foundation and others have been backing for quite some time. Now, Pfizer teamed up with BioNTech, a partner of ours, and so I'm super happy with all of these vaccines. Because we didn't prepare for this pandemic nearly like we should have, we've been learning as we've been going, but I'd say the good news is that partly because of the ACT-A efforts, partly because of U.S. R&D money, we have the vaccines and we can see the end will come. And we got all the rights from the vaccine companies. They didn't hold it back. They were participating. I do a regular phone call with the pharmaceutical CEOs to make sure that work is going at full speed.
Is that after spending the tens of billions you're talking about?
Yeah, the companies like Moderna, CureVac, and Inovio, our foundation has been funding them to build vaccines in a somewhat different way. It's an RNA platform, and vaccines actually can, in weird cases, do an enhancement of the disease. And then the second time I saw him was the March after that, so March 2017 in the White House. In both of those two meetings, he asked me if vaccines weren't a bad thing, because he was considering a commission to look into ill effects of vaccines. And somebody, his name is Robert Kennedy Jr., was advising him that vaccines were causing bad things. And I said, no, that's a dead end. That would be a bad thing. Don't do that. The only way we'll get completely back to normal is by having maybe not the first generation vaccines, but eventually a vaccine that is super effective and that a lot of the people take, and that we get the disease eliminated on a global basis. That is where we can finally start taking all the problems that have been created in education and mental health and start to build back in a positive way. The numbers will drive the actions we take. Those numbers will come down quite a bit if you maintain the measures, if you're not getting lax in those things. And then you can get it to a low enough level that the ability to test and trace contacts of the remaining people will be very, very high. And so some degree of opening up is possible.
People talk about conspiracy theories. You will always have conspiracy theories when you have very challenging public health crises. I would just hope we just put those conspiracy stuff and let somebody write a book about it later on, but not now.
Anthony Fauci does not like conspiracy theories. And if the president does not fire several members of his COVID-19 response team, the books written in the future will likely be about the Bill Gates Big Pharma takeover of America. Dr. Fauci is on the Leadership Council for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Deborah Birx is a board member for the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria, which was founded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Robert Redfield, current director of the CDC, was a founder of the Institute of Human Virology, who has received $31.8 million from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Seema Verna has worked with Sue Desmond-Hellmann, Chief Executive Officer of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Alex Azar was president of Eli Lilly's U.S. division. Under his leadership, prices for the company's top-selling insulin drug tripled, which led to a class action lawsuit. Jerome Adams received a medical scholarship from Eli Lilly. Stephen Hahn is commissioner for the FDA, who partnered with Bill and Melinda Gates in 2017. Stephen Mnuchin was a member of Skull and Bones at Yale University, and he partnered with George Soros to create SFM Capital Management. Brett Giroir was the director of DARPA, and CDC official Dr. Nancy Messonnier is Rod Rosenstein's sister. Many have been concerned that President Trump has been surrounded by deep state operatives for the past 3 years. Well, now he seems to be completely surrounded by Big Pharma and Bill Gates loyalists, all pushing vaccines as the solution and admitting that they might make things worse.
Does the vaccine make you worse? And there are diseases in which you vaccinate someone, they get infected with what you're trying to protect them with, and you actually enhance the infection.
We had a collaboration with some Chinese scientists.
Do we have enough infrastructure to contact trace the way that we need to?
I think that's why the criteria that you can see the gates that are that the federal government has recommended are fairly strict, and that's to give states really the time to really set up exactly how they're going to contact trace with the CDC in the background as supporting.
There's also Bill Gates and his foundation. They're going to have home testing kits to allow people who fear that they may be infected to swab their noses and send the samples back for an analysis. The results should be available in 1 or 2 days, and as the Seattle Times points out, they will be shared with local health officials who will then put it in their database. Now, if they're going to share who's put that in their database, if they're going to then look at the infected people, ask them questions about their movements, about their contacts, make it easier for health officials to locate others who might need to be tested or quarantined. Well, they've actually got an app for that already, and they're preparing your mind for it to be rolled out.
I'm also very pleased to launch today, together with Bill Gates and the European Investment Bank, the EU Catalyst program. Immediately after this session, Bill and I will launch this new initiative.
You know, we want to vaccinate certainly all the elderly in the world, and a lack of willingness to say, you know, is spending $1 million on that last 3 months of life for that patient, would it be better not to lay off those 10 teachers and to make that trade-off in medical costs? But that's called the death panel, and you're not supposed to have that discussion.
At its most fundamental level, the population control that Gates speaks of is not birth control, but control of the population itself.
The nice thing is a lot of the R&D we need to do to be ready for the next pandemic are things like making vaccines cheap, having big factories, making vaccines just a little patch you put on your arm, things that will be incredibly beneficial even in the years when we don't have pandemics.
It's about the size of a 50-cent piece and it's simple to apply. The tiny patch comes packaged in an applicator. One click and you're vaccinated. And this is how it works. On that tiny patch, there's dozens of tiny needles, so small you'd need a microscope to see them. They're coated in vaccine that seeps below the skin's surface.
If you make the greatest drug or the greatest wearable, there's no guarantee that the patient is going to take the drug, wear the device. So how are you thinking about technology to engage the patient?
Again, maybe I will use an example. I think it's fascinating what's happening in this field right now. I mean, FDA approved the first electronic pill, if I can call it like that. So it is basically biological chip that it is in the tablet. And once you take the tablet and dissolves into your stomach, sends a signal that you took the tablet. So imagine the applications of that, compliance. The insurance companies to know that the medicines that patients should take, they do take them.
You're 65. Do you think about legacy?
When I think about, I've got, hopefully 20 to 30 years where, can we eradicate malaria in this time frame? Can we lay the groundwork for a climate solution in this time frame? And so I feel a little bit of sense of urgency that anything after 30 years, I don't get to be involved in.
The population control grid that Gates has been quietly funding into existence for the past decade, a biometric identification system tied to a digital payments infrastructure that will be used to track, catalog, and control every movement, every transaction, and every interaction of every citizen, is just now coming into view.
And the lack of an ID system is a problem, not just for the payment system, but also for voting and health and education and taxation. And so it's a wonderful thing to go in and create a broad identification system.
If you actually look back at it, historically, the Rockefeller Foundation was a huge innovator in global health issues. Even the Pan American Health Organization, which was sort of the beginning of what became the World Health Organization, the Rockefeller Foundation helped get that going. And so we didn't know it when we picked up at, in some ways we're following in their footsteps. They're still around to partner with us on a number of things.
Around the same time that John D. Rockefeller seized U.S. media, he also hijacked U.S. medicine. When it was discovered that drugs could be produced from petroleum, America's top oil mogul ordered his army of propagandists to invert reality accordingly. Medicines used for thousands of years were suddenly classified as alternative, while the new, petroleum-based, highly addictive, and patentable drugs were declared the gold standard. Rockefeller leveraged his political influence by pressing Congress to declare natural healing modalities unscientific quackery. Rockefeller then took control of the American Medical Association and began offering massive grants to top medical schools under the mandate that only his approved curriculum be taught. Any mention of the healing powers of herbs, plants, and diet was erased from most medical textbooks. Doctors and professors who objected to Rockefeller's plan were crucified by the media, removed from the AMA, and stripped of their license to teach and practice medicine. Those who dared to speak out were arrested and jailed. When evidence began to emerge that petroleum-based medicines were causing cancer, Mr. Rockefeller founded the American Cancer Society, through which he suppressed that information. John D. Rockefeller is duly credited as the founder of the pharmaceutical industry, and the reason that medical error is currently the third leading cause of death in America. Every year, the pharmaceutical industry spends at least twice the amount as big oil to influence laws, policies, and public perception. Thanks to Mr. Rockefeller, the architect of American monopolies, no industry has more power over our lives than Big Pharma.
And for all 193 member states, you must make vaccines a high priority in your health systems to ensure that all your children have access to existing vaccines now and to the new vaccines that have recently become available.
Well, Bill, since you tried to warn us about this pandemic and we didn't listen, what's the next thing you're warning us about that's going to happen 5 years from now that we're not listening to at the present?
Well, I didn't want to be right. What I wanted to do was
I understand. I'm not saying you won.
It's been $100 billion overall that the world's put in. Our foundation is a bit more than $10 billion, but we feel there's been over a 20-to-1 return. So if you just look at the economic benefits, that's a pretty strong number compared to anything else.
what else are we not listening to that we need to take action on now?
Well, the idea of a bioterrorist attack is kind of the nightmare scenario because they're a pathogen with a high death rate would be taken. So we, we'll have to prepare for the next one. That, I'd say is will get attention this time.
And so I'm hoping in 5 years I can write a book called, We Are Ready for the Next Pandemic. It'll take probably about $1 billion a year for a pandemic task force at the WHO level, which is doing the surveillance and actually doing what I call germ games, where you practice to say, okay, what if a bioterrorist brought smallpox to 10 airports? How would the world respond to that? I think an epidemic, either naturally caused or intentionally caused, is the most likely thing to cause, say, 10 million excess deaths. Now, the good news is, I'm not trying to depress you, it's tough enough
Too late.
right now.
Too
that
late.
Most of the work we're going to do to be ready for pandemic 2, I call this pandemic 1, most of the work we'll do to be ready for that are also the things we need to do to minimize the threat of bioterrorism.
Well, Mr. Gates, thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for the efforts you and your organization are doing to try to find the cure for this. And we'll see you again. Stay safe.
All right. Great talk.
Give our best to everybody else in the bunker.
Thank you. The paradigmatic examples are smallpox for an intentionally caused thing, that there was a simulation called Dark Winter that didn't come out very well.
In June 2001, the DoD conducted a war game called Operation Dark Winter.
Dark Winter was a major exercise that was done prior to 9/11, earlier in 2001, to look at the effects of a biological terror event. And it was kind of a scary scenario. We would lose a lot of people if a really effective bioterror event occurred.
The simulation evaluated the government's ability to respond and communicate with the public, and the exercise even included mock news reports.
Since the diagnosis of 20 smallpox cases in Oklahoma City 12 days ago, hundreds have now died, thousands have become infected.
We had to, think about things like, quarantines and martial law.
And the conclusion were tens of millions of deaths, no commerce between states, no airplane flying for 6 months.
Unless we all recommit to the common sense measures that got us past the first horrendous months of this pandemic, we are in for a long, dark winter.
The darkest winter in modern history.
Dr. Rick Bright, whose life's work has been developing vaccines.
Time is running out because the virus is still spreading everywhere.
We're about to go into a dark winter. A dark winter.
In 2001, a real-world exercise tested the emergency response to a bioterror attack on the continental United States. The operation was called Dark Winter. Within just a few days, the simulation spiraled out of control. The operation predicted a rapid breakdown in essential institutions, civil disorder, and massive civilian casualties. Dark Winter has revealed how vulnerable we've become. Our lifestyle, our security, our safety depends on a delicate and unstable economy. We've created a system so complicated that we no longer understand how to control it. And the more complex it gets, the more fragile it becomes. The system is built on a global supply chain that gets things where they're needed, just in time. We've created a house of cards. Remove just one, and everything falls apart. And what's fueling this system?
Money. Americans can spend $90 billion in a single day of shopping. Last year, 200 million people swarmed their local stores on November 23rd. We call that day Black Friday. Did you know that a flu virus can survive on the surface of a banknote for up to 17 days? One day there will be a pandemic. It could begin during the crush of Black Friday sales. A pathogen will jump from tainted banknotes to human skin, onto food, toys, children, and loved ones. By the time patient zero feels the first sore throat, millions of people will already be infected. From this point, the breakdown will happen fast.
Day 1, hospitals will reach capacity. Panic will strike. Day 2, quarantine zones will be established. Resources will be rationed. Transport will go into lockdown. Day 3, international trade will stop. The oil will dry up. The stock market will collapse. Day 4, the power will fail. The shelves will be empty. The taps will run dry. And once hunger and despair take hold, people will do anything for survival. By day 5, everyone will be a potential threat. Our complex world is primed for breakdown.
And once the chaos strikes,
there won't be resources to save us all.
It's Friday, January the 14th, and for today anyway, these are all heads of government gathered in Washington for a transatlantic security summit. In real life, they're all former senior policymakers. They don't know what's going to happen today. All they've been told so far of the plot is that there are reports of possible smallpox cases in Europe. Rather than rush home, the heads are using this meeting to work out how they're going to respond to what appears to be a series of bioterrorist attacks.
GNN has just learned that Al Jazeera has broadcast a tape from a group calling themselves the Al-Jihad al-Jadid, or the New Jihad, that is claiming responsibility for this smallpox attack.
My country is ready to give help to the rest of the world and to start giving vaccine through WHO and eventually to restart the fabrication of new vaccine doses.
We have breaking news from the U.S. Health officials are investigating reports of dozens of suspected smallpox cases in and around Los Angeles and New York City. We have with us now Senator Harrison Pratt. Senator, what is your reaction to reports of suspected smallpox cases in America?
In a few hours, Congress will convene to vote on a joint resolution that forbids one dose of that vaccine from leaving this country until all Americans have been vaccinated. All agreements to share vaccine must be put on a hold. We must defend America first.
The amount of people who are infected is growing at such a large state that we don't believe that they can contain it anymore. So the Cabinet has proposed for me to agree with mass vaccination, and I did so.
We have gone beyond ring vaccination right now in the areas affected. The alternative is not ring vaccination at 1 or 2 places, and the alternative being full vaccination of the entire country. We have full regions where we now have to go into this dimension.
3 hours into the exercise, confirmed cases are up to 956, with 100,000 predicted in the next 2 weeks. Across Europe and North America, ports and border crossings are grinding to a halt, and panic is setting in on the ground.
Meanwhile, German news media is reporting major vehicle traffic leaving Frankfurt and Munich, as well as huge lines of cars attempting to enter Germany from Poland. Many Poles are apparently hoping to get smallpox vaccine at German clinics. People all over the world are struggling to cope with the cascading horror caused by the bioterrorist attacks unleashed on Europe and North America last month. The WHO will not speculate on how many will eventually contract the disease or die of it. But many experts expect smallpox cases will be counted in the millions as the epidemic infiltrates other parts of the globe.
We are continuing our coverage of a new and deadly infectious disease.
The virus has some genetic elements of the Nipah virus.
Creation and intentional release of the Clade X virus.
The impact of not doing something has lots of consequences.
We can't retreat from the rest of the world.
Continuity of government here cannot be overestimated.
A federal quarantine of this scale is unprecedented.
The question everywhere, when will there be a vaccine?
They know that we don't have a vaccine yet. They want vaccines to be prioritized.
More than 40 countries are reporting outbreaks, and many more are suspected of having cases.
Leadership requires doing things that are oftentimes unpopular.
What the world will look like when it's done is still very uncertain.
This is a document published in 2017 called The SPARS Pandemic 2025 to 2028, a futuristic scenario for public health risk communicators. It's a quote-unquote hypothetical scenario designed to illustrate the public health risk communication challenges that could potentially emerge during an infectious disease outbreak. It begins with the disclaimer that the infectious pathogen, medical countermeasures, characters, news media excerpts, social media posts, and government agency responses described within are entirely fictional. But in the year 2021, the contents of this 86-page document look more like a gruesome snapshot of our current reality than any hypothetical fictional scenario. This document predicts that at first we will be eased into the pandemic with very simple mitigation strategies, like washing your hands and practicing good hygiene. But that over the course of 3 years, those simple mitigation strategies will slowly escalate to, get this, a mass experimental vaccination program. And the purpose of this document is to mull over effective communication strategies for dealing with the public when they become aware that this vaccine has no long-term safety data and that, and this is in their own words, it might potentially be causing more harm than good. Communities around the country went through what some felt was a harrowing public health emergency, only later to confront the possibility, however slim, that the medicine we promised would help them may in fact be hurting them.
Of a war game that our government did back in the 2016, 2017 timeframe with under a different name, and they called it SPARS instead of SARS COVID, right? And it's this incredible, runs parallel to everything that's going on today. Even in the war game that they did almost 5 years ago now, 4 years ago now, in the war game, they even put out social media things like tweets and such. And in the tweets that they use in the war game, they use the exact same tweets over the last year. I mean, the exact same words, the exact same hashtags, and it's like it's one big setup. So
if you go to the first slide, this was done in October 2017, which we've covered. It precedes Event 201 and Crimson Contagion, which are two exercises that are sort of the getting people organized and getting ready for this. This was done by Johns Hopkins. You go to the next one. Johns Hopkins is also in charge of Event 201 with the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
And that's all the main globalist eugenicist leaders. We have Klaus Schwab saying, this is to stop carbon, this is to depopulate, this is to save the earth. I'll show you all those articles, mainstream news. You'll have nothing, you'll own nothing, you'll love it. And it's all the same group, it all run through Johns Hopkins that gives the orders to the UN, the WHO, the NIH, all of it. Continue.
All right. If we go to the next one, the name SARS-CoV-2 is the actual name of the COVID virus. Well, here in the exercise, so that of course they come up with the name St. Paul Acute Respiratory Syndrome, which is what you do when you have a virus, you say where it came from. So SPARS-CoV, which stands for coronavirus. Now we have our virus here, which they call it SARS-CoV-2, almost the same exact name. How did they predict that?
Point is, the simulation is reality. They're just testing it, preparing it, getting their people ready.
Now we have BZ, this fictional rapper. Now we have Run DMC, who's come out with their animation to get the vaccine. Roll up your sleeve, get it.
I got the vaccine, you got the vaccine, they got the vaccine, we got the vaccine. We can get back to normal, let me inform you, let's all get the vaccine.
I mean, it's crazy. And that was promoted, the Run DMC thing was promoted by everybody under the sun. We have John Legend getting his vaccine. Walgreens taps John Legend to encourage vaccinations. And then here's BZ saying, look, we had Tuskegee, but, I'm just proud of how everybody's coming together to do all this.
If Doc says it's good, then trust me, it's good. Now let's all get the vaccine. All right. Trust me, believe me, we're not gonna have another Tuskegee. This ain't eugenics, no way.
The misinformation a lot of people facing, the hip-hop doc came to erase it.
Will it affect our DNA?
That's false, don't believe it. The vaccine will help us, we need it.
Let's get it straight. If people don't vaccinate, we know that COVID will continue to spread and mutate.
The vaccine is safe.
Believe it.
SARS emerges 2025, and then January 2026, as October 2025, January 2026, the government contracts with SynBio to produce the SPARS vaccine. So that's 4 months. Now here we have December 31st, COVID-19 is identified. That's the date they give as identifying COVID-19. April 2020, U.S. government launches Operation Warp Speed. They're giving money to vaccine companies to create the vaccine. In this scenario, they have one called Calosavir.
But go back to it. Then 3 years later, it's Remdesivir.
Look, and this is not the real name. This is the name they gave it later. It's actually got a different name that it's.
And remember, they said remdesivir was this new experimental thing they just developed.
Exactly.
But they had the name 3 years before.
Same side effects: nausea, constipation.
Yeah, but they only change a few letters. It's all about rubbing it in their faces.
It is. They really do.
Folks, this is smoking gun. Okay, keep going.
All right. After antivirals, we have the massive power outage that Michael was talking about earlier. 10 months into the pandemic, right as they're starting the vaccine rollout, the Pacific Northwest has a 2-week blackout. COVID-19, 13 months into the pandemic and 2 months into the vaccine rollout. Texas has a 1 week, some spots it was a 2-week blackout. Texas is about the same size if you throw it up there as Washington, Oregon, Montana, Idaho. You stick Texas up there, it's about the same size. I can't believe what they're doing and how people are going along with it. They really have created the PSYOP mixed in with the lockdown. So you have people inside their homes looking at TV constantly. They're being fed the messages, and they go, just let me out. Let me out and I'll do whatever you want. Okay, I'll take a vaccine. Good, I can travel.
I'm not asking what's in the infusion. I'm not looking up all of the ingredients in the infusion. I am sticking out my arm and I am taking the infusion.
Inside of SPARS, it says that children are going to be getting neurological symptoms. People are going to be getting neurological symptoms. And we already...
6 months to a year later.
6 months to a year later. And this can be found inside of the SPARS document, word for word. After showing no adverse side effects for nearly a year, vaccine recipients slowly began to experience symptoms. As time passed and more people across the United States were vaccinated, claims of adverse side effects began to emerge. As the investigations grew in intensity, several high-ranking officials at the CDC and FDA were forced to step down and withdraw from government. They're setting up the health officials and the politicians to take the fall for this. Don't forget, the people who fund all this are not the health officials. It's not Fauci. It's the guys behind the scenes. It's Gates. Severe side effects, including swollen legs, severe joint pain, and encephalitis, potentially resulting in seizures, seizure disorders, or death, occasionally occurred. Word for word from the document.
Everything now happening in mass.
In an effort to further reach certain population subgroups, agency officials enlisted the help of well-known scientists, celebrities, and government officials to make short videos and zap clips, which is a type of social media in the exercise, and in a few cases give interviews to major media outlets. Among those chosen were former president,
our fellow Americans.
Right now, the COVID-19 vaccines are available to millions of Americans.
And soon, they will be available to everyone.
The science is clear. These vaccines will protect you and those you love from this dangerous and deadly disease.
They could save your life.
So we urge you to get vaccinated when it's available to you.
That's the first step to ending the pandemic and moving our country forward.
And in this exercise, her name is Jacqueline Bennett, BZ, a popular hip-hop star, and Paul Farmer, co-founder of Partners in Health and a renowned global health expert.
It was essentially like the Bill Gates.
Yeah, and that Run DMC clip, which we have.
Yeah.
That's what they're talking about, hiring these hip hop people, hiring the people that are celebrities that you already trust, you already know them for the last 15, 20 years. Now they're promoting the vaccine on TV. The very real possibility of a future SPARS pandemic necessitate continued commitment to vaccination programs. So inside the exercise, it says, this is done after 3 years of the initial outbreak. It says you're gonna need vaccines forever. Future outbreaks will continue to emerge unless countries maintain widespread vaccination. Here's some more of the slides. It just matches up perfectly, and that's why people kind of freaked out in the last SPARS. They're like, wait, how can they say something in 2017 and then it just happens perfectly? That's crazy, because they have—
It's an organ, because you can't go around with a plan to launch this. You'd go to prison. But if it's a drill, oh, you have your operational manual, your attack plan, but then if you get caught, you go, oh, it's just part of a drill.
It's just part of a drill. And here's just a picture that I found off of the World Economic Forum's website. This is in January of 2017. They begin to gather all the health ministers. I have an article here about how the World Bank planned 4 events in 2017 for all the health ministers for the different countries to meet over time. This is when Gates rolled out CEPI. Gates, Fauci were all at these meetings.
Because they think the medical system is more trusted, they can take over that.
Here's January of 2017. Health ministers want to fight pandemics. first meeting of G20 health ministers in Berlin. This is in May. These people look familiar. This is Merkel, all the different...
They got them all lined up already. They were drilling frantically before they released it.
Yes, and a lot of it was in secret because these articles that I've been finding, they're just describing the meetings. They actually don't even have press at these meetings. This is one of the drills that came out of one of the meetings. Look familiar? Virus out of control. Global spread causes panic and fear. First meeting of G20 health ministers. We have to talk about the World Bank because they're lending all this money. It's part of the 2017 exercise.
That's why they want to bankrupt people, universal incomes, get rid of small businesses. This is all about them forcing everybody on the universal basic income.
That's right. And this is one article, an example, but we've had multiple examples of this where the World Bank has been caught giving loans out with the conditions that they get vaccines and have to do lockdowns. So everyone's confused, like, how did every single country in lockstep all do the same thing at the same time of last year? Because they're all in bed with World Bank money and IMF.
And they all go meet at the same lavish meetings for weeks on end and war game it under drills that match exactly what then happens in real time.
That's right. So when they get the loans, part of the loan agreement say, hey, if you're going to take this loan, we want to make sure that when we roll out our vaccines, you're going to have to take them. Well, here's just an article off CNBC. You can't sue Pfizer or Moderna if you have severe COVID vaccine side effects, and the government likely won't compensate.
But everything's safe, you should take it. The app could help revive global travel and large events during the pandemic. Back it up and stop it. So we hold you hostage. We killed tens of millions of people with starvation. We bankrupt all these people. Suicide more than triples. Drug use more than doubles. We do this to you. But if you take the vaccine app and you do what we say, now you might get back to normal. We're holding you hostage. Enabling people to visit countries, conferences, and sports events safely. Pause. So we're holding, it's not, hey, we held you hostage, we create fear, the vaccine destroys your immune system. No, it's just, you get to go out again. You get to carrot the stick. Submit to us. Let us put these chains on. Let us have a world social credit score. And it's not spooky to have this to buy and sell or go in grocery stores. And once you do that, everything goes right back to normal. Of course, it did it? Got a lot worse. And wherever they submit, like Australia or Canada, it's worse by the day because that's who's submitting. But the next they say, users will have their blood screened at an approved COVID pass laboratory that just so the new approved one by the UN who's in charge, the ones Davos Group recommended, is Bill Gates. The last fraud, the PCR test, which was a total fraud. They built this on, that's not approved anymore. They say as of this month. They said it a year ago, but it phases out the fraudulent test today, and they have a new one. They want your blood. COVID pass creators say that by using blood test data, it's 100% reliable. It could ensure only non-infectious people travel across borders. Medical tyranny. While monitoring access to concerts, conferences, and pilgrimages. It uses real-time automated epidemiological data and blockchain technology. That we told you 20 months ago is in the Bill Gates patent, and it's his patent. There it is. 666.
It's called Strategic Intelligence on the World Economic Forum. So this is their whole, it's a whole web, okay? And each level that you click on, each area, it turns into a new web. They have accounted for every single stipulation, every single contingency. Let me just show you real quick. So right here, global governance is one world order, right? A new world order, one world government. That's what that is. It's right there in black and white. So on this little screen, you can see there's a section called anti-globalism. So this is their whole plan for people who are anti-globalists, who are speaking out against globalism, like a lot of you guys. And they have a whole recipe and action plan to take care of people like us. And then they have all of these things, the Great Reset, 5G. 5G, guys, is a big part of this. Here it is in black and white. It's not a conspiracy, it's happening. And by the way, while we've been quarantining and we've been in lockdowns and made to believe that we have a very deadly virus out there and we need to wear masks and everything, while we're distracted with all that nonsense, they're implementing this multi-layered plan.
Now just see that it all looks like an eye. You see? It's an eye with all the blood vessels here inside, all right? No coincidence, as we know.
The United Nations recently sponsored a 2.5-hour piece of propaganda directed towards the people of the Pacific Islands called Pacific Unite, Saving Lives Together. And for some reason, there was much discussion about LGBT rights.
And I can't wait for the borders to open so I can visit my Papsato and Savai Samoa to get my full body tan. But after I shave my back.
This desperate and bizarre piece of propaganda culminated with a musical production which is best experienced for yourself.
Rise up, stand up, and unite.